like literally like a sophomore or junior in high school,
And
comparative to
then
a fifth
today,
grader.
that would
Compare. Wait, no, no, no. Hold
probably
up, hold up, hold up. Comparative to a fifth grader,
okay.
right? That's
Okay,
the
you're
difference.
you're talking you're talking 2 generations ago. So back whenever Gen X was alive and young,
I'm sorry to hear
i.e.,
that, man. I
me.
appreciate the little crown. Thank you. And
Okay.
I think that we shouldn't gloss over that because then it might make it so that people are less likely to recognize when situations like that do occur. Appreciate the Gus. Thank you
Oh,
so much because I
I'm not saying that it was. I'm not saying it was right even then. Okay, I'm just saying that there was a different outlook on life back then versus today. Okay, that's
sure,
what
sure.
I'm
People
saying.
might have viewed it
Okay.
differently then. I don't know if that's true or not then, but I think that we obviously clearly, from the standpoint we are now, right, we can say that this is something that we would not want to happen.
No, it wouldn't be okay now. It wouldn't be okay now. I got a
Yeah,
I got a
yeah,
12
right.
year old granddaughter. A 16-year old boy knock on her door, I'm knocking his teeth out. Okay,
Yeah,
and her dad's the same exact
and
way.
so we should see it both
Okay,
ways around, right? Because little boys are victims too, right? And
I'm
oftentimes in
not
our
disputing that.
society, we like to depersonalize from boys and men
Yeah,
being
I'm
victims.
not disputing that. I'm not
Yeah.
disputing that. But see, what I'm talking about is the analogy of the key and the lock. Okay, that comes from the fact that the guys are keys, yes. Okay, and the ability for a guy to walk up to a girl and hit on a
Wait.
girl.
Why is a guy a
Okay,
key and a woman a lock?
and this is why. This is why. The reason that the whole key and the lock thing are separated out as guys and girls, the guys being the keys and the girls being the lock, is for this reason. Okay. The guys walk up, we hit on the girls. Okay. If the girls say no, the key doesn't work and we walk away. Okay. Versus, versus a guy walks up and hits on a girl, okay, and she says yes, the key now unlocks the lock. Okay, that's the analogy. That's the
Hey,
true
Ricky,
analogy
you want to
to
know
the
what's fucking
key and the
crazy?
lock.
You know what's crazy? The same thing happens the other way around, right?
Rarely.
A guy says no. It doesn't happen. A guy says yes, right? It does happen.
How
You
many times
understand?
have
That's
you
how
seen a girl
literally
hit on a guy?
consent operates. And I already made this point, right? I made this point very clear, right? The consent in which you say, I want to engage with you, right? That is true for both the man and the woman in a consensual connotation, right? Because if it's consensual, right, that would
Okay, we're
be
not
in
talking about
context of two different
consent.
sides, at
We're not
least.
talking about consent.
We are talking
Okay.
about consent. You're
No, we're
saying
not
yes or
talking
no.
about
Is that not
consent. We're
consent?
talking about whether or not a girl has the ability to say yes or no versus a guy having that same exact ability. Okay. If a girl says no, the guy's done. Okay. If that same girl walks into the bar and walks up to that same guy and says yes,
I'm sorry, bro. That's consent, bro. That's consent. I appreciate
I
the
don't
lock and key. Thank
care
you.
about consent. You're
That's
missing the
consent, bro.
point. You're missing the point. Okay, the consent part is irrelevant.
No, it's not.
The
No,
consent,
it's
yes, it
not.
is. You're getting
If the
tied
whole point
up.
is stop,
No, no, you're
Ricky,
talking
hold
about
up.
body
Hold
counts.
up. No,
There's a
hold up.
difference
Ricky.
between a body count and consent. Okay,
No, dude,
consent
if the
means
whole
both
point,
people are saying yes.
Ricky,
Okay,
please.
that
If
part
the
is
whole point,
irrelevant. We're not talking about that because you
if the
can't
whole point,
walk up
no,
to a
Ricky,
guy.
you know, I'm just gonna mute you. I don't care. If the whole point of what you just brought up was the fact that someone either says yes or no to an altercation, how can you say consent is irrelevant to that conversation? The whole point you brought up was that it's a yes or a no. I don't even see how you're walking away from that. That makes no sense to me. Like legitimately, bro. All right, you can unmute, bro. Ricky, you can unmute, man. We're getting Rick rolled right now. That's what's happening, chat. That's what's happening. Rick rolled. Or is that the fucking is that the person's name or Rick Rost or I don't remember. I don't remember. It's the meme person. Wait, do you not know Howdy Rick? I send you the invite. You got to click in the bottom left. Jackie, thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it. Bottom left, there's like the two people, the pink and the blue one. You click on. Oh, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Uh, okay, so here's the thing. Okay, we're not talking about consent. Okay, consent is a mutual agreement. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, you're talking about whether or not a body count matters. Okay, the difference is this right here. Okay? If a pretty girl walks up to an average guy and hits on that average guy, he is going to say yes, unless he is involved and has morals in a relationship. Okay?
So are you just saying men
that
don't have
same
morals?
average
Are you
guy
just saying men don't have
versus,
morals? Is that your worldview?
no, that's not what I'm saying. Okay?
That's actually what
What
you
I'm
said. You just
saying is
said
that,
he would say yes if he doesn't have morals, right?
no, what I said is if he has morals and he's in a relationship, okay, then he is going to say
Oh,
no
and in a
to
relationship.
that
Okay.
girl.
Okay. Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Versus that average guy walking up to that pretty girl, that pretty girl is automatically going to gun that average guy down. That's the difference between a lock and a key. Okay?
No,
No
I don't
matter
see how
how
that's the
you put
difference,
it
right?
into
The same way here, I'm
consent.
just gonna ask you this question, right? A man that
Sure.
has a lot of status, right? He has
Uh-huh.
more opportunities than the average woman, right? If he has the same body count
Yes.
as the average woman, should he be looked at in a more negative connotation?
No. Why?
Well, so because you said that the whole reason why women should be looked at in a more negative connotation is because they have more opportunities and it's easier for them to engage in intercourse. But if this guy has a lot of
Yes.
status and he has more opportunities and it's easier for him to engage in intercourse, think of a little crown, I appreciate it. Well, then wouldn't the same standard apply to him?
No.
That's the double
No.
standard.
And the
That's the double
reason
standard. That's
I'm
the
not, I'm
unjustified
not
double standard.
disputing that
So
there's a
what's the
double
relevant
standard there.
distinction? Hold up. What's the relevant distinction between men and women as to why it matters in the context of women, but not in the context of men in terms of the amount of opportunities that you have or how easy it is?
Because without that status, because without that status of that man, he don't get it.
Yeah, and
That's
without
the
their
difference.
attractiveness, they don't get it. What's your point? Like, aren't these considerably status
There,
symbols in society that we're
have you
referencing?
never seen an ugly girl with a guy?
Yeah,
You're telling me you've never
I've
seen an
seen ugly.
ugly
I've
girl?
seen ugly men with women. I'm confused what you're talking about.
The
Apparently,
difference,
there's one that's been with 212.
you're talking ugly women can get laid no matter what. Okay. The
Apparently, it
odds
happens
of
the
an
other way
ugly
around as
man
well.
do what?
Apparently, it happens the other way around as well.
Not as often.
Well,
Not
apparently it
as
does. Oh,
often.
214. Did I get it wrong? 214. My bad.
214 is my body count, yes.
Yeah, two past the boiling point. So
Okay.
like, yeah, so like again, dude, my point is that how can you make an argument here that like, oh my gosh, it's so difficult for men, right? Then also at the same time have a 214 body count. That doesn't make any sense.
Do you realize, have you never looked it up? Have you never looked the stats up? Out of all the guys, just in the United States, we're just going to ramble on with the United States, okay? Don't care about the rest of the world, okay? Just with the United States itself. Do you realize that only 5% of the average consenting adult male, okay, not in a relationship, is actually having sex with women? The rest are not.
Wait, what percent? Wait, what percent aren't having
And
sex? You said
about 95% of them.
that's not true. Can you give
About
me a source? Give
95%
me
of
a
the
source. Give me
average
a source.
consenting,
Give me a
huh?
source. Give me a source.
Look it up, dude.
TrustMeBro.com. TrustMeBro.com. What are these Tucker Carlson facts, bro? What? That was like something Donald Trump would tell us, bro. That is wild, dude. 95%
Oh
of
my
men are not
God.
engaging in intercourse? What are you talking
Of the
about?
consenting, yeah, yeah, on average, because they can't pull the girls.
Dude, what?
Most
What
guys
are you
don't even
talking about?
talk to girls.
Yo, please, can someone poll the chat? Only men respond to this poll. Have you engaged in intercourse? Okay? Only men respond to the poll, okay?
Single, single, single men,
Oh, single men.
single,
95% of single men are not engaging in
single
intercourse.
men
All right,
in
we need a poll right
consenting
now. Single
range.
men respond to this. Right? How are you engaging in intercourse? I guarantee you see most people saying nine yes. Like, come on, dude. That's fucking wild. For you to literally make the claim that 95% of men are not engaging in intercourse is totally wild.
Then why do you see so many videos on TikTok about girls asking where the guys are?
Because that's talking
Why?
about like particular guys that they're into or guys that would be of a particular standard that they're looking for. So I think the claim that they're making there isn't that there aren't men, it's that there aren't men that meet a particular standard.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay. So without that particular standard, what are those guys doing?
What?
What are those guys doing that don't meet that particular standard? Where are they getting their pussy at?
Where they
Straight up.
engage, they're engaging in intercourse with other people. The issue that like a lot of women are referencing with that is that it's hard to get men to commit. It's hard to get men to
We're
have
not. We're not.
values,
We're
right?
not. We're not talking about the commitment part. Okay.
That's
We're
what
talking
that's what.
about.
Wait, you brought up TikToks of what people are complaining about. That's what people are complaining about in the
Yeah.
modern dating pool, right? It's the fact that men aren't willing to commit in many.
I'm not disputing that I'm a whore. Actually, I'm not disputing
You
that
can't
I'm a
say that on
tramp.
live. It's TikTok TOS, by the way, so don't you can't say
Oh,
that.
okay.
But like,
I apologize. I apologize. Okay.
just say
So
304 or 403, whatever you want to say.
okay. So I've never denied the fact that I'm one of the biggest teas in the world.
Yeah. So then,
Okay.
why do you expect otherwise from your partner?
Why do I expect other than that from my partner?
Yeah.
Because the difference again is that she can pull anybody she wants. She can pull anybody she wants.
Not true.
I can't.
Not true.
Huh?
I guarantee you that any person cannot pull whoever they want. I promise you that.
If the girl is halfway attractive, and I'm talking
Yeah.
about
If
a
no,
six or better,
anyone in the world, right? I promise you,
a
not every
six
single
or
person
better.
that they would want to be with would they be able to be with if they have a
I'm talking
general
about a
amount of
six
like
or
people that
better.
they want to be with.
Okay. If she is a six or better, okay, negating the 5% of men that are just like me and actually have the status as far as money goes. Okay.
Rick, you're
They can
rich.
pull anybody that they want.
Rick, you're
Okay.
rich.
Am I rich?
Yeah,
No, I
you
haven't
said
been rich for a long time.
that you
Okay.
have like a bunch of status with money.
No, I used to. I used to.
Used
I used
to
to be a bad guy. Yeah, I used to be a bad guy. I used to make a lot of money. Okay.
a
And
bad guy.
the girls I pulled all knew I had money. And all those girls would go out on dates with me and go do whatever I wanted to because they knew damn good and well I was fixing to blow somewhere on average between $300 to $700 a night on them.
Yeah. So you want to know what's crazy, Ricky? Are you saying that people would only
That,
date you because of your money?
huh?
Are you saying that you could only sleep with people because of your money?
Oh, whenever I was growing up, oh hell yeah, that was the only reason. That was the only reason I pulled so many girls because they all knew damn good and well I had the money to pay to piss away on them.
Yeah, and they probably knew damn well you got nothing else to offer.
And it's not a lie. They knew there was no chance of staying in my circle. They knew that there was no chance of me keeping them. They knew whenever I took them out that it was a one night stand and that was all that was going to be happening. Okay. Never lied to, never cheated on, never exaggerated a scenario with a single one of those ladies. Never. Always told them the truth. We go out, we have fun. Wherever the night goes, it goes. At the end of the night or the next morning, okay, whichever the case may be, the date is over.
Ricky, you're a glorified sugar daddy.
No, I'm a glorified tramp. There's a difference.
A
Okay.
glorified what?
Tramp.
What's that?
A tramp.
Yeah, what's that?
Whenever I come over, used to a long time ago, whenever I used to come over to my friend's house, the fish stopped swimming. Okay.
No,
Nail anything breathing.
can you tell me what that means?
Nail anything breathing.
Ricky, I guarantee 99% of the people in the chat would not sleep with you.
It doesn't matter. Not now. I don't care. I could care less. I have my wife. Okay. That part's irrelevant. I have the one lady that matters to me in my lifetime now.
Okay.
That's all that matters to me. Okay. But we're not talking about me. We're talking about whether or not it matters if a woman has a body count versus a man having a body count.
Yeah, and you're
Okay.
saying that a high body
There's
count should matter
not.
for women but not for men, but you've yet to give me a relevant distinction between women and men insofar as that opportunities matter for women but they do not matter for men.
That's because you're not listening. The reason the high body count matters is because the man has to earn it without any, just a plain Jane. Okay.
No. For
In other
example,
words, if you
I'll
take,
give you a specific example. Vinny Hacker, all he does is post videos on the internet of him staring at the fucking screen, and they get millions of views. So he doesn't do hard work at all, and he has tens of millions of followers. Right? He has more opportunities than the average woman. So if he has the same body count as the average woman, under your view, because it was easy for him, he should be looked at in a more negative connotation.
no, no,
Exactly right.
because he still had to earn
You
it.
don't apply the reasoning to men, but you do apply it to women.
No, the part you're missing, is that he still had to earn that status.
He didn't
See, that's the
earn.
part
Wait,
you're
wait, wait,
missing.
wait. Okay. So then women earn that status by getting ready, by posting themselves on TikTok, right? Stuff like that, right? That's the same thing that Vinny Hacker did.
No,
No, no.
you're missing it completely. Okay, he had to earn that status. Even if she wasn't on TikTok,
Bro, he literally stared at
okay,
a phone screen. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And he got millions of views. Like, come on, like let's be totally fucking real. Let's be
yeah,
totally
let's be
real.
totally real. Okay, he still had to earn that status. It doesn't matter
That's
how he
not,
earned it.
dude. What do you mean that's
It
earning
doesn't
it? I
matter
appreciate the
how he
handout.
earned
Thank
it.
you, dude. What do you mean? I appreciate the handout.
It
Thank you so
doesn't
much.
matter how the guy earns the status. Okay, it matters that he
Oh, so it
has
doesn't matter how the
the
woman.
status.
Okay. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It doesn't
Okay,
matter how the woman earned the status. It matters that she has the status. You just conceded on your own point.
no, I did not.
You
The
literally
woman
just
doesn't
did.
have to have any status. That's the part you're
Wait,
missing,
that is
dude.
status. Do you not understand that attractiveness is status, my guy? What are you talking about?
An ugly girl can get laid in a bar, and an ugly guy
Well
can't
then,
get
there's
laid
some
in a
notion
bar.
of status
There's
that exists
no
there, right?
distance there. Okay,
I
that's
mean,
the part you're
ugly man
missing.
can get engaged in intercourse too.
Okay, so you're just delusional, is what you're telling me.
How am I delulu for saying
You,
that an unattractive man can engage in intercourse?
dude, have you never been to a bar? You're
I have.
21, right? You're 21, right?
Yeah, I've been to a bar.
Okay. Have you been to bars?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been to bars. Okay.
Yes.
So, have you ever went to a bar just to watch? Have you
Not
ever
just
went
to
to a
watch,
bar and
no.
just watched people?
I've
Okay.
watched people, but
Try
not
that.
just to watch. I'm not a
Okay.
spectator.
Okay. So, here's what I want you to do. Okay. Friday night, this Friday night coming up. Okay. Go to the bar. Don't don't go hitting on anybody. Don't go having fun.
Yeah, I have
Sit
a girlfriend.
quietly at the bar.
Okay.
Again, I'm talking about, just talking to people. I don't want you to do none of that. I want you to just sit at the bar. Okay. The closest bar, or the closest bar stool to the exit. Okay. And then I want you to watch the people all night long. That's what I want you to do. I want you to just watch the people all night long. Okay. And at the end of the night, if your numbers come up even remotely close to the concept that you're talking about, okay, then we can have a conversation on whether or not people, or
I did
whether
it.
or not a
I did it.
woman's numbers
Yep. I
matter.
did it. I did it. I
Okay,
already did it.
you've done it,
Yep.
and you're telling me that the guys have left the bar equally empty-handed as the girls have left the bar equally empty-handed at the end of the night.
No, I didn't say equally, but I do agree that women on average have more opportunities. I've never disputed that, right? But you don't care about opportunities because I brought up in scenarios in which men have greater levels of opportunities and it's easier for them to engage in intercourse. You don't care if they have a high body count. You just don't give a fuck. So you only apply the standard to women. You don't apply it to men. You're just not willing to take accountability for your own actions.
The only person it matters to is women.
Well,
the body count only matters to the women.
I don't. What do you mean it only matters to women? Why?
Why should it only matter for women?
Yeah.
Because they're the ones that get to decide yes or no at the end of the night.
You know what's crazy, Rick? Every single time I engaged in intercourse, I also decided the exact same thing.
I'm not talking about consent, you damn fool. I'm not
talking yes or no. I'm not talking about consent.
That is not what I'm talking about. You keep throwing this bullshit you keep throwing this bullshit wording in there of consent. I don't give a fuck about consent.
Yeah,
okay.
You don't. That's
We're not
gross.
talking
That's
about
gross.
consent,
That's gross,
dude.
Ricky, don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say I don't give a fuck about consent. One.
Don't take it out of context, asshole.
Two. I'm not taking shit out of context.
You know damn good and well what I'm talking about. You're sitting here talking about
dude. You literally were talking about consent.
The guy saying yes or no. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about. That is not what we're talking about.
No?
We're not talking about consent.
Wait,
we're not talking about consent.
Yes, we are. Ricky, can you define?
We're not talking about consent. No, you're talking about body count. Make up your mind. Either you want to have a live on body count or you want to have a live on consent. Okay?
Okay, we're having a conversation about body count, and that conversation about body count relates to consent.
What I'm talking about is body count. Body count does reflect on a woman because at the end of the night, she is the only one that gets to decide whether or not you have sex.
No, you also decide. Okay,
dude.
You want to know what's crazy,
okay,
Rick?
So
Rick,
hold
on. Let me respond, or I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you if you don't let me respond.
Right
let me respond.
You're telling me right now. If you're
let
girl,
me respond.
If
let me
you're
respond.
Girl,
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to let me respond, Ricky, and then you can respond, okay? So when it relates to this, I'm not making claims about equality in terms of opportunities. I showed you that you don't care about opportunities in the first place. I've already proven that standard wrong, right? If you don't care about opportunities, it's just man engaging in intercourse good, woman engaging in intercourse bad, right? And you give me no reason as to why. Again, I'm just going to keep asking you the question as to why it is that way, right? These are basic questions. If you can't answer these basic questions, I don't know what to tell you. Also, in terms of consent, the consent, it's very fucking clear. It's very fucking clear, okay? If you define consent, it's going to relate to an individual agreeing or not agreeing upon meaningfully to a particular circumstance or like a set of actions, right? It is the case that if you say yes or no to something, that would be a notion that we would associate with consent. So you bringing up women saying a yes or no, and also saying the way that men can say yes or no, is a notion of consent that you're referencing. All right, Ricky, go ahead and speak. Go ahead and speak, Ricky. Because you are making it seem like men just like can't say yes or no. Like, I don't know. Every single time I've engaged in intercourse, I'm pretty sure I had the ability to consent. Ricky, you got to click the people in the bottom. Remember, and then click the little microphone.
Okay, so answer the question. Every time you've wanted to have sex with your girl, she has said yes every time.
Oh, no. In a relationship,
okay, so
not every single time you want to engage in intercourse, do you?
So can we stop with the consent bullshit, right?
Wait, Ricky.
Okay.
The same way, Ricky, the same way goes the other way around. There were points in times in my relationships. Well, listen. There were points in times in my relationships in which they wanted to engage in intercourse, but I didn't want to.
Okay.
And I said no.
Dude, it's not about consent. Okay.
It is.
It's not. The fact that you think men have the right, okay, to turn down any girl, no matter if she hits on him or not, okay, if he's wanting to get laid. You're telling me that if a beautiful girl walked up onto this guy and he's wanting to get laid, okay, but for some odd reason, let's say her eyes are too close together, okay, you're going to tell me that whenever that pretty girl hits on him, he's going to look at her and go, nah, I ain't feeling it today.
Yeah. There are some men
and
that
walk
don't want
away.
to like when I was out of my relationship and I was single and I wasn't talking to anyone at that point. I went to bars. I didn't talk to a single person. Right? There are people that talk to. I didn't
Not
talk to a
talking to a
single
girl is
person.
an entire. Not talking to people is an entirely different thing than walking in that bar saying I'm going to get laid tonight, and then
Again,
walking out without a girl.
wait. Why are we assuming that every single man walks into a bar, right, saying, "I'm going to engage in intercourse tonight"?
Because that's why they walk into the bar.
No, what? What are you talking about, dude? I
If
don't.
you
Have you
go
ever
into a
not gone?
bar
Wait,
for
wait, wait.
anything
Have you ever
other,
gone to a
if you
bar
are
with?
going
Wait,
to a
hold up, man.
bar
Hold
for
up, man.
anything other than to get laid,
Ricky. Have you ever gone to a
what?
bar with your friends just to fucking chill with your friends? Like I went to a bar recently with my friends. This is probably a month or two ago, and it was just one of them was playing at the bar, right? I didn't go to engage in intercourse with anyone. They didn't go to engage in intercourse with anyone. They went to go see their friend play at the bar.
Well, you and your friends are probably the weirdest bunch of fucking people I've ever heard of in my entire life. Because I have never in my entire life, went to a bar without the expressed implicit idea of taking a girl home.
Yeah, that is fucking
Never.
crazy.
If
I think
I
you're the
want to
weird
get
one. I think wait, Ricky. I think you're the weird one for that. Right, Ricky, I
really,
think that
because
yeah,
I
I
have a
think
whole
that
crew of guys, I have a whole crew of guys that I can call up right now, and every one of them will
you are
come
not
over to
Barney
my house
Stinson.
and
You are
get
not Barney
shit
Stinson,
fucked
my guy. You are
drunk.
not Barney Stinson.
Okay.
You are not Barney Stinson. That's wild, bro. Why are you trying to do that every single time you go to the fucking bar? That's wild, bro.
Why would you go to a bar otherwise? If you can get drunk anywhere, why the hell would you go to a
I appreciate
bar?
the hanging lights. Thank you so much to hang out with people. You can
You
hang out with
don't
your
have
friends at the
friends that
bar.
can hang out with you at your house?
You can hang out with your house, or you can hang out at the bar. Either or can be the case. I went to many bars where I didn't go to like sleep with
Why
people.
would you piss away $300 if you just wanted to drink with your friends?
I'm not throwing away
What?
$300 when I go drink with my friends.
Really?
Yes.
So what are you drinking that doesn't cost you $300 at a bar in one night?
Like White Claws or like fucking shots or like basic drinks. How the fuck are you spending $300? Please explain.
How are you not?
I
I
appreciate
go
the
to a
subscription. Thank you so
bar,
much.
I'm
I
hitting
buy basic shit. I buy normal shit. I don't know. I don't know how you spend 300. The chats also agree with me. 300 is crazy. It's
300 is
like
crazy.
yeah,
I
300 is
piss away
crazy.
$300 in a night at a bar. You
Okay,
drinking if
if
you're
three wait
drinking
wait wait
Jack and Coke,
Ricky, if
Crown
300
Royal, and
hey, if
huh?
$300 is nothing, give me $300 right now. I'm a Venmo Cash App in the bio.
No,
Oh, well, that's what I
I'm
thought,
not.
buddy.
I'm not giving. I'm not. This is why I don't go to bars. Okay, this is why I don't go to bars. I'm not pissing away $300
You
to
don't
get
have
drunk.
to. You don't have
Yeah,
to.
you do,
You
dude.
don't. You,
Go to the
you do not
bar.
have
Go to the
to.
bar and drink Jack and Coke all night long, and tell me what your bill is at the end of the night.
All night long, I don't drink a million drinks. I drink one or two, or like two, maybe three drinks max, and that would be most. I actually don't even
So
drink
you're not
anymore, by
even
the way.
going to the bar to get drunk.
That is getting
So you're
drunk.
not even going to the
Ricky,
bar to
I'm just
get
not an
drunk.
alcoholic.
Who said anything about being an alcoholic?
If you need more than three drinks to get drunk, I'm sorry. Likely speaking, you've got a little bit of an issue.
Oh, I know I got an issue. That's why I don't drink very often. Okay. It's also why I quit doing drugs. But that
Uh,
has nothing to do with the average human being. Okay. The average human being
how many drinks
that
do you
goes
need,
to the
Ricky?
bar,
Ricky, please
huh?
tell me, how many drinks do you need to get drunk? Please let me know.
Oh, depends. I mean, are we talking about blackout drunk, or are we talking about just feeling good, or what?
Like a good level of drunk, a moderate level of drunk.
Moderate level of drunk? Well, okay. So last Christmas party at my boss's place was probably 12 or 13 Jack and Cokes and Crown and Cokes,
To get
somewhere
drunk,
around there.
moderately drunk? Yeah, you're an alcoholic,
Yeah,
dude. You're an
you know,
alcoholic.
No, I'm not. I'm not an alcoholic. I have a very
Bro, what
high.
do you mean? 12, dude.
I have
Fuck,
a very high
bro.
tolerance
That's
for alcohol, and that is the honest to God's truth.
to get.
If
Wait,
I'm
I
going to get
said
drunk,
I didn't even say. Wait, what's blackout drunk for you? Because moderately, I
what
would black out
blackout
drunk
drunk?
at 15. Moderately drunk I would expect like a 3 or maybe like a 2 would get me moderately drunk. I'm a lightweight for that. 3 is gonna be like you're tipsy, you're
I don't
moderately
know.
drunk, right? But
Wow. Okay.
13?
So no, you're talking blackout drunk. Uh, well, let's see. The last time I wound up with alcohol poisoning, which was probably 20 years ago, uh, me and two girls killed 3/5 of Jack, a fifth of vodka, uh, fifth of that tequila rose, and a half a bottle of Crown. That was blackout drunk with two girls.
That is so fucked up. No person who does not have some level of huge alcohol tolerance could do something like that. I'm sorry, let's be real here. Let's be
We
so
are being
real.
real. We are being real. I have an extremely high tolerance for drugs and alcohol. Always have had.
Yeah, that's wild. How did we even get to this conversation? Can we get back to reality real quick?
Sure.
Again, you gave no
So the
argument
whole,
as to why it should matter for women but not for men. Can you give me a relevant distinction as to why opportunities matter for women but not for men?
as far as opportunity is an entirely different thing than the body
Liver
count.
POV. Stop.
Okay. The body count, the reason the body count, and you take, we're not talking about consent. Okay. We're talking about body count. If the girl says no at the end of the night to every guy that hits on her, okay, then she goes home alone. Okay.
If a man says no to everyone in the bar, he goes home alone.
How many guys do you know that's going to say no?
I know, like any man that I would consider good.
That's not in a relationship. That's not in a
Yeah, yeah,
relationship. Let's get
yeah,
that straight.
yeah, yeah. Like
You're
many,
telling
many
me a
men that I would
single
consider
guy.
good would do that.
You're telling me a single guy,
Yeah,
okay, that hasn't had sex in 6 months. Let's say shits and giggles, 6 months. Okay,
yeah. Likely speaking, if it's
average
been that
girl.
long, it's like they're probably looking for like a meaningful connection with someone.
No, they're not. They're looking for somebody to say yes. Average girl walks up to that guy and hasn't had sex in 6 months, and she offers a night. You're telling me that guy is going to go, I'm just not up for a one night stand.
Yeah,
You truly believe that?
yeah. That's Rick. That's what I would do.
I didn't say you. I said the average guy.
Oh, the
We've
average
already
guy. The average
decided
guy
that
might say
you are not
yes.
the average
Yeah,
guy. We've
yeah.
already
The
figured
average
out
guy
that
might say
you.
yes. Like, hold up. The average guy might say yes. Sure, right? I don't know why. That's
Okay.
relevant though.
So that right there. So we've already decided you are not an average guy and I am not an average guy. Okay.
When it
You and
relates
I
to this
sit on
one thing.
two extreme. You and I sit on the extreme of both ends of this conversation. Okay. So you are not an average guy and I am not an average guy. Okay. But you're telling me that the average guy is going to go, no, I'm not up for a one night stand.
The average guy is probably okay with a one night stand.
Exactly. Exactly. And that is the difference between the body counts.
Wait, you understand
Okay.
that? You understand the average woman is okay with a one night stand too, right?
Yes, I understand that the woman is okay with it, a one night stand. Okay. But at the end of the night, okay, it's the difference in the roles. Okay. So what I'm saying is if the guy walks up to that average girl and hits on her and she says no, that guy doesn't get none from her. Okay. Whereas if
This is literally a
she,
conversation about
the
consent.
average girl, if this is the difference, if she, the average girl, walks into that same bar, okay, and hits on that same average guy, you really think that average guy is going to go, no, I'm not feeling it tonight, honey.
What is the relevance of this?
It's the difference between the body counts.
The difference
See,
between the body. I don't see how this is a relevant difference because Rick, you're just relating back to the idea of opportunities, which we already disputed.
Yes, which you still have not comprehended.
Well, no, we already disputed it.
This is the problem. This is
It's not me not comprehending, Ricky. Ricky, it's not me not comprehending. It's you literally. We already went over this. We already explained this. You're repeating yourself.
No, but
Christian
you
the Corgi, thank you so
get it.
much. I don't get
But
it.
you
You
still
don't get it,
don't get it.
Ricky. What are you talking about?
No, you don't get it, brother. Okay? You can't tell me that the average guy has the same opportunities as that average girl.
I have already said many times in this conversation when we're relating to engaging in intercourse, women on average have a higher amount of opportunities than men do. We've already brought this up. I gave you a scenario where a man has more opportunities than the average woman, right? And it is the case that if they had the same body count, you wouldn't look at the man in a more negative connotation. That means you violated your standard, right? Your standard only applies to women and does not apply to men here.
Yes. That's because
that's exactly the point, right? So it's not about the reasoning. It's not about the opportunities. It's about the fact that they're women. So you have a double standard on the basis of the fact that there's just men good, women bad, right? And that there's no other reason.
No. Not women bad. Not women bad.
That literally is what it is. You're saying men engaging in intercourse and one night stands good. Women engaging in intercourse and one night stands bad. That's your worldview.
Don't put words in my mouth. Never have I
didn't. That's what you said, buddy.
Women bad. Never have I said women bad.
That is ultimately what you said.
No. If I don't say it, then that's not what it was talking about. Okay? So you don't get to put words in my mouth at all, ever.
I just did deal with it. You literally said that. Okay, that was the sum of what you said, because the point I was making is that your idea when it relates to opportunities, that fell through. So if it doesn't relate to opportunities, the only reason is just going to be men and women. Appreciate the night helmet. Thank you so much. Unless you can provide a relevant distinction between men and women within this particular case as to why it would matter. And all you've done to me is describe again that women have more opportunities on average than men, which I've already agreed with. That's not relevant in terms of giving a distinction as to why this rule is supposed to apply to women but not to men.
How is that not relevant?
Because in this case, it is the case that the man has a higher amount of opportunities.
No, the man does not have a higher opportunity.
In this particular case, it does. That was the scenario. I gave you a case of Vinny
I'm not talking about the one-off scenario.
Yeah, you're talking. I was asking. Average. Yeah, because you changed the topic. I was asking you for a relevant distinction as it relates to the cases that I mentioned, right? As to why you apply it to the men or women, but you do not apply it to the men. And you gave me something that doesn't even relate to that question. Okay, so would you like to answer my question?
Average woman can walk into the average bar and pick up the average man, and the average guy cannot do the exact same thing, then there is a big discrepancy there.
Ricky, we just went over this.
So this is the bullshit conversation that you guys keep dragging into it. Okay?
You guys? Who's you guys?
You think everybody that thinks like you.
What do you mean? Thinks body count matters the same for men and women? My bad.
Yes.
My bad.
Yes, exactly. Okay? Because of your bullshit scenario, you get these girls out here that get run through like trains. And then
you have a 214 body count. Don't even. You got ran through like a train. Ricky, come on. You got ran through like a train. That was you. Not them. That was you. You have 214, bro.
Don't sit there and fucking run your mouth off at me about my body count.
I just did.
We already did. Okay? But you're being a dick and you're not accepting
I'm being a dick?
Okay.
I'm being a dick? You just wait, hold up. Let me call out the hypocrisy for a second. I'm being a dick for calling out his body count when he was just calling out women for saying they're quote unquote ran through like trains, okay? That is the highest level of projection I've ever seen. That is the highest level of projection. It's almost like it's wrong to call out Ricky for his body count, but it's okay to call out women. I appreciate the train. Thank you so much, Carissa. I appreciate it. That was probably the one that Ricky was on.
You sit there and run your mouth like you talking these girls into getting run through like trains, and then at the end of the
body count should matter for men. Wait, hold up.
And 40 years old, and they can't find a man.
Dude, again, you're the one that's ran through like a train, my guy. I'm literally saying body count should matter for both men and women equally. That's my worldview. I'm holding men to the same standard as I'm holding women. The point of this live is not to say body count shouldn't matter at all. The point of this live is to say that we should hold ourselves to the same standards when it relates to things like responsibility that we care about. If you care about body count, right, and you think it should matter for the opposite sex or the people that you are attracted to, well, then you should hold yourself to that exact same standard as it's something that relates to responsibility in which you can hold yourself to that same standard, and it would make sense to hold yourself to that same standard. That's my point. There's not an issue. Some people care about it, some people don't, right? It works for some people to care about it. It works for some people not to care about it, right? But apply the same standards to yourself. That's the whole point of this live. All right. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to allow him to continue speaking. I don't know why, Ricky. Why do I have to mute you so much? Like, I never mute people, dude.
But that's not the point of the conversation. Okay. You're trying to convince these women.
Oh, he just got content flagged. Ricky just got content flagged, chat. We're going to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 250,000 likes, y'all.
Hey, Parker.
Oh, gosh, not again.
I missed you, bro.
Dude, look at the chat, bro.
The chat? What are they? Hey, chat. What's up? I love chat. I love you. I love chat. I feel like we went over this, bro, a few times, and I'm sad I got to do this to you again, Parker.
Do you have anything new this time? Because everything you've given me so far has been very, very mediocre.
But there's new people here, so they should hear it too.
I'm not running over the same point, Marcel.
Why? Because it's irrefutable?
No, because it's the same conversation we already did, and it's boring.
All right. Well, there is, Parker, there is no other point. There's one reason body count matters more for women than it does for men. There's one reason, bro. And what that man was just saying, because women have more access, that's a dumb argument. That is stupid. That is not a valid argument at all.
At least we agree there, Marcel.
Yeah, we agree there. That's a stupid argument. But the reason body count matters for women more than it does for men is because men care more about body count and women care less. You know what I mean?
Didn't I already give you a critique to this? Like this would essentially be justifying, right? Like people
let's stay on body count.
Wait, no, this does relate to this, right? Because
let's stay on body count.
Hey man, Marcel, like it's the argument you're using. The reasoning that you're providing, it can be applied to other circumstances. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So I'm applying it to other circumstances as a reductio ad absurdism to either reduce your view to an absurd claim or a contradiction, right? That's the point of these different types of counterexamples.
Okay, but look, what I'm telling you is, let me ask you a question. Do you think women enforce the fact that body count matters to them as much as men?
I think that men are more likely to care about body count a bit more than women, but it is the case that women do care about body count and do have a point where they say this is too much.
You're beating around.
I did say men care about more. I did say men care more.
Do men care about body count more, and do they enforce it more in their lives,
yes,
in dating lives? Okay, that's why it matters more for women.
On average.
Women.
It is the case that women still care and have standards where they say it's too much. It's just a slightly like longer out standard than it would be for men.
Yeah, it's women don't care at all like we do. I'm not saying they don't care at all.
They do care.
But it's not even close to the way a man cares.
It is close.
And this is, the thing is, if you guys, women, I'm not even against you. I'm just telling you this. If you guys want body count to matter for men as much as you want it to matter for you guys, enforce it more. You guys have to enforce the fact that it matters to you guys more, because I've never heard a man tell a girl his body count and the woman is turned off by that. I've never seen it.
What are you talking about? That happens in the chat all the time. Like when that guy just mentioned his 212 body count, did you not see all the women in the chat being like, whoa?
Parker, people on the internet are whoever they want to be. These women like the same 20 guys at school, the same 20 popular, good-looking guys at school or at work. The women, people, or
Can you
whoever
give me
they
evidence of
wanna
that,
be
Marcel?
on the internet, Parker. Parker,
Marcel, can you give me any evidence of that? That just seems like conjecture to me.
you believe everything these women are saying in the
No, you
comments.
believe everything you just say out of your mouth, right? I'm not
It's
believing what you're
experience.
saying right
It's
now.
life experience, Parker.
What life experience, bro? What are you
Lots
talking
of life
about?
experience.
You've been in the same relationship since you were 16. What are you talking about? What life experience?
I've been through a lot, Parker. I've seen a lot.
Okay. When you were in high
Yeah.
school?
Huh?
When you were in high school?
As an adult, I have friends who are in relationships. I see a lot. I got
Yeah,
friends
I have friends
still
who are in
talking to women.
relationships too, Marcel.
You said what?
I have friends who are in relationships too, Marcel.
Yeah, of course. But it's really simple, bro. Men enforce body count and they care about it a lot, like deeply, Parker. And you know this, Parker.
Some men care about it a lot deeply. Some men don't care about it at all, right? There's some men that say that they care about it, and then when push comes to shove, right,
Does it
they
matter for
actually
you?
will
Does it
still
matter
be
for
with
you?
someone who has a higher body count.
Does body count matter for you?
To some degree, yeah.
To
I
some
apply the
degree.
same standards to myself, though, yeah.
You
Like
apply-
I wouldn't say that like someone with like what you'd consider like if someone has like a quote unquote 10 body count or something like that, right? That's not going to be something where I'm like, oh, I'm going to not talk to this person over this, right? That's not how I look at like body count. But sure, right? Like when it relates to it, the idea is that someone would be more compatible with me if they have closer values when it relates to engaging in intercourse with someone. And someone my age engaging in intercourse with someone, likely speaking, if they have a lower body count, they're more likely to be looking for emotional connection. They're more likely to look for emotional connection when they're engaging in intercourse. And that's a notion of compatibility that would be relevant in the context of a relationship.
So you would, but Parker, you would rather your girlfriend have a lower body count. Is that what you're saying?
More similar to me.
Okay, but is that lower?
Well, yeah, because I have a low body count. Because I'm saying like the idea is that the idea is that we have a similar notion or similar idea or values when it relates to engaging intercourse, right? I engage in intercourse with people on the basis of an emotional connection, right? So it's like if someone also has that same sort of value, it's more likely that we're going to be compatible within that particular respect. Do you agree?
Yeah. So Parker, but body count matters to you. Like if you meet a girl with 50 bodies, are you dating her?
Yeah, I could date with someone who has 50 bodies, but like, I mean, realistically speaking, if someone is that age, right, likely speaking, they're not going to be compatible with me within that respect. Because it is the case that if someone's 21 years old and they've engaged with 50 people up to the age of 21, likely speaking, they're not engaging in intercourse on the basis of an emotional connection.
So Parker, I'm gonna be honest. What's happening is what I knew what was happening, because Parker, we've talked in Discord. And you have a completely different tone right now.
That is not true. That is fucking false. Marcel, do not say that. I say the exact same shit. I've said this to you too on Discord because I tried to fucking get you to change your positions. I literally the exact same shit I say. The exact same shit. That is a fucking lie. That is an absolute lie.
Parker.
That is an absolute lie.
Parker. I'm lying, Parker.
Yeah, you actually are lying. That is completely false, dude.
Parker, you... Oh, wait. In the chat, bring up that Discord then. Chat, I actually...
Oh, it's a call. It's a call.
I recorded the whole thing, Parker.
First of all, that's illegal, but second of all, actually, go for it.
Parker,
I recorded
the whole thing.
I'll watch it. I'll watch it with you, and I'll explain every single one of my views.
Parker, because
I say the same shit on live.
You clearly stated that the women on your live are fucking delusional, and you would.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said at all. That is not fucking what I said.
I said
the people who have. Wait,
I will drop the clips.
That is not what I said. You can drop. Go ahead. You can do that. By the way, that's not what I said.
Saying you guys are delusional.
That's literally not what I said at all.
Follow me.
Let me clarify. You can. By the way, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. You can go for it. By the way,
do I have permission
that is not
from you
what
to
I said.
Post the clips?
Dude, it is the case. You can post if you want, right? Go for that. It is the case that I literally said people are delusional for having positions, not for being women. So I clarified to you right after that. Let me finish. I clarified right after that the reason why I come on here and I do these lives is because it matters like that within the context of society. Because I want to hold men to notions of accountability. That's what I said to you right after that, by the way. So the fact that you literally didn't engage with anything I just said and you try to do this is so fucking utterly disingenuous, dude. So utterly disingenuous.
Parker.
Because I literally gave exact context. I say the same things on live as I say off live.
You have a different tone, Parker. Off live, you're like way more masculine. Like you're like a normal dude. You're completely different off of this live.
Can you explain how I'm more masculine?
Brother, you don't act like this. We talk
Act
to
like
each other
what?
outside of here. You don't
Yeah.
act like
Can you
this.
Can you explain what characteristics?
Parker, okay. So first of all, Parker, you specifically told me you're looking for a lower body count. Like that's your ideal.
I told
girlfriend.
you that the preferences that I have are with people in which are compatible with me. I've already explained this on live a million times. So yes, I am looking for people that are compatible with me when it relates to relationships. Literally, I've said this a million times on live. This is not new information. If you've been on my live, if you've listened to hold up, listen. If you've listened to my live at all, I have said this on live a million times.
But Parker, why won't you just repeat what, like, I'm looking for a lower body count? Why is that so hard for you to repeat? You could said it in private like it was nothing.
I am looking for someone that has a lower body count that is similar to mine, right? Because I have a lower body count. I've said that a million times on live.
But Parker,
I'm already in a relationship, so I'm not looking for anyone.
But Parker, so you say you're looking for someone with a body count similar to yours. So and when yours rises, you're still looking for someone.
Yes.
Parker, that does not make sense.
I'm so serious. I'm not looking for someone like I'm not saying I only want to be with someone who's like a virgin. I'm looking for someone that's similar to me, right? You have to have some notion of like an ability to be able to like determine what you want as well. Many people that have no experience at all have no capacity to determine what they want. Almost none, like way less comparative to people who have gone through these types of experiences. If you've been in a relationship before, you're more likely to know what you look for in relationships. You're more likely to have developed characteristics that would be valuable to sustaining and maintaining relationships.
I get you, Parker. But you agreed with me, bro. You agreed with me that like 98% of men care about body count. Like it's huge.
I did not say 98% of men. I said most men care about it. Yes. I've said that a million times on live too. Like Marcel, I said most men. I've said that on live every single time I talk about this topic, okay? For you to literally come on here and to argue that like I'm saying things off live that I don't say on live and that I'm a different person or whatnot, these are all false claims about me.
So Parker,
right? These are all false claims about me. I've literally described this, and if you've been on my live, if you watch stuff, the people who have been in my live, who have been on here before, these exact things that you've just said, I've said them on live millions of times.
So Parker, you didn't tell me what was that? You didn't tell me that I do have a point, because I said it on when we were talking privately in our call. I said women barely ever enforce body count, and you barely get to know that they care. And you said, yeah, I agree. If women want men body count to matter more, they need to start enforcing it the way men do.
Yeah, so here, let me clarify my whole view, right? My view is that yeah, women do enforce it, right? They do enforce it. They just enforce it less often as men do. Okay?
A lot less often.
No, I did not say a lot less often. I said less often.
I'm not saying you said that, but they enforce it a lot less often.
I appreciate those descriptions so much.
It's like not even close.
No, it is relatively close. If you look at the data, I've told you this a million times.
Yeah, Parker. I will say something.
Actually, Marcel, before you do, I also wanted to say that like my view is that if people in general want it to matter more, it is the case that they can enforce it in the context of their relationships. But also the idea is to hold the people to these standards in the context of your own beliefs. Right? These are all bases to it considerably mattering differently in the context of society. Right? And that would be true for men and women. Right? So that's why I actually go on live and I hold men accountable, because I want it to matter for men, right? Because they say that it should matter for women.
Okay, right? yeah, you did say that. Okay, true.
You know, I say the exact same shit on live.
Yeah, you did
off
say
live. That's
okay, but look, someone in the comments just said, after I said women enforce it less and they don't care as much, she says that's because women aren't as superficial. So even they agree that they don't care about that stuff as much. But let me ask you this, Parker. Freaking damn it, what was I about to say? Okay, so I see these girls leaving shrimp emojis and saying I'm insecure. Didn't you say you don't like that argument at all?
I don't like the body shaming. I've said this a million times on live before. I've called out people. I've literally said this a million times in my life. I don't like body shaming. But it is the case that you legitimately, Marcel, do have insecurities. I've talked to you in that call that you want to reference.
We
You
both
talked about the
agreed.
fact that you had insecurities. And
We
I
both-
say
No,
everyone
not
has some
just
level of
me.
insecurities.
Parker, not just me, every man. We both agree
Yes.
that
Every woman has some level of insecurity.
No. Parker, let's say what we said in private, right? You agreed with me that.
Oh wait, we're not going. Wait, Marcel. That's not something we can talk about on live, unironically, because that relates to things that like are not like PG stuff for TikTok. Okay.
I'm not gonna go anywhere outside of PG. But
Yeah,
you agree.
Also-
So when the women say, "Oh, you're insecure," you agreed that men have valid insecurities about high body count,
wait.
and
Yeah.
that's
So
a
yeah.
really petty argument.
Wait. Yeah, people have valid insecurities when it relates to stuff like people having like a higher body count or having lots of partners, as it relates to the idea that people can have what's considered unrealistic expectations. The same sorts of way that corn can develop unrealistic expectations as it relates to the idea that you're constantly in accordance with seeing all these different characteristics that the partner in the future that you might have may not possess. Right? That is true for both men and women.
Very much. But so when women,
And you know what's crazy? That's exactly what I said in that clip too. That's crazy.
so
That's wild. That's wild.
when a girl says, "Oh, so everyone on here calling me insecure." I'm in a 10-year relationship. You guys could only hope that you guys get what I get one day. Hopefully, you guys aren't lonely forever. No reason for me to be insecure. But Parker, when a man goes, "Oh, you have 30 bodies," I don't want to deal with that. And a guy just says, and a girl says, "Oh, you're insecure." That is a ridiculous argument. How is
and just in general, right? It can be an insecurity, right? It's not necessarily just because someone cares about a 30 body count that it would be an insecurity, though, right? That would be a distinction.
Yeah, that is absolutely
and oftentimes, I will give this. It is the case that people will use the idea that someone is insecure to sort of gaslight them out of this idea that having a particular preference like that can be considered valid. Right. But it is considered valid in the context in which you apply the exact same types of requirements to yourself. If you don't apply the same requirements to yourself, that is not a valid concept. What you're doing is you're being a hypocrite. You're like saying that they require this standard of responsibility. They can't engage in hookups, but I can engage in hookups. Rules for thee, but not rules for me. And we're talking about rules and responsibilities and things that you can act and engage with, right? These are things in which you can hold yourself to the same level of responsibility and standard to.
Okay, but Parker, what we're doing is this, right? So women are trying to get guys to say, "Oh, our body count should matter just as much as you guys." The only difference is you guys aren't enforcing it. That's like me going up to a girl. I'm 5'8". That's like me going up to a girl who only dates 6
Wait, actually, Marcel, women do enforce it. They're just not as likely to go on podcasts and enforce it that way.
Okay, cool. That's like me going up to a girl at 5'8", a girl who only wants a man that's 6 foot, and telling her, "You're wrong for that. You should hold yourself to the same standard. You're 5'5", and you want to
Marcel, I just explained this. That is not an action. Responsibility relates to actions, not to physical height. Physical height. Hold it. Physical height does not relate to responsibility. How could it relate to responsibility? That makes no sense. That's a physical characteristic in which you possess that you had no control over.
Okay, that does not mean a woman can't have a preference. A woman can want
I'm not
she
disputing the
wants.
idea of having a preference. Preferences in of itself are not necessarily bad. Certain preferences are bad. I'm saying this preference that you have. Wait, if you have a high, hold up, Marcel. If you have a high body count and you require someone to have a low body count, right? That is a hypocritical preference. That's why the preference is bad.
Okay, you're right. It is a hypocritical preference. Does that mean that he has to change it because you think it's hypocritical? So he must change because you think it's hypocritical.
I think it's. I mean, it is hypocritical, and I think that you should not hold the hypocritical notions in terms of like these standards of responsibility.
Cool, but Parker, when a guy says, "I want a girl with a lower body count," girls can't then complain and go, "Oh, what's your body count?" Because there is a million women in this world who are going to accept that.
Wait. Yeah, that is a valid question. If you ask what their body count is, them asking back what your body count is, how is that not a valid question? Given that you've already asked
standard.
it.
The
it's not a double standard.
Double standard. It 100% is a double standard.
No, you're applying the double standard
in life. Are there not double standards in life, Parker?
That doesn't mean that they should exist.
So what? They exist. You
They
guys need
shouldn't.
to live in reality.
I do live in
You
reality, but
cannot.
I'm saying it shouldn't be this way.
Okay, it shouldn't be this way, but Parker, guess what? It is. It
Okay,
is.
I never disputed that.
And you know the reason it's this way? It's because of women. Women have made men okay with having high body counts. I promise you, Parker, if I thought women cared about body count, I wouldn't have been a hoe, Parker. I wouldn't have been, because a lot of the things men do in life, it's to impress women.
So
So
yeah, okay, that's what it is then. So you would only care in the context of how another person would feel about you. And it's not this internal pressure and preferences and stuff. I understand that in the context of my life, if I decided to go hook up with people, that's not going to affect who I'm going to be able to be with at all. That's not going to be a big issue, generally speaking, if I just wanted to hook up with some people, right? But the idea is that it goes against my internal preferences for what I want in the context of a relationship, or how I view and value sex and intercourse and intimacy, okay? And I don't want to go outside of the context of the way that I value it, because that's the way that makes me feel most comfortable, and that's what I want in the context of my relationships. And there's nothing wrong
I
for
feel
me to
like
want
you
that.
guys, I feel like you're
Okay?
not hearing what I'm
What am I
saying.
not hearing? What am I not hearing?
Parker, listen, like, pay close attention, Parker.
I
The
am.
reason it matters is because men are going to enforce it. Parker, women do not, and I know you're gonna say yes they do, yes they do.
We're
Parker,
talking in a we're talking in a
this is
descriptive
from
sense.
this is from experience of 1,000 hookups, Parker. Women do
You do not
not
have 1,000
enforce
hookups.
body count. Women do not enforce body count. And that's the reason it doesn't matter for men. I promise you, Parker, if men grew up knowing that you were disgusting if you slept with a
By
lot
the way,
of women.
that's not true,
Okay,
Marcel.
Parker, let me finish. If men grew up getting SLUT shamed and getting called names and looked at as disgusting for having a lot of bodies, men would not just sleep with whoever, because we'd be held to that standard. The reason body count does not matter for men as much is because women don't hold us to that standard. That's it. That's all. That is all it is. And men hold women to that standard faithfully. Go ahead.
That's not the best way to hold ourselves to standards. And that's why I was responding to that point by saying that it's based upon my internal preferences and my internal values in association with like these types of things like sex and intimacy, not necessarily about the social expectations placed upon me in society. Because the social expectations that are placed upon me in society don't indicate that I should have these types of preferences and values. Yet internally speaking, I still have these preferences and values. I
Right.
would prefer to have a partner not who came to these conclusions about how they feel about these things because society expects them to be this way, but instead because they have the internal preferences to be in association with
You're
this.
talking about what you want. We're talking about why body count matters more for women than men. You're talking about what you want. I'm in
Yeah,
a
yeah, because when we talk about whether or not like body count matters to us, right? That's gonna be different than whether or not we talk about body count matters in society. But we're talking about in the sense in which there'd be compatibility in the context of relationship, how we'd feel about this sort of scenarios, things like that. That would be relevant to both men and women. And when you make this argument here that women don't enforce body count, that's clearly not true. That's clearly not true. Again, when we look at
Parker,
the data and when we look at
why
the
don't we see
statistics,
girls in the
let me
street
finish,
with a
Marcel.
microphone
Let me finish.
asking guys their body count and shaming
Because
them about it?
because that's not how women enforce these particular mechanisms. They would enforce so in the context of them just deciding to
They can
finish.
be the
Can I
front
finish?
runners.
Marcel, let me finish, please. Okay. It is the case that objectively speaking, when we look at the data, right, there is some level in which, on average, women care. Okay. That is objective in the data. Okay. This is not my opinion. This is not my feelings.
Data.
It is the data that indicates that they do care. Do they care as much as men in terms of the how much they would be willing to accept? No, right? But it is the case that there is a marginally small difference between men and women when it relates to that, because women do care. They are just less likely to shame men. They're less likely to go on podcasts and tear down men for these things.
It
And
doesn't
instead,
hurt them.
they're more likely, and instead, they're more likely
Parker,
to.
what did you say to
Instead,
me?
let me finish. Let me finish.
Parker, what did you say to me?
So, Marcel, I'm gonna finish. Okay, let me fucking finish. And instead, they're gonna be more like I literally can't remember what this is. They're gonna be more likely to just engage in these particular types of preferences within the context of whether or not they find a relationship with them. They're not going to demean people that they're never going to be in a relationship with, because when you go on podcasts and you go in front of these big platforms, you're demeaning people for a body count and which are never going to be with you in the first place.
Parker, let me ask you a question, bro. Off stream, what did you say to me? You said, I don't think women understand just how deeply it hurts a man. Like that body count thing. I don't think they understand.
Yeah. I agree. I think that there are many women out there that do not understand how much it hurts some men in terms of thinking about the ideas of body count. But what did I say right after that? But then what men don't realize is that they don't hold themselves to that exact same standard.
Because women don't. You didn't
That's
say
no. That's not the
Parker,
reason. Wait, no, hold on.
wait, Parker,
Again, because this is an internal notion
Parker,
of values.
you
It's not
didn't
based
think-
upon society.
Parker, you didn't say after that, oh, but I don't think men understand how much it hurts women. You didn't say that. You know why you didn't say that? Because you know it doesn't hurt them as much as it hurts us. Be real for a second, bro.
I do actually believe that, though. I do believe that. I do believe that that men don't understand how much it hurts women, because you come on here constantly and demean the idea that women care about it when women constantly do say that they care about it.
Okay.
Right?
But
Because
Parker,
there is a notion
this
of
is
like.
the only place
hold
in
on.
my life I've ever seen women say they care about body count. I've been on this earth
That's
for
not true.
26 years. You're telling me my experience isn't true?
No, I'm saying it's not true that only women care about it within this context.
Okay,
I wasn't trying to
Parker,
say that like your experience was not
my
true.
entire life, I've never seen a woman care about a man's body count once. I've never seen a girl go, oh, girl, he ran through. I can't mess with him. Ever. That's never happened.
They wouldn't use that terminology, but women might be
if
like,
it's
he's a
so
player.
common, why
wait,
have I never
wait,
seen
Marcel. They might be like, oh, he's a player, right? That's a red flag, right? That would be kind of how the way they reference it. They wouldn't reference it in demeaning language, like, oh, that person's ran through. They're gonna say, oh, that's just a red flag. That's something I don't like. Do you see how women are like just fucking nice to people, and then men are just like so mean for no fucking reason?
Women are mean. Did I not tell you I get death threats from your chat?
I agree
When
that
I
happens. I
get off
appreciate it.
of
Thank you
here,
so
I
much.
guarantee you these girls are all in my comments. They're
dude.
all in my messages for
Don't
one
act like men don't
opinion.
do that. Don't act like men don't do that. I appreciate
You
it. Thank
girls, women are
And
meaner
you know
than-
I'm against that. You know I'm against people doing that.
You girls literally go to my profile.
It's not
send me
these
messages.
girls. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It's a few people from the chat that I disagree with, and that most people overwhelmingly in the chat disagree
Parker,
with.
I promise you it's not a few. It's hundreds. When every time I
not
leave your
hundreds.
chat, I get hundreds of follows and comments and messages, and they're all over me. And they're all over me for one opinion I have. You guys
No.
don't know
You
me
said
at all.
you said death threats, right? I guarantee
Yeah.
you're not getting hundreds of them from women in my chat.
No. I didn't get hundreds of death threats. Hundreds
that's
of hate comments for sure. You guys,
Sure.
hate
I mean,
me.
I get hate comments too. Go. Actually, I can literally show you my Instagram comments. Literally, just a picture of me with my grandpa. I have like the most crazy comments because people just get angry on
and
the
that's
internet.
messed up. To hate someone because of an opinion they have is crazy.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Guys,
Wait. It's certain opinions. Okay, not a lot of the opinions that we're going to be talking about, but like there are certain opinions where it's okay to hate people for. If someone's racist, I'm going to hate someone for being racist. If someone thinks
Okay.
it's okay to grate people, I'm going to hate them for that
I'm not even
opinion.
gonna hate someone for being racist. I'm not gonna hate them for being. I don't know what they've been through in their life. I'm not gonna hate them.
What do you mean by
Is a
hate?
strong word, Parker.
What do you mean by hate?
I'm not gonna hate someone and go to their profile, give them a bunch of hate comments because they're racist. It's just it doesn't.
Wait, I never said that I'm going to give someone hate comments, but I'm not going to. I'm going to. Yeah, I hate racists. Like you can't say that you don't like racists.
I think they're ignorant. I think they're ignorant.
Okay, regardless of whether or not they're ignorant, do you not like the fact that they're racist?
I've worked with racist men, and what I will tell you is that I could work with them and laugh with them and talk to them, but I know they're racist. Like it's whatever. I still have to function in the real world. Like they're ignorant. What can I do about that? It's just their
I'm
opinion.
I'm saying, but you hate the idea that they're racist, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's super ignorant. I'm like,
Okay, so that's kind of what we're referencing. We hate the racism.
okay, but what I'm saying is women hating me because I easy. Like you're
You're a
insecure
hypocrite.
in
That's
your
the issue.
own
Marcel, that's the
morals.
issue. It's not because you think it matters. It's because you only think it matters for women. That's literally the issue.
Only no, Parker. I only
Wait,
think that because women haven't made me feel like they care about body count. If women cared, if I saw this more, then I would get it. Like, okay, women care about body count. It would 100% matter if I saw women enforcing it the way men enforce it. But
like
from
you,
what
you
I've
just want
seen
women
in
to
my
go on
life,
podcasts? Athena, I
from,
appreciate the handout. Thank you.
hey, oh Parker, I also want to say I wanted you to be honest on here. I needed to
I am
scare you
honest,
into
and you know
thinking
what,
that.
dude? You know I'm brutally honest.
I wanted you. No, Parker. No,
Marcel,
Parker.
I am brutally honest.
No,
I say every single
I
fucking thing
wanted
I
to.
believe on live.
I
I
wanted
literally,
you to
there's
admit
not a
some
single, like,
things.
Marcel, I want to be so real. And I'll say this to you off live, whatever the fuck, because I'm pretty sure I did say this to you off live multiple times. I say everything I fucking believe. I don't hold any of my positions back. I don't have to. Okay? I don't hold any positions that are going to be like, oh, I'm going to get canceled for having this position. I literally will come on live and I'll say every single fucking thing I believe. Right? I don't give a fuck. If people don't like me for my position, right, they're not going to like me. I'm going to move on from that. Right? But I don't hold any positions that are like people are going to think that I'm like crazy or really bad for having that position, necessarily speaking, at least in average terms.
No position you should have someone up in arms. I feel like if people are
If someone's a
mad,
schnazi, should you be up in arms?
a Nazi.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know the entire story of like Nazi Germany. I only know what the history books teach us. I don't know why they did what they
Dude,
did.
what do you fucking mean? Please, please, dude. Please, dude. You did
I
not
only
just
know
say
what the
that. You did
history
not
books
just
teach
say
us
that,
about Nazi
Marcel,
Germany.
Marcel,
I don't know
Marcel.
what actually happened there. That's what.
Yes, you do. We have so much documentation. This is literally, World War II is the most studied event in world history,
Well,
right?
this is what I'm gonna say, Parker. Here.
It's the
What I
most studied
will
event in
say,
world history. We have so much evidence
Parker,
for it.
Parker. This is what I will say. Their country was not doing well before they started doing what they were doing, and after they started doing it, their country was doing very, very good. So, I mean,
Oh my God.
the way I see it,
Oh
Hitler just did
my
what every
God. You are
other
not saying this,
leader
Marcel.
does.
Marcel, you are not saying this. You are not saying this.
Okay,
Okay,
Parker, you're
Marcel,
an American.
let me engage with
Parker,
this.
you're
Let
an
me engage with
American.
this. No,
Do you
Marcel.
know
Oh
what
my
we
God.
do to other
Please,
countries?
dude. Please, dude.
Parker,
Please,
do you know
dude.
what we do
Please,
to
dude.
other countries?
I disagree with imperialism and the colonialization. Okay, can I please reference
Parker,
this?
do
Because
you know
this
what
is
we do to
Marcel.
other
Stop talking.
countries?
Marcel, stop talking. Okay,
Go ahead.
that was fucking crazy what you just said, and we really need to address this. Okay, the Weimar Republic was in a bad circumstance because of the fact that they lost World War I and they were paying huge and large amounts of debts, right, to other nations around them that they lost the war to in terms of wartime debt. So that country was struggling on the basis of that particular debt. The reason why they were doing significantly together is because they fucking ripped up the debt. Okay? They got rid of the debt. They were doing better on that basis. That does not mean their ideology makes people do better. Right? That means that they were doing better because there was a stranglehold on their economy due to the past generations, what they did with World War One.
All right.
Okay? So you again, correlation does not equal causation.
Okay, do you know, Parker, in the Iraqi war that we had in the Middle East, do you realize more children and women died than soldiers over there?
I'm against that. I think that's terrible.
You realize
Like
you realize but you can
I don't
say,
know that statistic, but I think that's
oh,
terrible.
it's true. Google it right now. Google the women and children deaths in Iraq. Google that. Google that really quick. More civilians died than people. More children and women died than their soldiers. We bombed hospitals and schools.
Yeah, and that's
And
wrong, right?
do you talk about
What's
the
your point then?
military or the Marines the way you talk about Nazis?
I wouldn't. I would talk about the ideological claims behind those beliefs. Yeah, right. But you understand that, like, when we're talking about the Schnazis, they literally, when we're talking about people in like the Holocaust places, we're literally talking about people that were enacting these types of horrors, right? And then now, when we're talking about the ideological beliefs that are held, people who hold Schnazi beliefs, they deny the aspects of the
I'm not
Holocaust.
lying.
They deny how many people died. They deny the history behind it. They deny the negative impact on the world. They deny all of the terrible shit that reference. That's the fucking issue. It's the
Bro,
ideological beliefs that they hold.
do you realize the American army is still intact doing whatever they want in this world right now?
Yeah, I understand. I understand. Again, not
And we
whatever they
don't talk
want.
about them the
That's
way
not
we
true,
talk
but
about the Nazis because we benefit from it.
wait, you understand that again, they're not wait. Again, when we're talking about this, you understand that like the idea of the United States government and of the Schnazis, that they're not comparable within the respect of the genocide that we're referencing, within the respect that
We killed
wait,
60 million Native Americans,
wait,
almost
that
wiped
was
out
that
their entire race.
I agree. That's not the United States government as it be today. Right? You understand that, right?
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
That's
not.
what built the government of today.
Come on, wait. I agree that's what led to that. And by the way, that's through smallpox. And that was also like things that we should talk about and how that's
And they
fucking
did
terrible.
that on purpose.
Okay?
It was
Let me
through
finish.
smallpox.
It can be through. Yeah, wait, hold up. I'm not disputing that, but that is different from what we're reconciling with what the United States government is today. I agree that I don't like the United States government. I don't like the actions they do around the world. But to compare that to 6 million people dying in gas chambers and other places like that, like in World War II, and then tens of millions of people dying due to World War II, that's kind of a bit wild. Those amounts of people dying, that hasn't happened since then. Okay.
Wait, the amount of people dying, what, in Germany? Hasn't
No,
happened
the
since
amount
then?
of people dying since we've seen in World War II.
There's
Like in
genocide
Germany.
happening all over the world.
I'm not disputing that. I'm talking
Okay,
about during
okay,
World War. I
Parker.
said World War II. World War
Okay,
II,
Parker.
tens of millions of people died.
Check me out, Parker. Can you see this? Can you see this, Parker?
I cannot. No. What is it?
In the Iraqi war, more than 120,000 children killed or maimed. Look at what I Googled.
Yeah,
How many children
I think
died?
that's fucking terrible and disgusting.
120K.
Yeah, is that from the United States?
Yes, this is from
What's
the
the source
United
on that?
States of America. This was our war. Look this up, bro.
Wait, what's
You
the source on that, by the
probably
way?
don't even know this,
What's the source on that, by the way?
huh?
What's the source on that, by the way? And then, yeah, I agree. Like, I'm not disputing the idea that there isn't like, but we're talking about to the degree in which it
What's
was.
the source on it? UnitedNations.org.
Yeah, no, tell me the title. But what's your point, man?
Bro, what's happening in Nazi Germany? Basically,
Are
what
you
Hitler
saying
was-
that? Are you saying that our positions are somehow comparable to Nazis?
What I'm saying to you, Parker, is the only way powerful people get by in this world is effing over other people. The same way we're doing now. We're killing people, Parker.
Wait,
Our
I'm not disputing
government
that.
is
Wait,
killing
Marcel,
people.
I'm not disputing that. Are you using that as a justification for the ways that they acted, though?
I'm not justifying anything.
So then what's the point? What's your point? Marcel,
energy.
what's your fucking point? I do keep the
Keep
same
the
energy.
same energy.
I do.
Keep this. No, you don't.
I literally
You say
do.
the word Nazi and you're up in arms. But if you say the United States military, it's all good.
You understand, again, you didn't understand the distinction. We're talking about the ideological beliefs. If someone has the ideological beliefs that it is justified for the hundreds of thousands of people who are innocent civilians to die, that's what we would reference. If we're talking about the scenario in which there's the Nazis that justified the things like the Holocaust, they literally are justifying mass genocide.
Okay. If you guys can't see my point, I don't know what to tell you, Parker, because at this point, I feel like you guys aren't trying to see what I'm saying.
What do
You
mean?
guys aren't trying to get Hitler did bad things to help his country do better. That's what every country does. That's what they all do. They all do that.
Yeah, so by the way, the numbers when it relates to like the civilian deaths are like different across the board. If you were referencing the UN's numbers, the UN says 9,000 children. Okay. So you saying 120,000. I don't know where you got that number from because the UN literally disagrees with that number.
Let me show it. Show what you're looking at.
Yeah, so this is from the UN right here.
So 9,000 children were killed in the Iraqi war.
That number. When I see LA Times article, I see 100 I see what is this? 500,000 Iraqis died in war.
Hold
This
on,
is from the LA Times.
I mean, bro, even if it's 9,000, that's still like
No, I know. But I'm just saying that like the number you got, I don't know where you got that from.
So are you telling me 9,000 children that's cool then because it wasn't?
No. When the fuck did I say that? Marcel, please get a grip on reality. I am not making a claim anything is justified. I just disputed the claim that you just said. That's it. Right? I was just asking where you got the number from because I literally looked it up and it was
I got it
different.
from same place you just got it from. But
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
yeah, I did. But you realize mine said 120K women and children, right?
Okay, so then where do you see that?
Women and just look up how many children died in the Iraqi war. Look that up.
So it says at least 120,000 children killed or maimed by wars around the world across continents since 2005.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, you read it. You read it wrong.
I see. Still, killing 9,000 children is ridiculous.
Yeah, I know that's fucking insane. I agree with you. I'm against all of these wars.
I've literally listened to
Thank you so much.
I've literally listened to the U.S. bomb hospitals and seen the aftermath on the internet. Children hospitals.
I think Athena wants to address me real quick. Let me add Athena. Yeah, no, this is wild. Yeah, what's up, Athena?
Hi, Marcel. Where was Hitler from?
I just said I don't know anything about that. I don't know where Hitler's from.
No,
Germany?
you said that he was doing this to care for his family.
Is he from Germany? Is he from
No,
Germany?
he's not. He's Austrian.
Okay.
So he wasn't doing it to care for his country.
What was he the leader of, though?
No, he was the leader of Germany, but
Okay,
he
then.
wasn't German. He was Austrian, and he didn't fight to fix the German country because he cared about German citizens. Which I don't know how you got here from high body count. I was literally just walking by and I heard y'all speaking.
First of all,
Neither. I don't know how we got here either.
First of all,
And
Wait, Marcel.
Wait, before you finish.
Marcel, let Athena finish.
No, because
second.
you guys just lied on me. Let me say something.
1 second.
I'm not
1 second.
justifying what happened with
Come on,
Hitler. I'm
Marcel.
not
I
justifying.
didn't say you're justifying it
I'm
at
saying
all.
keep the same energy for
hold
all the
on.
leaders around the
Hold
world.
on.
We do.
Hold on. I am Afro-German myself, and I'm trying to tell you that you are spreading misinformation with regards to him actually caring
Spread
about
any
your average
information.
German citizen, right? He was Austrian. He was not German. He did not care about German citizens. All he cared about is expanding his empire because he wanted more power. And every single thing that he did was to expand his power and expand military power, which is why towards the end, the German economy actually crumbled, right? He was taking out so much debt in order to fund the military as well. He was anti-abortion, not because he actually cared about German
America, $3
citizens,
trillion in debt.
but because he wanted, because he wanted more soldiers for his army and for his empire. Every single thing that he did, including completely destroying the economy, he initially propped it up, kind of like, artificially through debt, right? But that ended up crumbling the economy and destroying it after the war.
Guys, you're telling me
everything not because he actually cared about your average German citizen, but because he wanted to expand border, right?
I don't care why he did it. I did not say that.
Which is not
I
true.
said when he did it, Germany was better off while he was doing what he was doing. They were in a better state. I never said that's why he did it. I simply stated the fact that when he did it, that was the cause.
That is just not true, though. It was artificially
if
propped
Germany
up.
crumbled after.
No, it didn't. It was crumbling mid the World War II because the how he propped up the economy was artificially. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Marcel. If you don't know about that topic, then don't mention anything about it.
What does the United
to
States
body
prop
count.
up our economy? You know everything is debt, right? The United States of America is broke. That's what our leaders do. They take out loans after loan after loan after loan after loan. That's exactly what we do. Hello?
Can you please read the?
Yeah, so Marcel, right? When it relates to like the economy and how it functions, right? I don't see how that's even relevant.
She just said that. She said Hitler was taking out loans and it was crumbling.
No. How is it relevant to the broader topic? How is you even bringing this up in the first place relevant at all to this?
Oh,
She's describing a response to that because you brought up claims that were inaccurate about like how it was operating.
Wait. I never claimed anything. After this, go back and watch this over. All I said was that while Hitler was doing what he's done, I've seen stats about Germany.
I can't go back and watch because I've recorded
never
them with my
said
parents.
he did this because he cared about his people or because he loved his people. I simply said he did it.
You did. You did. You said
I said he's doing what every other leader
he
does.
did for the good of his people, even though it might have had negative
like
impacts. You did say that, Marcel, which is
did.
why
Yeah, I remember something very similar to that. Yeah. So
you're lying right now because
I'm not lying.
You understand that you spread
I
misinformation.
simply said he did it.
No, you didn't. You said he.
He did it for his country, something like that.
Whether I said that or not, does that change the fact that our leaders do the same exact shit he's doing? Does that change that? Whether I
So
said
my
it or
question
not.
is, who supports Western European imperialism? I'm a bit confused.
You guys don't
Like
talk
imperialism
about
is
it the way you talk
criticized
about
on a
Nazis.
regular basis. No, wait, hold on. Imperialism is criticized on a regular basis. I don't understand. Like, nobody here is going to be patriotic. America first, Germany first. Like, yeah, we love what these countries are doing in the global south. We love what these countries are doing to their own citizens. Nobody sits here and says that, Marcel, right? But two could be right at the same time. You could say they were
We literally
wrong,
have a
and
Veterans Day.
okay.
Okay. Do you know what they did? We have a
War crimes?
Columbus Day. People celebrate this.
Yeah.
You guys know this,
but
right?
Hold on. Yes, we know this.
You just said no one celebrates Western
we know
society.
what Christopher
We have
Columbus
days for these people.
We know that what Christopher Columbus, the Italian explorer who was paid for
Oh, Athena, the internet's
when
cutting
he
out.
came to the Caribbean. We know this.
Oh, is it me lagging?
Oh dear, it's the liberal Wi-Fi.
The liberal Wi-Fi. Oh, it's really cutting out. It's really just give it a second, everyone. It does.
You guys hate me so much that I think
can
body
y'all
count
hear me
matters
now?
for women.
Yeah, we hear you now. Yeah, we hear you now. You're good.
So Marcel, we know what the Italian explorer Christopher Columbus did when he was literally paid for by the King Ferdinand of Spain and he was sent to find India but landed in the Caribbean. We know about what he did to the Taino population in the Caribbean. We know that Bartolomé de las Casas wrote A Short Destruction of the Indies to describe what happened in the Caribbean as well and the unaliving of what's called people saying he's Spanish. He wasn't Spanish, he was Italian, but he was paid for by King Ferdinand of Spain. So yes, we know what he did. We know what the conquistadors did. We know what Western Europeans did. We know what the American US military does. I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm not We're sitting here acting like I went Hitler, hooray, good job. Like what the fuck? I simply said keep the same energy for because when you bring up Nazis and Hitler, for some reason there's like this energy surrounded by that you don't get for the other leaders who do the exact same thing.
Dude, Marcel, this is like, oh my god, I don't even know how we get to this.
This has nothing to do with body count.
It does nothing to do like at all. Right, like the point, Marcel, was literally that there are some opinions that exist where you're gonna hate them for it. Okay. Apparently, you dispute that when we talk about Nazis.
Wait, how come?
Doesn't make any sense.
Every time you guys say something about Hitler and the Nazis, and I respond, you guys go back to this isn't about body count after you guys just said something that I'm responding to.
You brought this up.
No, you brought the Nazis up, and I responded to you. You
brought up the fact that you understand what I'm referencing. You brought up the fact that apparently when it relates to Nazis, right? You don't think that we should be.
You asked me.
You think that we should be applying the same sorts of ideas when we relate to others, and you said it wasn't that bad. He was just trying to do what's best for the country. That's what you said. Okay. That's what we had to respond to because you brought those things up. What I was referencing is there are some positions that you hate. Because you said there's not a
My
single
guy,
position that you should
my
hate.
guy. All I'm saying is that Hitler is just like these other world leaders. I just think of them all the same. That's my only point.
Can I bring it back to the topic?
Point.
How to bring it back to the topic. When you go around thinking that body count only applies to women, that not only objectifies and dehumanizes women, but that makes women more susceptible to SA and violence, right? Because the reason as to why women are being subjected to violence. Oh wait, did you tell me to? Oh, okay.
Oh no, you're good. I'm just grabbing something.
Oh, okay. But what I'm saying is that opens up to more violence is the issue, especially when you are saying that our value, our worth is able to be devalued, but men's worth is not able to be devalued by body
Oh my God,
count.
Kimberly,
You're
Kimberly,
objectifying.
Stop there. Kimberly, stop there. I'm not saying that, Kimberly. Obviously, you guys have not listened to me. I am not saying that a woman, all I'm saying is that men care about body count more. I didn't say anything you just said. I said men care about it more and they enforce it more. I didn't say what you just said. I said,
and why do you think that is?
And women don't enforce it and they don't care about it as much. And you guys can't convince me they do.
Wait, we do. When we say stuff like, he's a fuckboy, he's an F-boy, or he's a player, we warn each other by saying stuff like that.
And you guys still sleep with them. How do they get so many bodies if you guys ain't sleeping with them?
Because sometimes they literally can lie to people.
And you still sleep with women with high body counts?
The fact that, don't you know that the fact that like F-boys are able to lie and manipulate people, and sometimes women also just want, they just want to have an itch scratched for some reason. Like
they
maybe they want to satisfy a sexual need. I'm
telling you right now, her future husband will dread the fact that she chose to scratch an itch that night. And that's not me saying I like that or I want that to happen. All I'm saying is that that's going to happen. You guys are acting like I'm acting.
And why do you think that is, Marcel?
Because men are insecure about women with high body counts.
Why do you think that is?
Because they don't want to be compared to other men. Parker doesn't want to be compared to other men.
I don't have an issue with being compared to other men.
Parker,
I told you that insecurity is not a reason why I care. I care about compatibility.
Parker, you told me.
W Alpha Parker in the chat just wanted to say that.
Yeah, compatibility is what I care about, Marcel. It's not the idea that I'm gonna like be compared. There are some notions in relationships where I do care about like, whether or not someone like values me or would compare me, but it's not in relation to sex.
Parker, what did you tell me? Remember when? Okay, I will leave that out. I'll just leave that out. I'll leave that out. You told me something, but I don't think it's appropriate for this live, so I'll leave it out.
Is it something like personally sexual?
It's sexual, but you told me something about your woman. If she did it, it would be over because that would be crazy. You know what I'm talking about?
What? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll tell you off stream.
Okay.
I'll tell you off stream.
All right. I'm confused. Like cheating?
About an item she would get to pleasure herself.
No, I would not say that. No, I did not say that. That's lies.
Wait, what, Parker?
That is lies. That is lies. I did not say that.
You didn't say if your woman grabbed, it would be over.
No, because you're talking about sex toys. I did not say that. No, I would not break up with someone over getting a sex toy. What?
Parker, on my life, you told me.
On my life, I did not say that.
And it wasn't a rose.
On my life, I did not say that.
Parker.
Marcel is straight up lying. I'm dead serious. I will admit to anything I've said. That is not something I've said.
Parker,
What does this have to do with the debate? Again, I'm a bit confused as to what this has to do with the debate.
You didn't tell me if your girl came home with a 10-inch.
No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I promise you I did not say that.
You're fucking lying right now.
I'm literally not lying.
Parker.
I'm
You're
literally not
lying.
Okay. I'm literally
Parker,
not lying.
You're lying to me right now.
Dude,
We
this is like the
believe you,
weirdest
Parker.
fucking thing to bring up. I literally did not say that. I literally promise I did not say that.
So if I can
Like,
prove
dude,
you
I
said
actually
that,
have no
so if I
fucking
can
clue
prove
where you got
said
this
that,
from.
you're a liar.
Yeah, if you have a fucking, you have that recording, right?
Okay,
Post it.
Parker. If I can prove you said that, you're a liar, right, Parker?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not lying though. I don't
Okay,
lie.
Parker.
Dude, again, I
Okay,
am not
Parker.
lying. I promise you I'm not lying.
Okay, Parker, hold on.
I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of weird because I don't understand what this has to do with the debate.
Yeah,
in
me
the first
neither,
place.
right? Like, this makes no sense.
Okay, Parker, wait 1 second.
Not him not having an argument,
Parker,
so literally
Parker,
making
if
shit,
you
like,
did say
unironically making
this-
shit up.
If you did say this, can I put it the recording on the phone right now?
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. You don't have a recording.
Okay, how about this? Everyone listen really fast. Fucking 10-inch dildo. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That shit's wild, bro. With Heather dildo, it's wild. I'm sorry.
You're not about to have
I'm
one.
just not gonna be with a girl that has a 10-inch dildo. I'm sorry. If you even think
Oh,
about
I
doing it yourself,
Oh, no, I am lying then.
Oh!
I guess I'm like, I do not believe that though. I actually
Oh!
unironically don't believe that though. I actually don't
Parker.
believe that.
Oh!
So
Parker.
I do admit to that because that is me saying that.
You've been
But
lying
I
about a lot of
unironically
things.
I don't believe
You
that.
can't
I
be
unironically
trusted.
don't believe that. Thank you. I appreciate the subscription.
You
Like
can't
unironically,
be trusted, Parker.
wait, Marcel,
You cannot be trusted.
I actually unironically I don't believe that, and I
Parker,
don't
you
even
lied
remember
about
saying that.
something. Hey,
But that is
hey.
my voice, so I will admit to it. But I promise you, I do not remember saying that.
Wait, Parker, let me
Like,
talk.
I do not remember
Let me
saying
talk
that
for
at
a
all.
second, Parker. Let me talk. How do we believe anything you're saying now?
Like I actually, Marcel, I'm being so real with you right now.
Okay, Parker,
I don't
1
remember
second.
saying that at
Hey,
all.
chat,
but I will
chat,
admit to
every
that because
time
that is literally my voice.
Hey, Parker, every time I said Parker, I was telling the truth. That is my
I'm
why
not.
are you
Wait,
lying
hold on, Marcel.
to me,
Marcel, I don't
boys?
know why you're freaking right now. Right, one, because I'm not joking. I literally don't remember saying that. That is my voice, though, so I will admit to saying that, though. But I do not remember saying that at all.
Parker,
And I literally don't even
stream
believe
on
that.
YouTube 24 hours a day. It is not okay to lie. It
I
is
don't.
not
I'm
okay
not.
to
I
lie.
actually like. I'm not joking, dude. I don't think
I'm
it's okay to lie.
streaming right
I actually
now.
feel internal guilt all the time. Like if it were to be the case that I lied,
And
right?
no,
I
it's
didn't. I
not a
promise
deep
you,
fake.
I am not volitionally lying right now. I am. I promise you, I'm not. I will admit to like that is literally my voice. That sounds like me. Okay.
I don't
But
have
I
to
do
play
not
it
remember
again.
saying
How about
that,
this?
and I don't. I do not remember saying that, and I don't believe that either.
Play it
I really
again.
don't.
Who is that talking to me? Who is that? Who is that?
That is me. That is me. I don't remember saying that though. I promise you, I don't remember
Deep
saying
fake
that.
my ass.
I promise you, I
didn't
don't
wanna
remember
have
saying
to-
that.
I didn't want to have to do that. Parker,
Like I'm not
but you
saying it's
keep
like fake or
lying.
something, right? But what I'm saying is I literally don't believe that, and I literally don't remember saying that.
Parker, I swear to God, I feel bad because I didn't want to expose you, but you're lying, Parker.
I'm not volitionally lying, right? Again, that looks like me, right? From the handout, thank you so much, I appreciate it. Because like literally, I did talk.
What do
to
you mean that
right?
looks like you? We were talking 2 days ago for like 3 hours.
We did not talk for 3 hours. What the fuck? I talked to you for 50 minutes on Discord.
Yeah, we talked for an hour.
We talked for 50 minutes on Discord.
No. Wait, can I say something real quick, Parker? Everyone in the comments saying it's not that serious. If it were me that got proved to be a liar, it would be super serious.
Dude,
And
I'm
you
not
guys
joking.
wouldn't
I
believe
literally,
anything
I
say
admit,
from now on.
Marcel, I admit to it, but I legitimately, I'm not joking. I do not remember saying that. I really don't.
All I'm
and
saying
I do
is-
not,
okay,
like,
Parker,
I am
but-
being totally honest. I don't believe that either.
But Parker, if it was me that had got caught lying, they would be all over me.
Okay,
But
that's
see,
fine. That's fine.
This
People
just proves,
should be,
This just
people,
proves
I'm
you
not
can't
joking.
win in here.
Marcel, I agree. It is the case that people should hold me accountable for that. I'm not disputing that. I appreciate the good afternoon. Thank you. But I am just being totally real with you, totally honest, brutally fucking honest. I literally don't remember saying that, and I don't believe that. Okay? Right? But it is the case. I do take full
Jade,
fucking accountability.
He didn't say that was wild.
Because I
He
literally
he
just
would
said that I
leave
didn't
her.
say it, and then you literally played like that's literally my voice. Like,
No, that's literally you.
okay, yeah.
That's you. That's not just your voice. That's
What do you mean?
Parker.
Yes, that my voice is me, right?
So all I'm saying is, how do we, all those, everything else I've said, you said, and you said you didn't. How do they know you're telling the truth now?
Because I'm telling the truth right now. I'm taking accountability. Like you can, if you don't want to believe me, that's fine. This is all like personal, like conjecture.
What reason do I have? A 26-year-old man.
Because you're in front of 4,000 people right now.
Why should I lie on you?
Because Athena just left. Because you're in front of 4,000 people.
God.
That's why.
Parker,
listen.
Like
if I just wanted to like lie and gaslight, you would not be on the live right now. I would have kicked it off.
Parker,
I would have kicked you off.
You're a tough dude, and I respect you for that, because any other dude would be petty, and he would. You have all the power right now. You can just kick me, and they'll just agree with everything.
I can kick you. I can mute you. I could have lied to everyone. I'm willing to be held accountable for what I say, right?
Okay.
I am willing to be held accountable.
Facts.
I don't believe that, and I don't remember. I don't remember saying
Parker,
that at all. I really don't.
That's because you're a different person.
That's why I can't.
Parker,
I'm not a different person. Wait. Do you want me to call up multiple people right now? Literally
Parker,
right now?
No,
will tell
Parker,
you that I'm not a fucking different person at all.
I just want to go off of facts. Parker, the way you're talking on there, you sound like me, bro. You laid back like, yeah, man, that'd be crazy.
Honestly, it sounds like that. It sounds like I'm describing more or less like an argument. Like if anything, like that's what it sounded like. Like I don't know, but like.
Do you want me to play more of it? Do you want me to keep it going?
Dude, I'm not gonna sit here and listen to a clip, but like I'm down to listen to it. Like
no, it's not
I'm
private.
down.
Hey, chat. He told me I can post this stuff. He told me I can
Yeah. I have no issue with you posting it or whatever the fuck. If you want to like hold me to that,
I wouldn't post
stuff. I literally have no issue with posting anything that I say.
I'm not gonna post it.
Unironically, again, what I say, I literally will say the same shit off live as I say on live. The only distinction is that I'm just not willing to give up personal information about like who my girlfriend's gonna be, so that people can look them up and be able to do stuff like that, or what other personal stuff relates to like what happened with a breakup, but everything I believe, all the values that I have, I will literally admit
the chat
that.
wants me to play it. Everyone's saying play it. Should I play it? Again.
It's gonna be literally like we're talking like a 50-minute thing.
No. I mean just that section.
Just that section? I mean, if you just want to play that section, sure, you can go for it.
Because I mean, they're saying that you were just talking like no, you weren't. You clearly said if your girl did that, she's gone. That's what you said.
Okay, again, that is what I heard. I agree with you. I don't fucking believe that. I wouldn't break up with someone because they got a fucking sex toy, bro. I promise you, I'm not gonna do that.
Let's see what you said. Let's see what you clearly
can play
said.
it. You can play it, but like I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
10-inch dildo. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That shit's wild, bro. With 10-inch dildo, it's wild.
Yeah, like you're not about to have one.
I'm just not gonna be with a girl that has a 10-inch dildo. I'm sorry. If you even think about doing it yourself without me saying yes or no, then I don't want to be with that woman. Low key, bro. That's wild.
What the 10-inch?
I'm so confused.
That is wild, bro.
See me, bro.
I'm so confused. That didn't even make any sense. Can you go back and play that again?
It makes sense because the only thing you're saying is you won't be with a woman.
Can you go back and play that again? Because that actually
if you guys
doesn't even
want to
make
see
sense.
the video with it, I got you guys.
No, you can do that. I just like I don't. That doesn't even sound like context. Like again, that sounds like me. Like, but
it doesn't sound like Parker, guys. Who is this? I didn't like it because it was Hold on. 10-inch dildo. That's me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. I have to put my headphones up to the fucking camera. I mean, my phone while holding it. So it's hard.
It's fine. Can you play like a bit before that so we can get a little more context?
Look, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry. That shit's wild, bro. With 10-inch dildo, it's wild.
Yeah. Do you want to scroll back so I can get a little more context?
With a girl that has a 10-inch dildo. I'm sorry. If you even think about doing it yourself without me saying yes.
But Parker,
that just doesn't even make any sense to me.
But Parker, there's no before that. There's no before.
What do you mean? There's no before that?
That's the beginning.
That's the beginning of the clip.
Yeah, but
are you serious?
I swear to God. That's
like
literally
I don't know the context of that clip.
that's
Like,
literally.
but
No,
like I admit
Parker,
to
I
me
can tell you
saying
the
that, like I
I
admit
can tell
like
you the context
that is
verbatim.
me, but like I don't know the context of that, because like
I can
really
tell you the exact context, Parker.
no I don't know like what that even means, like what I was saying at the second part of it.
Parker, I said,
But like
you said
again,
she
I will
does-
literally
No.
Marcel,
Okay, I will give you that. In the second part, you said if she does that without you okaying it, you would be really mad. That's what you said.
What? Dude,
You
that doesn't
said
even
if
make
she-
any sense for me to say either. I don't believe that.
That's what you said. I don't know.
Unironically, dude, I actually like I wouldn't be like if someone did that without me knowing, right? I'm not gonna be like that's a violation of my own boundaries.
Everyone's saying I'm using AI.
I don't believe that.
Parker
I actually,
already said that's
dude,
him.
I'm so serious, Marcel. I don't believe that. I don't think that's what I mean, because that's not what I don't
Okay,
believe.
Parker, but listen,
This is not
I
even
got
that
you,
long
bro.
ago. Like,
I can tell you exactly what the context was. Parker, I said, so what if your girl gets a 10-inch dildo? And you were like, that's wild, bro. That's wild. I couldn't do it. That's what the context was. The question is, could your girlfriend have a 10-inch dildo? That was the question.
I don't know. I don't believe that. Okay.
I can't argue
Because
that.
I think that you were bringing up in a
That's what
notion of
you
like,
said.
because I think you were bringing up in a notion of like, you were talking about how you compare yourself to things that are like bigger than you, right? So in the notion in which you would compare yourself, right? Like if that would make you feel uncomfortable, right? That's the notion that you're trying to bring up. The way you would want to, that's fine. That's up to you. But I am being very open right now, like incredibly open.
Okay, Parker, is it true that if I called you out, that means I don't like you?
No. You can like me and still call me out.
Do you feel like because I feel like you're not being genuine with people and I called you out on that, that means I hate you?
No, I feel like the way that you have called, not in terms of this, but like the way earlier that you were trying to portray how I'm like different off live comparative to on live is like completely false.
But Parker,
Like,
that's
completely
my
false.
opinion. That's my opinion.
I understand that's your opinion, but you said that, and I literally disagree with it. Like, can I not mention the fact that I disagree with the fact that you said that?
Yeah, okay, you can disagree. I was just about to say that's your opinion, but it's my opinion that you're different, and I have some cold, hard proof that you're a little bit different off of here. Just a little bit, bro. So different, you can't believe
Appreciate
that's
the
you,
money gun. Thank you so much.
even though you know that's you.
No, like I just don't have the. That's not the position that I take.
Anyone that thinks I'm preying on Parker's downfall, I can't take down Parker.
Dude,
Parker,
I don't think there's. I'm being very open right now.
Parker has established himself on TikTok. I think Parker's gonna blow up way beyond this, and I think Parker's gonna do great things debating. I can't take down Parker. I'm just little old Marcel. That's not what I'm trying to do.
No, but like, I mean, I want to address this because I think it's good to like, to address things. I don't think like the whole point is that like, the way that I treat like going on live is I essentially treat it like I'm on like a FaceTime, because this is a way that like, I really had to like drill it into my head to be able to not feel that like social anxiety that I typically get. Because when I'm like a very socially anxious person. Like when I go out and talk to people that I don't know, like it's actually like really nerve-wracking, and it's difficult for me to be able to do that. So the way that I come into this in the first place, and that's why I get like so weird. I don't know why people like constantly think that I'm being disingenuous, because I literally am expressing exactly who I am on the internet. Like I'm putting everything about me, my own personal values, everything I care about, everything in front of thousands of people to see, right? And that's a really wild feeling to do. It's really weird, right? But I think it's so important to be able to do that because I want to be genuine, even though everyone out there is going to assume that I'm not genuine.
I feel you, bro. I feel you. And I believe you're being, I 100% believe you're being genuine. I just think you're doctoring yourself a little bit when you're on here. Like you're pandering just a little bit, bro. Just a little bit. I do believe you're being 99% genuine, but some of the time, bro, I don't think you believe the stuff you're saying.
What name?
Like,
What name? Wait, name what you don't think I'm saying.
Because
Wait,
Parker,
name.
listen, Parker, listen to
Name.
how passionate you were about that. You were like, "That's wild, bro. I just wouldn't even mess with a girl that does." And on here, you're trying to convince yourself.
Name what I'm saying. Like,
but look,
dude,
listen, Parker. On here, you're trying to convince yourself that you're okay with it. You're literally
no.
now
I'm actually
going
again
against yourself.
dude. Again, I literally have expressed what my belief is when it relates to this. I literally don't think that's something that I would not be in the context of a relationship for, but I understand the idea of comparing yourself to something that would be something that you do not have, right? That's what I was talking about. That's what I was referencing. Pedro, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
Hey, I'm gonna go because I see your chat only wants people on here who can't debate with you. They only
come
want
on,
people
don't turn it into
that
that.
You're going to
come on, bro. Actually engage with any of the points that I
on here.
Yo,
they
dude, Marcel, can you just engage with what I just said, please?
Go ahead. What'd you say?
Dude, you didn't listen, did you?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't listen. I'm sorry.
This is why I think that you're just doing it for like a chat response, bro. Because it's like you're constantly like reading the chat, trying to engage with that, and not actually like engaging with like what I'm saying.
Oh no, because Parker, remember what you said while you're here? You're here for the people. I'm here for the people too, Parker. I am here.
I am. The main purpose, I say this on live all the time, is because I want to change the way that people think about topics. I want to change how people engage with debates. I want to change how society functions, right? To make society better, right? That's what I fucking care about. And I care about how people think about topics, right? Because it impacts all of society, okay? That is the fundamental reason why I come on here every single day, and that's why I find fucking purpose.
And you know what? You know what impacts society too? The way your chat, when you say, "Oh, do girls care about body count?" You know how easy it is for them to type "I do." You know how easy that is.
Women do care. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
But listen,
like again, it's literally it's in the data, dude. Stop. You're just like projecting your feelings, dude.
Okay, but listen to me. What I'm trying to tell you is that
description, thank you.
People are not genuine on the internet. The same way you're literally arguing with yourself who's off the internet and now you're live, you're arguing with yourself. That's literally what these people would be doing. Girls don't enforce body count, and that's why men feel like it doesn't matter for them. That's literally the answer to this question. You guys don't need to go live with this question anymore. If you want to change that, enforce it heavily.
Okay, so women do enforce body count. They just enforce it in different ways than men do. Right? They don't enforce it in the way in which they go on podcasts and they scream and they try to tear down like men for their body counts. They might do so in the context that Athena brought up, right? In terms of this guy is a player, this guy's a red flag, right? Just to like let their friends know, to keep their friends safe, right? Or as like a context for themselves to say, this is something that I should look out for. Right? But, that would be the main notion. Okay. It's not like they're just going to go on podcasts or go out on the street and go do shit like that.
When they say he's a player, are they talking about he has a high body count? Or are they talking about the way he treats women in a relationship? Are they saying, oh, don't sleep with him because he slept with a lot of people? Or are they saying, don't be with him because you know what he did to Ashley and Brittany and fucking Jessica? Is that what they're saying? Or
read the chat. Read the chat.
Body count.
Read the chat.
I see both. It depends. All of the above. It's the same thing. Yeah, we judge behavior. W guessed both red flags. Both body count barely could be both. 15 minutes of fame. Hey, look, you guys. If you guys think fame is what I wanted, I would be doing.
The gem gun. Thank you so much.
I would be doing what Parker's doing. I would be.
Come on, bro.
Every day, I'd be live on here. Every day.
Marcel, when I started doing debates, the debate platform on TikTok didn't even exist. It wasn't even a concept.
You're a pioneer. Pioneer.
I'm not talking about pioneer. I'm just saying it. Like, if I did this for fucking money and clout and stuff, there would have already been like something I could have like leached off of or could have done. If I wanted to make money, I would go do fucking speed dating. Right? I would go do other IRL shit. I would go do live battles every single day.
Everyone's saying that no one would watch me. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the internet damn near isn't even about personality anymore. It's about consistency. Any of you can blow up if you guys stay consistent. Just stay consistent and people will start watching you. It's that simple. But go ahead, Parker.
Can you imagine, like, dude, like if I wanted to make money, I could make so much more money doing NPC lives, doing speed dating lives, doing random IRL bullshit. I appreciate the love you. Thank you so much.
Facts.
Random content shit like that. That shit gets way fucking more views than going on live and debating people. There was not people debating people, getting thousands of people in their streams on TikTok before. That did not exist. It was not a thing at all. Right? No
Right.
one made money. Literally no one made money at all. Not, it
Right.
didn't even exist at all. So that makes, like, why would I go out of my way to try and do something that has no basis rather than doing any of
But
the
wait a
other
minute,
things
wait
that
a
would have
minute,
made
Parker.
so much more
Wait a
money?
minute, wait a
It's
minute.
because I fucking care about this.
No,
I actually,
but wait a minute,
I love
Parker.
debating people. I love the education surrounding this. I like how it changes people's minds. I find meaning and purpose in doing this. Like,
But wait a minute.
when I do this, I feel good about it.
But wait a
Because
minute,
I actually
Parker.
think that we're doing
Let
something
me
good
say
with
something
this.
real quick, Parker. But low key, Parker, and I hate on God. I like you, bro. And for everybody saying I'm not a real friend, me and Parker are not like in real life friends. We don't know each other. We
I've talked to
debate
you.
each
I've
other.
talked to Marcel literally one time on the Discord. That
We're
was it.
not friends, so stop saying L for what the hell? This is a guy I debate with. But anyway, Parker, low key, I hate to do this to you again because I think you're a cool dude. But you told me your friend went live debating on TikTok and he had like 70K views, and you were like, "Oh, maybe I should do that." That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you
In
said,
terms of
Parker.
seeing, like, here, this is what it was. And I'll tell the exact story. I've told this on live before. I've actually multiple times I've told this on live, right? It was the case that I had a friend that did a debate stream and people were in the debate stream, right? But what I did before is I just talked to chat and I did debates. I would talk to people and I would do a debate every once in a while because it was over YouTube or the videos. So the videos portions, people came in them. That was the idea. I've said this on live
Yeah,
millions
Parker,
of
I don't
times.
even know why we're talking about.
There was
why
no
we do
basis for
this.
making money. There was no consistent platform. All there was a place in a where you could have conversation exactly the same way where I used to go on Omegle and debate people.
No, Parker,
Exact
you
same
don't
way.
do this for money. Your dad's a doctor. You're good. You're good.
So I have to, at this point, right, there is a basis of me continuing and still being able to do this because I make money. The whole basis of me doing this is not to make money, though. It's not to cash grab.
Yeah, but Parker, to be honest, I don't care why you do this. I'm happy you're doing your thing. Like that, none of that.
Sure, I don't care whether or not you care, all right? I'm saying this for the people that do care. I'm saying this for the people that are listening that want to engage with these types of topics because I want it to be very, very clear what position I have and like what intentions I have, right? Appreciate the Stacey.
Can I
Yeah.
can I engage with this, right? I want to bring it back to the conversation, right? So again, the reason as to why I feel like this is missing from the conversation, right? The reason as to why you don't hear the body count conversation as much from women as from men is because women do not have societal power to enforce body count, right? When you look at honor
do?
unalivings,
Are you
one
crazy?
second, Marcel, if we're going to have a conversation, I don't like screaming, right? So please let me finish talking. Thank you. Have impulse control. So again, as I was saying, when you look at honor unalivings, right? When you look at women in certain countries who are forced to stay virgins until they're married, and they have to prove their virginity by showing a bed sheet to show that they've bled on their wedding night, right?
Okay.
When we
We're
look
in
at
America.
Yeah, Marcel, please stop
so when
unmuting.
you look at when you look at the dynamic between men and women, it doesn't exist within a vacuum. It doesn't only exist in America. You have to realize that on a global scale, that dynamic exists. So why do you think men care about body count? I wanted to go down that
I know exactly why we
tree
do.
with you.
Insecurities. We don't want to be compared to other guys. Guys don't want to think about the fact that their girlfriend might have had something 2 times as big as them inside of them. Guys don't want to think about that. Parker is one of them, as you guys saw from the recording.
Okay, why? Wait, hold on. Why do guys not want to be compared to other men?
Because men, when it comes to men have different size sexual organs, and women's are pretty much all the same for the most part. So with
Okay.
a man, okay, let me finish. With a man, I might satisfy another guy's girlfriend in a way that's literally impossible for him to do because he's not carrying what I'm carrying, and that's not his fault. He was born with that. But women, I'm never gonna meet a woman that's just her sexual organs are just so different that my woman can't do that to me. It's not
Okay, so why do you think men feel entitled to use women's bodies to compare themselves with other men?
You said what you said?
I said, why do you think men feel entitled to a woman's body or to women's bodies to be compared to other men?
They don't.
Wait, hold on.
They don't. Men don't feel entitled. That's why they'll rather go for a girl with a lower body count. The girls on here are
That is entitlement,
because
though.
they're trying to make guys conform to the way they feel. They're trying to say, "Hey, you're too insecure about my body count. You should date me anyway." And guys are saying no, and they're allowed to feel that way. Just like
Wait,
girls
hold on.
are
That is
allowed to
entitlement,
date men
though.
that are only 6
No, hold
feet.
on.
If
That
that's
is
their preference, go
no,
ahead.
hold on. Hold on. That is entitlement, though, right? When you feel like you can tell a woman whether she can have a high body count or not, that is entitlement. You feel entitled to a
Allowed to
woman's
have one
body.
and be with
So
me.
my question is, why do you think men feel entitled to a woman's body?
Their wife, a woman that they marry.
Yes.
Wow. Wait. So I'm not allowed to want my woman to have a low body count. Is that what you're saying? That I shouldn't feel that way?
No, I'm saying, why do you think men have the right to apply these standards to women on a societal level?
Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter whether I think they have the right to do it. The thing is that they do it. They do it. And I don't choose for them to do it. Men don't choose to feel this way. They don't choose to think this way. It's simply an insecurity that men have. They can't control that. That's
And
just
where
how
did that
they feel.
insecurity come from, is my question. Are you saying that men are biologically wired from birth to feel this insecure?
It's societal. It's society. Girls,
Societal,
we grow
good,
up,
okay.
We grow up watching people fantasize over bigger sexual organs, women specifically. We watch them glorify bigger sexual organs. So we don't want to have to be compared to a guy who probably pleasured you a lot better than her husband.
Okay,
He doesn't
you
want
are
to feel that way. And that's valid. Parker, you
hold
told me this was valid.
on. You're actually getting really close to the point, right? You said societal, right? So why does society...
Kimberly, women have a lot to do with the way society works right now.
Hold on. You said societal, so it's not biological, right? Men are not biologically wired to feel this type of way. Men are not biologically wired to think body count matters. So you just said societal. So why does society convince men that they have to compare themselves and tell men that they should feel entitled to a woman's body?
Because listen, I don't think you're listening to me. The entitlement.
No, I am listening to you. You're just not engaging with what I'm saying.
When you keep saying entitlement, no one feels entitled to anything. You can go get a bunch of bodies. I just won't be with you. It's not entitlement.
It is entitlement. It is entitlement.
You
if it is happening on a societal, hold on. It is entitlement if it's happening on a global scale, right? The idea of virginity, the idea of women having to have a lower body count, the idea that women represent the family's honor, the idea that women have to continue upholding their purity. This is not some type of new construct, right? It is an old belief that comes from somewhere. And that somewhere is the fact that men believe, right, that they are entitled to women's bodies, that they can control what a woman does or doesn't do, that they can dominate over a woman. And the reason as to why men don't like a woman with more body count is because they believe they don't want the woman that has been dominated by other women, by other men.
No,
right?
Woman
so again, the fact is that hold on. I'm not done. That idea that you have that insecurity that you have, that those ideas with regards to body counts that you apply to only women but not to men, is ultimately rooted in misogynistic ideas over women's bodies, which is women being objectified. Hold on.
I don't care.
Hold on. Women being reduced to our bodies, and our bodies representing our purity or so-called purity.
Yep.
That is what it ultimately comes to.
Yes. And men are going to feel that way, and you can't change that. Why are you trying so hard to change that?
Okay, so by that logic, right? There are a lot of white people who have been conditioned to be racist, who have been conditioned to view black people a certain way. Why should we bother to change that through education? Like, if people are not biologically wired to be racist, right? People do not inherit racism. They're not born with racism, right? They're conditioned to view black people a certain way. So then by your logic, because so many people are conditioned to view black people a certain way, we should just not bother educating them. We should not bother deconstructing that racism. We should not bother being, one second, Marcel, actually listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. What you are saying is a lot of men hold misogynistic values and views, and because it's a lot of men, we shouldn't bother deconstructing those views, even though they ultimately cause harm to women. And I can apply that same logic. I can apply that same logic to racism. A lot of white people hold racist beliefs with regards to black people, and because it's a lot of white people, we should just ultimately not try to educate them.
No, okay, let me answer you. You just said the same thing over. I could have answered this 15 seconds ago. Anyway, you know what you should do? Teach the children different, because it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. So why would you focus on older racist white people anyway? Children, teach white children different and make sure they don't grow up that way.
Who raises those white children?
Huh?
Who raises those white children? Who raises those young men and boys?
What do you mean?
Who raises young boys?
Wait, can I ask a question? Do you agree that body count matters?
No, I don't. No, I personally don't think body count matters for men or women, but I do have a lot of friends, including female friends, who actually do care about body count and think it applies to both. But again, my question is, hold on. Who teaches and raises those young boys?
I honestly don't even know what you're asking. What young boys? The ones who care about body count?
You said you cannot teach an old dog new tricks, and we should focus on young children. And my question is, who is raising those young children?
Society? I don't know. Teachers, parents, cousins,
uncles? Those old dogs who cannot be taught new tricks. Those old dogs, those old men who hold those misogynistic beliefs and values,
be honest with you,
are the ones who are raising the young boys.
Let me interrupt you for a second.
Hold on. The same way those racist white people that you talked about that we shouldn't focus on are the ones who are literally raising young white kids to also hold those same beliefs.
Let me say something
Marcel?
to you, Kimberly, I don't think, to be honest with you, I don't think it's, I think men are born caring about what the woman that they're going to be with is doing. I don't think society had to tell me that my girlfriend shouldn't have slept with 100 people. I am 100% sure I would have cared about that no matter what.
So if you're biologically wired, can you please cite me any sources to substantiate that, right? Because if you're talking about biological, oh my God, can I talk, Marcel? Can I talk, Marcel? I've been letting you talk, right?
No,
so
you've
can
been
I talk
talking.
as well?
You've been talking.
Marcel, let her talk.
I've literally paused when you talk, and I've been addressing every single point that you have brought up. So that is not true, Marcel.
Okay.
So you said that men are biologically wired to think that way. And if we've been thinking that way about women for I don't know how long, can you please give me any type of source to substantiate that claim? Scientific source.
You want a
Scientific
scientific
evidence.
source to prove that men care about a woman's body count?
No, scientific
a
evidence to
scientific
show that men are
source.
biologically wired to do that. Because you just said they're biologically wired, that you were born that way. When you're saying you were born that way, you're insinuating that you were biologically wired.
In elementary school, I liked the girl named Ashley in the 3rd grade.
Do you not know that society still impacts you as a child? Like, dude, you have no basis for a biological claim in terms of you caring about body count. That's absolutely environmental.
So you think society made you care that your woman was going around?
Yeah. Caring about things that could be similar to me, right? Those are absolutely going to be environmental. Yeah.
My guy, society did not have to teach me that I don't want my girlfriend sleeping around with a bunch of men. Society did not have to teach me that.
Oh, how many people, Marcel? What's your body count?
Oh,
Marcel, what's your body count?
I
don't care. What's your body count?
Oh, my body 40 plus.
Yeah, so you can literally not accept the same level that you have done yourself, right?
No, hell no.
That's the hypocrisy.
Never be with a woman with 40 bodies. I know a lot of women that have those type of bodies, and that's why I would choose not to be.
That's the hypocrisy, right? Rules for thee, but not rules for me.
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Parker, please go on. I wanted to go back to the claim that you made. So you're saying in the nurture versus nature aspect, it was completely nature, that nurture had no role to play in this, that you were born this way. And if you're saying you're born this way, that means you're trying to say that men are biologically wired to think this way. Yes. So then do you have some type of scientific evidence to prove to me where that gene is located, that body count gene that you're talking about in your genetics? Where is that located?
It doesn't have to do with body count gene. That's not what it's about. Men don't want to be with women that have been around, and men don't want other men around their women.
Okay, can you give me some type of scientific evidence? You're claiming it's biological. You're claiming it's biological and doesn't have to do with societal or socialization or conditioning. So can you give me some type of source?
Okay, let's play y'all game and say it's society. I don't care. I don't want my woman sleeping around with 50 men. I would never accept a woman like that. And the reason why is because I know women like that. I know how they think. I know the things they say. They're not. They've seen too much. They've been through too much. I'm good.
Couldn't you say the same thing about yourself?
Me? Could you say the same thing about me?
Yeah.
If there's women that care about my body count, that's cool. I haven't met any.
Did you apologize to all the women that you engaged in intercourse with?
You said what?
Did you apologize to all the women that you engaged in intercourse with? Because
what does that even mean?
Because you said that decreases their value. That's a bad thing for them. So did you apologize to all of them?
That's their ill. That's their ill.
No, but you did something bad, right? So did you apologize to them?
They gave their body to someone who wasn't their husband or boyfriend, and that's their fault.
Did you apologize to them?
No, they thanked me after.
For devaluing them?
Yeah, so that's
for making them feel good.
Ew. Ew.
You asked.
Ew, no, that wasn't the question. The whole point was you believe that having like a woman having like sex with people devalues her, and yet you still caused or contributed to that devaluing.
They better
so what does that say about hold on, what does that say about you as a person when you are actively contributing to the devaluing of human beings when you know it devalues them in society? What does that say about you as a person?
I'm freaky.
Ew.
Okay. That's the old me, y'all. I'm a changed man now. I'm getting married. I'm a changed man.
That just gave me the ick. I'm not gonna lie.
You don't have to.
Literally gave me the ick.
All I want. You don't have to deal with me. I have a woman. So be
and I feel sorry for that
times
woman.
10. You don't have to feel sorry for her. She's very happy, and she feels sorry for you guys. She feels sorry for you guys because my woman has seen this. I've shown my woman this when I'm in these lives, and she feels sorry for you guys because you're being steered the wrong way. And your husbands are going to go through hell when they find out what you guys did before they were with
Ooh,
you.
okay.
And I know you might not care that your husband cares about that, but he does, and it's gonna hurt him. And
But also, I just wanted to say, like, you're not really my type because I don't like ran through men. I feel like 40 plus body count is just insane.
I
don't like a car with so much mileage on it, like Marcel, and that mileage is crazy. Like, I personally don't like ran through men. I like men. You know, like every single time you chew on a gum, right? That gum loses its like sweetness and just becomes tasteless after a while. Like every time you stick tape on a person, it just loses its bonding substance or whatever that is, material. So like I don't.
So much capacity depending on the girl, you know, what she's capable of.
Oh, okay.
Right. So they only expand. Certain girls.
Do you think that you're reaching capacities?
Yeah, on average, your average girl only expands about 7 inches. Some are capable of more, some are capable of less.
Okay.
So depending on who her partner is, it's going to take a toll.
So you're saying that if you engage in intercourse with a person that has okay, so for example, right? So this wouldn't even relate to body count. A person that has. So yeah, just swipe out and swipe back in real quick, man. Just swipe out and swipe back in real quick. Oh my god.
Yeah, I got a phone call.
Swipe out, swipe. Did you swipe out and swipe back in? He didn't swipe out and swipe back in. Okay, swipe out and swipe back in. Yeah, I would like to see. So you're saying that if you engage in intercourse with a man that is less than 7 inches, right? Then you're saying that there's no damage at all.
No, I'm saying there'd be. First of all, I'm coming in clear, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that was a little funky. Yeah, so you know, there's just damage received.
So you're saying less than 7 inches equals no damage at all?
Well, it depends on the girl.
Okay.
All this is contingent upon two different partners having the necessary things.
Okay, so you understand that this wouldn't relate to body count, right?
Say again?
You understand that this doesn't relate to body count, right? And you understand also 7 inches wide? Is that what you're referencing?
I mean, you need length and girth, depending on the girl.
I don't think it's 7 inch. Okay, well, but
anyway, so aside from that, right? I mean, there's only so much of that she can take. Like some girls, if she's dating a dude who's well endowed.
Dude, I'm sorry, wide is crazy, but sorry, say what you said.
Right. So if a girl is dating a guy who's well endowed, right? And let's say you don't know until you know, right? We get to the part in the dating scene where she's like, okay, sex is about to happen, all right? And then she goes, oh, well, crap. And then that goes in there. And if she's going to be promiscuous, she's going to run into these dudes eventually, right? At some point. And how much of that you think is going to be healthy for her?
Okay, so then here's my point then. So you're saying that if a woman engages in intercourse with men that have small peens, right? In that scenario, then you would say that there's no issue.
There wouldn't be as much an issue.
As much of an issue, so it would matter less. Her body count matters less.
In that instance, yeah.
Okay, so it's completely dependent upon how big someone is.
No, because there's other factors and variables.
What are the other factors?
Right. Well, pair bonding, psychological pair bonding. They've done studies on this, and to cite one that the other guy couldn't, the NIC, National Institute of Health, NIH, sorry, and they've pretty much done
actually,
that.
First, can you give me evidence that like having intercourse causes damage?
I mean, I don't have that evidence readily available, but yeah, I mean, most girls can tell you. I mean, the girls want to chime in on the chat.
Yeah, do you want to see all of them disagree with you?
I feel sorry for them.
Look at the chat. Look at the chat. He thinks the chat's going to agree with him, chat? I can't. Unbelievable.
No, of course not. Not on your live now. But yeah, I mean.
Not on my live. You mean any live?
I mean, you're not the only live out there. And first of all, let me just start by trying to respect your platform. I like what you do, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful and kind of come at you personally. So, but, yeah, it's just, different partners and stuff like that. Going through that is going to cause damage physically, emotionally. It's just not going to be good in the long run. Now, it doesn't mean it doesn't matter for men. It just matters more for the woman because there's a lot more physicality to it. Would you agree on that, or would you say that's hyperbole?
Wait, so you're saying it matters more for women because there's more physical? I don't know what you mean by there's more quote unquote physicality.
How do you not understand the physicality part?
Yeah, just clarify.
Okay, so men do the penetrating, correct? For intercourse to happen.
Sure. So why does that
involve some level of stretching out and changing the physical condition?
So can you give me any evidence that it's going to be like quote unquote looser? Because it's a muscle.
It's a muscle that gets stretched, and there's only so much stretching.
No, a muscle,
dude,
it's like a rubber band. It's like a rubber band, right? It goes back to its original standpoint.
I mean, if I punch someone in their bicep, how much of that do you think they can take?
What'd you say?
If I punch someone in their bicep, how many punches do you think they'll take before that muscle either collapses or doesn't serve its purpose?
Why are you comparing engaging in intercourse to punching someone?
It's to be relevant.
When you compare it to using the muscle,
right? I mean,
you use the muscle and the muscle gets stronger.
Girls have surgery for a reason to retighten their vagina for a reason. I mean, these things don't come out of the left field. It's you act like what I'm saying is wild.
Give me any type of scientific evidence, because that would happen from like tears and other stuff like that, and other types of issues that can affect people. That's not specifically like to engaging in intercourse. Typically speaking, wouldn't that be birth?
No.
Okay, so can you give me any evidence that says that people are made looser by engaging in intercourse?
Yeah, give me a moment.
And having a high body count. Yeah, I appreciate it, everyone. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to a million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. You already know the deal, everyone. We've been on for a little bit more than 3 hours. We got another 3 to go or so. A little less than 3, actually. I'm going to be on until like 7 o'clock, everyone, because I actually do have to do something right after. There are plenty of doctors that debunk that. Yeah, I know. Many have. I've looked it up. Clearly there's evidence that indicates that he's wrong. Many husband sutures because of misogyny. Absolutely. Are you in Iowa? No, I do not live in Iowa. I grew up in Iowa. I moved out when I was like in 2014. Wouldn't tampon stretches out too? Apparently. Can a woman? I'm living proof to love. Leah, emote, please. I don't have enough emote capacity. So like, I need emotes. They need to give me more access than 15 emotes. Yeah, 15 emotes is definitely not enough. Get Athena on. Athena's not in here. What's the topic? Right behind me. He's arguing that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men, or that it should matter more for women rather than men. Parker Angel, I appreciate it. Are you gonna change the topic tomorrow? Or we're gonna be doing a different topic. We do different topics, relatively speaking, every day. He trolls all your topics. Wait, who trolls my topics? The guest? Is that who you're referencing? Third account live later? I don't have time for third account live later. I'm hanging out with my girlfriend tomorrow.
Yeah, for the psychological one, the NIH, National Institute of Health. And right now I'm digging through this one to make sure it's not saying anything contrary or if the studies are inconclusive. Give me a moment. Who said I troll your lives? This is literally like the second time I've been on here. I think the last time I was on here, we were debating God.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was like one other time. Like, no, I find your debate and your debate style pretty respectful and nice. And that whole thing with you and Marcel.
What's the title of the NIH study? Waiting for that, waiting for that. In the meantime, everyone keep tapping that screen. It does get out to more people. It makes the lives more entertaining. Everyone, we've got another 2.5 hours, everyone, left on the live. We will be running in an hour and a half, the sub-only chat. The sub-only chat's always turn on for the last hour of the lives, y'all. So if you do want to have access to the sub-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. It's, you get access to like the exclusive emotes. We get like 15 emotes. We need more of them, honestly. But they haven't given us it yet. And then I also do the hour sub-only chats. It's like easier for me to interact with the sub-only chats.
So the relationship between multiple sex partners, depression, and substance abuse.
Multiple sex partners. Multiple sex partners. What? I'm Parker's emote plug. So real. Nat is the emote plug.
Anxiety and depression.
So you cut out. What'd you say?
Multiple partners and anxiety and depression.
Anxiety and depression. Oh,
and it should be under the paragraph of introduction if you scroll down.
And it should be where?
I think there's like 2 subparagraphs and the author and some stuff about that.
It says engaging in sex with multiple partners was not associated with an increased risk for anxiety, depression at 22, 26, or 32 years, once adjustment was made for any prior disorder. There was no significant interaction by gender, so the combined results are presented.
Did you go down to keep going down? And it says the 2 parties, what they came to conclusion with. Scroll down a little more.
Okay. Where at?
Right before the keywords and introduction, the paragraph above.
Right before the keywords in the introduction?
Yeah, it's the way the format's laid out.
Is it at the beginning? At the top?
Down. It's about 3 paragraphs down.
The abstract introduction.
Yeah, they kind of like highlight and keystone it.
Where in the introduction? And the highlighting is because you looked that up the same way it highlighted it when I looked it up. But that was from the title, so I don't know why it highlighted that part. But this doesn't give a statistically significant distinction between men and women. I don't see that at all.
Let's just say the study shows a significant difference between the men and women. That is
where does it show a statistically significant distinction? It's like the very basis of what I asked for.
Right where it says 9.6% going over each partner. Do you not see it?
Wait, sorry,
do you care if I send you?
Say again?
Do you care if I send you the screenshot? Like I'm looking right at it.
Just tell me where to look at it. I'll find it. People were saying at Athena and whatnot. Athena's not in the guest box, y'all.
It's under abstract. Yeah, it's under their section of abstract.
It's under the abstract. Okay, we're going up to the abstract. Where in the abstract?
Scroll down to where they talk about the 9.6.
There was no significant association between the numbers of sex partners and later anxiety and depression. Increasing numbers of sex partners were associated with increased risk of substance dependence disorder at all 3 ages.
Yeah, keep going.
The association was stronger for women and remained adjusting for prior disorder. For women reporting 2.5 or more partners per year compared to 0 to 1 partners, the adjusted ratios were analyses of new cases of these disorders showed similar patterns. The study established a strong association between the number of sex partners and later substance disorder. It just says that the study established a strong association between the number of sex partners and the later substance disorder. So are you saying that because there's a substance disorder, that means that high body count should matter more?
No, I mean the psychological effects is what I'm trying to highlight.
Yeah, this is just there says there was no significant association between those things, right? But there was like an association that was stronger for women and remained adjusting for prior disorder. So like that's in relation to substance dependence.
Right, but I mean, do you think promiscuity for either party is going to be good more so for women because they have easier access to it?
Wait, hold up. Substance dependence. So are you saying that because there's a greater predisposition towards substance dependence?
Right. Well, I mean, sex can be addicting, no? people can be addicted to sex, which is a problem.
Yeah, but this is substance dependence, not like a sex addiction.
No, right. But I mean, the psychological effects of being promiscuous can make you addicted to sex, which is just not good. And so if I had easier access to it, wouldn't I be more cautious to it?
More cautious to engaging in intercourse?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because it is the case that some people like just have different preferences when it relates to it. And also, like, again, just because like, are men who have easier access to intercourse, are they necessarily more cautious?
No, but they should.
No. Okay. So you're saying you should be more cautious given the fact that you have more opportunities?
Of course.
Okay. So a man that has more opportunities than the average woman, he should be more cautious than the average woman.
Yeah.
Okay. So being more cautious, does that mean that it should matter more?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that because there's more opportunities, it should matter more. Okay, so if we brought up a scenario in which there's a society in which women, right, on average would have less opportunities than the men, right, and the men would have more opportunities than the women, in this society, you think that it's a hypothetical scenario.
Ah, okay, hypothetical. Go ahead.
Yeah, so in this scenario, would you say that the women in this society, right, their body count should matter less than the men's?
Yeah, in that society, yeah, because I mean, who's going to be the protagonist of sex at that point?
The protagonist of sex?
Yeah. Who's gonna be trying to get more sex? Like, if the guy has more access to it, he'd have to have more women available, correct?
What do you mean? Who would be trying to get it more? Why does it matter who's trying to engage?
If sex is more accessible, that means I have more women to pick from, correct?
Yeah, but it's also the case that given
if I'm going to be promiscuous, I'm going to need women who are also willing to be promiscuous, correct?
Okay, so it seems like you're relating to some sort of idea of being selective, right?
Right.
Okay, so if you're relating to an idea of being selective, technically, do you agree women are more selective than men on average, right?
At this day and age, I'm not sure. I don't have any studies to back that up.
Yeah, I can send you stuff on that if you'd like.
But yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so like when it relates to this, we pretty much know that to be true. I mean, that's also why we can relate to the medians.
Right, and I would imagine it's more dire for them. I mean, they have.
Hold up. No, my idea is then if you base it on selectiveness, if you're less selective, it should matter more for you. If you agree men are less selective on average, then it would be that it matters more for men on average.
Right, because I think sex is harder to obtain for men.
Why is it harder to obtain?
Because we require more up front.
Why?
We're expected to meet a certain standard.
Because women are more selective?
Right.
Oh, okay, so you agree women are more selective on average?
Yes.
So, okay, again, the point would be is that given the amount of people that you have in terms of opportunities, you select less of those level of opportunities.
Right, because
you're
the
saying
women
that so the issue is that you're coming at like an issue here where these are conflicting. There's one thing that's saying that given a particular level of opportunities, you select less of those opportunities, and therefore that's more valuable. And then on the other hand, it's saying because it's easier, because there are a greater amount of opportunities, it should be looked at in a more negative connotation, or it should matter more for you.
Right.
So these things are necessarily conflicting.
Hypothetical in that scenario.
What?
You introduced a hypothetical.
What hypothetical?
Do you not remember your hypothetical?
That was a hypothetical for prior.
Right. You said if there was a scenario where women were going to be...
That was a different conversation. I wasn't talking about that right now.
That's why I asked you to specify what specifically.
We're talking about being selective, right? How selective someone is. You said that like it matters how selective someone is. So someone having this level of opportunities selected this amount of people. If they selected less, right, that's going to be more valuable. So it's going to matter less for them. But then on the other hand, it's going to matter more if they have more opportunities and they engage with a particular set of people because it was easier for them to do so. So these are necessarily conflicting because on one end, it would be saying that it would matter less within the respect that they have a greater set of opportunities. And the other one is going to be saying that it matters more given that it's easier.
Well, yeah, because men and women are different.
That doesn't answer the question because, again, these are conflicting.
Because if a guy has an opportunity to have sex, he'd need women to be available, right?
Same thing with women.
Basic supply and demand. If the woman's unwilling and she's being very selective, where's he getting his opportunity from? In that hypothetical you introduced, those two things don't work.
Wait, say that again?
If you laid out your scenario where the guy has the more opportunity than his female counterpart, that can't happen in your hypothetical. You just simply said if a guy's going to be having more opportunity to have sex than his... I didn't
bring up a hypothetical right now.
No, I'm challenging the same thing you just tried to get me to reiterate.
I didn't reference a hypothetical right now. I'm
I
referencing the
know
fact that you
I'm
have two
referring
different
to your
things.
hypothetical, which made this whole conversation in question. You understand that, yeah?
No, that was a different part of the conversation to see what your position was.
Right, but you said they're conflicting. And I said the only reason why
What
they're
did I say was
conflicting is because of the
conflicting?
hypothetical that you presented when the guy has more
Alex,
opportunity.
what did I say was conflicting?
I'm trying to get to that. So when you had presented the guy's going to have more opportunity for sex, shouldn't he be more selective? I said yes. And you said, well, there was two conflating issues, but you said it was a hypothetical.
I didn't say that in the context of the hypothetical.
Where am I losing?
You're just misunderstanding. Okay, again, I'm just saying in general, we have this notion in society that given that you have a greater level of opportunities and it's easier for you to engage in intercourse, given a particular set of people, say 5 people you would engage in intercourse with, right? It should matter more for you because you had more opportunities, right? On the other hand, it's that given your more set of opportunities, you selected less people. So for one person, if they had slept with 5 people and they have less opportunities, well, they selected more of those people. Therefore, they would be less, it would matter more for them within that respect. But for this individual, it would matter less for them within the respect that they selected less people given the fact that they had more opportunities. So given that that's the case, we have two conflicting things here. One, it matters more for there to be someone that has a greater level of opportunities, and then it matters less for someone when it relates to the idea that they are less selective.
No. Parker, what in 2023, who do you think has more leverage in the dating market, assuming everyone's heterosexual in this scenario?
I wouldn't make a generalized claim about all men or women.
Do you have any experience in the dating market? When was the last time you went on a date?
Like a month and a half ago.
Okay, so are you single or are you taken?
I'm in a relationship.
Okay, and I'm assuming the girl you dated, correct?
Girl I'm dating right now, yes.
Okay, so prior to her, what did you go when you met her at the date? Did you have to bring anything? How did you guys meet? Did you approach her or did she approach you?
I don't completely remember all the different times.
Okay,
but
would it be fair to say, or would this be a gross, far stretch of a statement?
the first time I was with someone, she actually approached me.
She approached
Appreciate
you.
the subscription, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, so did she know you prior?
Relatively, kind of just like knew me through other people.
Okay, so someone in the friend group. How'd she approach you?
Through another person.
So she went to someone else to tell you basically that she was interested.
Essentially, yeah.
And then what did you do?
Responded back like, yeah, sure.
Like over phone, did you go walk up to her? Like, did you meet her?
I responded to the friend, and then we just like started talking because we got each other's numbers or something. I don't remember completely.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm saying. Something's missing there. So at some point you initiated her, right?
Yeah, anyone would initiate after, like, if someone comes up to you, you would have to initiate a response back to them.
No, that would just be responding.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That's initiating a response.
You can't say. I mean, initiation as in engaging and being the first to make her.
Okay, then I was not the first. No.
Yeah. So you reacted, right? It's not you didn't initiate.
She initiated. Yeah.
Okay, right. So would you say is it more of a stretch for me to say men initiate the approach more than women?
Sure, like you could say men approach more than women.
Right. Why do you think that is?
That's just how society is. I don't know.
You think it's a societal thing, or you think it's a primordial, natural,
Societal.
biological
Societal.
So, what do you think created that norm? Where do you get your information from?
I don't know what created that norm. I don't know.
You can't say it's just the way it's always been. I mean, you could observe it in nature. Nature is not very like.
I don't know how it is that way. Can you let me know? Do you have an understanding?
I mean, do you not see it in nature? Like, you act like what I'm saying.
I don't know.
Like, I mean, be for real. Like, dudes initiate. Like, that's typically how it goes. And I'm generalizing because there's always exceptions.
I think we have a way more complex social interaction than other types of animals.
Of course, we have a lot more, thoughts in frontal cortex. Yeah,
I mean, we obviously say the patriarchy, but then the question would just be, where does the patriarchy result from? And then we're just
look in nature.
Well, I don't think that all things in nature are necessarily patriarchal.
Right. But now we're looking for the exception to the rule, not the rule.
No, but again, just because we see things commonly in nature doesn't mean that they're always meant to be a particular way.
I mean, who's to say it's meant to be? I mean, that's presupposing the predestination to it.
Yeah, that's presupposing like a purpose.
What's wrong with
I'm not disputing that it is a particular way. What are you saying?
Right, but you're saying, oh, it doesn't need to be the way it is. I'm like, well, it just is what it is. What's wrong with that?
I never disputed things are the way they are.
Right. Okay, but you're like, oh, that's not the way it needs to be.
Yeah.
Assuming you have an issue with it.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I disagree with it, like in terms of my values. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So it's a personal preference.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's wrong with having a personal preference of going, I don't want a girl with a high body count?
Well, I think you're being a hypocrite if you don't apply the same standard to yourself.
Sure, but let's say I'm a drug addict and I made a mistake and dabbled into drugs. Does that mean I should date a drug addict?
No, it
Just
means that
because I hold
you shouldn't
myself to
require
the same
you shouldn't
standard?
have you shouldn't have a preference against the person you dated doing the same thing in the past.
Right. So if I made a mistake, like getting a high body count,
Then you also have to recognize that other people make mistakes too.
So, hold on.
Wait. If you make a mistake, then you also
No.
have to recognize other people make mistakes too.
Sure, but if I prefer to look for a partner who hasn't made the same mistake because I understand the detriment of it, am I wrong for doing it? Because I hold it.
I think you're being hypocritical. Yeah.
Okay, so you think if a drug addict, I should date a drug addict then? Is that what you're saying? That's the equivalent.
Wait, say that one more time.
If I'm a drug addict and I'm a recovering drug addict and I realize what the problems of being a drug addict is and I don't want another drug addict in my life.
Yeah, I'm not saying a
Your
person who
logic is
currently
I
is.
should
I'm
have
saying
to
a
date
person who
you.
has been in the past.
Critical. That
I'm not
doesn't
saying
make
a person.
sense.
I didn't. I'm saying not saying a person who currently is. I'm saying a person who was in the past who did the same thing you did in the past.
Sure, but should I
Like
be
a former
subject to
addict.
dating
Like
them? Though?
would you say? Would you like? We're talking about like a former addict saying,
Hold on.
I'm not okay with dating any former addicts.
Right. I get what you're saying, but I think we're combing over what I just said. So
Jenna, thank you so much for the cash app. I appreciate it.
Does that mean I'm only subject based on that standard that you just placed, right? On that logic, should I be subject to only dating people who've had a high body count if I thought, oh, that's a mistake? So I'm only subject to date people who have high body counts.
No, I'm just saying as a requirement or a preference.
So am I wrong for having that preference? What's wrong with that? It's no longer a double standard at
hypocritical.
that point.
It is
What's
a double
wrong?
standard.
How is it hypocritical if I realize it's a mistake? And again, so you're saying it's hypocritical.
You're saying because they couldn't have the same what you consider quote unquote mistakes prior.
No, but see, you see, we run into the same problem though. If I realize the mistake of having a high body count and understanding the damage it takes, because I do believe it takes a toll on both parties. So if I go, okay, that's no good, and I've seen the effects of it done to me, why would I want to seek out a partner who's repeating the same mistake as I have? You can call it hypocritical.
You're not
but I
listening.
don't
You're not
think it's
listening
wrong
at
to
all.
do that.
You're not listening at all, right? I'm saying that you have to be okay with, you can't make it a requirement against or a preference against the individual that went through the exact same circumstances as you,
Why not?
okay? Because they went through the exact same circumstances as you. If you think it should be acceptable when
So
it
does that
relates to
mean I
you,
have to date 'em?
well, listen to me for a second, okay? Right? If you think it should be acceptable for you, then it should be acceptable for the person that you're going to be with, right? Essentially, it's like expecting the same from yourself as you expect from your partner when it relates to like a responsibility claim. Because you associate this with responsibility. So if you associate with this with responsibility, why don't you hold yourself to that same responsibility and accountability?
Right. And hence the sense why if I'm going to pick a partner, I'm going to pick someone who isn't going to make that same mistake. The same way if
Not
you had,
now, but we're talking
Right,
about
right.
in the past. They did. So that again, this is like
Right.
a former addict saying to another former addict saying, I'm not going to be with you because you were a former addict, even though you're not an addict now.
right, but would it be right? That I understand. I think that's what I think you're
Is
missing.
that hypocritical? Yes or no?
Yes, that would be hypocritical.
That's exactly what you're doing.
Right. No,
Exactly what you're doing.
Hold on. So that being said, in the future going, okay, I now acknowledge this. I don't want this in my life. Is it wrong for me to go, I no longer accept and tolerate this?
Wait, sorry, say it one more time.
If I acknowledge that and go, this is hypocritical, but moving forward, I'm going to choose to date partners who have not or do not engage in this activity. Is it wrong for me to hold that preference?
Yeah. Because you're
Why?
hypocritical.
Okay, is that in that sense is hypocritical being wrong?
I think it's wrong to be
Morally
hypocritical.
wrong.
I think it's wrong to be hypocritical when it relates to
so like I said,
like
you
body
think-
count. Yeah.
Again, so we go back to what I said. So based on that standard and logic, you think if I'm a drug addict, I must date a former drug addict as well. That's your logic.
That's no. I'm saying you
That's your
didn't
logic.
listen to me at all. You didn't listen to me at all. Okay. So I'm saying that you can't have a requirement against or a preference against, right? A person that went through the exact same circumstances as you and is at the exact same point as you. Okay, that's ridiculous.
I don't understand what's so ridiculous about it.
I just explained you're being a hypocrite.
Sure,
Do you
but
think
then
you just said?
correct
Do you
me.
think it's okay for that person to be a hypocrite in the context of the former drug addict scenario?
No, I think if someone's a former
No.
drug addict,
Why? Why? Why is it not okay?
so let me finish. So
Tell me
if
why. No,
someone
tell me
was,
why it's not okay.
so if everyone wants to listen for a moment,
Yeah,
right?
tell me
Let's
why
keep it
it's not
respectful.
okay, bro.
I'm
Please.
trying not to interrupt you, right? When you're
I want you
making
to
your
answer
point.
my question. Tell me why it's not okay.
I'm trying to explain that right now. So if someone who is a former drug addict, I would not hold it against them for them not wanting that in their life, because it is their prerogative to seek something that was damaging at one point, recognizing the damage and not wanting that ever in their life. I don't think it's hypocritical. I think they're trying to better themselves.
Again, you're not listening, Alex. I'm not saying with a person who is currently a drug addict. I'm saying someone who in the past is also someone who did drugs and has gotten past that point.
Uh-huh. Right. Okay. So if those two people date, that's fine. But the thing is if you
No,
prefer
did you hear
not
what I
to-
said? You having a preference against a person who did the exact same thing as you. They were a former drug addict and got past it, and you say that's wrong for them, but it's not wrong for me.
Right.
That's a hypocrite. That's hypocritical, right?
Sure. But
And
in that
that's
sense,
bad.
does it
Why?
make it
Because it's
wrong?
hypocritical?
Right. But does it make it wrong?
Is it wrong? Well, yeah, you consider it bad. What does bad mean?
Right. So again, your
Bad and
advice.
wrong are
so,
interchangeable
hold
in
on,
this
hold on.
context.
So your advice in this sense, right? Again, using your logic. I don't think you're following me. So based on that logic, and to avoid being a hypocrite, you would tell that drug addict who was a former drug addict, he's not allowed to date anyone who also wasn't a drug addict based on that logic.
No, you're not listening to me.
Jesus
Holy
Christ.
fuck, dude.
No,
Holy fuck,
no,
dude. Shut up. Just be quiet.
no,
Okay? Mute
no,
your mic. Mute
no.
your
That's
mic. Mute your
bullshit.
mic. Mute your mic. You're being
That's
bullshit right now.
bullshit.
I just explained it multiple times and you didn't get it again. Right? Just mute your mic. Be quiet, okay? I'm saying that they can't say they have a preference against or that they have a requirement against this characteristic. Okay? Given that they have the exact same thing.
Again, we just disagree.
Okay, so actually accurately represent my view, please.
So you're saying if someone wants to hold a preference, that preference that they have, they can't be guilty of as well.
What?
Can you hear me okay?
No.
You can't hear me.
Re-say what you just said.
Okay, so basically, if I got you correctly, and correct me where I'm wrong, the person who's going to hold a preference on someone cannot be guilty of that preference to hold it against that future partner.
I don't know what the language you're using for this. That didn't make any sense.
Basically, you're saying whatever I'm going to choose to date on this person, I can't also be guilty of.
I'm saying you cannot have a preference against, right, them having the same characteristic that you had, or a requirement against them having that characteristic.
Right. So I can't be guilty of the same thing they did if I did it myself.
I can't be guilty of this. I don't know what the terminology you're using. I really confused with what you just said.
I try to dumb it down as much as I can. So, I mean,
I dumbed it down as much as you possibly can.
Right. If I'm a thief, you're just basically saying, well, if you don't want to date someone who's not a thief, you can't do that because you too were a thief. That's stupid.
So yeah, if I was a thief in the past, right, and I robbed a bank or something, but I've moved past that. I'm against robbing now, right? Like I've become a different person, right? And then another person was a bank robber in the past, and they also moved on. They did the exact same thing as me, stole the exact same things, did the exact same things as me. And I say, oh, I'm not okay with being with this person because of those reasons. Because those are the same reasons that apply to me.
Sure, but if you wanted something to better yourself and not be a part of that, what is wrong with that in the sense of going, okay, it's hypocritical, but does it make it incorrect or make you a bad person for wanting better?
I think it's wrong to be hypocritical.
But does it make it bad to want
Is it
better?
hypocritical, yes or no?
Yes, I told you.
Do
I
you think
agree.
things are wrong
But I
because they're
don't think
hypocritical?
being hypocritical for the sense of bettering yourself makes it wrong. I didn't say it didn't make you hypocritical.
So the person who is a former drug addict saying that they don't want to be with someone who was a former drug addict that has changed, right, for the betterment of themselves, right? You think that's not bad?
No,
No?
because
Okay.
the last thing that person needs is drugs around them.
There's no drugs around them. This person's
Given their history.
Did you listen to me? A former drug addict that has moved past it. There's no drugs around them.
Sure. But again, given the history, why add two concoctions that are not going to be conducive?
That's not. What do you
You're
mean not
adding
going to be
to the mix.
conducive?
It's like
You
saying,
both
hey,
wait.
you
You
add
both
to
moved
the
on. You both moved on.
Right, but if the preface is if I'm a drug addict, if I have someone who's been sober their whole life, the chances and likelihood of me diving back into drugs will
Wait, wouldn't
significantly decrease versus someone who's also been in that
no,
scenario.
actually, no. Someone who's also been in that scenario would know
Like we're
how
both
far it
recovering. That's
goes,
stupid.
and would be more likely to respect your boundaries that would be associated with alcohol compared to someone that doesn't understand those boundaries because they never went through that type of experience. I would dispute that.
Yeah, but that would be assuming several variables, right? That would be assuming that they've been doing this for a while, they're versed in it, right? And that would be assuming I've been doing this for X amount of years. If we're the same and compatible, you could do that. But again, I say it's not wrong for them to want someone who doesn't have that.
Who doesn't have that in their past and has moved on from
Right.
that?
Right.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
think
it's
that's
wrong.
hypocritical. Okay, so
And I
th
agree. I think it is
so
hypocritical, but I
yeah,
don't
and I
make,
think it's
I don't
wrong
think
because it's
that means
hypocritical.
wrong.
That's the
Correlation
idea.
doesn't equal causation on that.
Oh my God, this is talking about preferences. I'm not saying two things are associated means one cause
Right,
the other. That's not my
because you're
worldview.
saying, okay, if you're hypocritical, that automatically makes you wrong or a bad person morally.
Yeah, that's what my worldview is. That's not
Right,
correlation
that's what I'm
causation.
getting at.
You don't
Fine,
understand
you're
what
full
wait,
circle.
Alex,
Okay,
stop talking, stop talking.
you're
You
full
don't know what
circle.
you don't know what correlation causation is. Right?
Uh-huh.
Correlation causation would be saying two variables are associated. That means that one caused the other.
Right,
I'm not
drawing a
saying that.
conclusion.
I'm saying I think that this is wrong. I think that being hypocritical is wrong. That's what I'm saying. That's not a correlation causation fallacy. Holy
But
fuck.
that's why I asked you, and I prefaced that with saying, is being hypocritical making you a bad person morally? And you
Yeah,
fucking
under my
said
worldview, it
yes.
is. Yes.
You said yes. Right.
Yes,
So
you're
full
you're a bad
circle.
person. Yes.
If someone wants to date someone and be hypocritical by saying, I don't want this in my life, that makes them a bad person. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's a bad thing for them to be hypocritical. Yep.
Okay, so I don't think it's wrong for them to be a hypocrite and better themselves by not wanting
Okay,
that.
okay,
in their
Alex,
life.
Alex,
I don't think that makes
Alex.
them wrong.
So my worldview is gonna be that like my body count doesn't matter and your body count does matter, Alex. That's gonna be my worldview. Is that justified?
Say that again. You cut out.
Yeah, my worldview is gonna be that my body count doesn't matter and your body count does matter. That's just gonna be my worldview.
I mean, sure, but your decisions don't affect my life. So, I mean, carry on.
Yeah, so it is the case that again it's justified in me holding this worldview.
Say that again.
Am I justified in holding this worldview under your opinion?
That your body count doesn't matter and mine does.
Yeah, just on the basis of me being different than you.
How does that impact your life?
It makes me better to think that I don't that my body count doesn't matter.
I mean, no homo, but are we being intimate?
Why are you saying that?
Right, because if we're not having sex,
Well, no,
it's not even
why do you
conversation.
say it like why do you say that? Like that the culture around saying no, not being gay, right? Stuff like that after like circumstances. Like do you not understand how that culture like reinforces like treating gay people like in a bad way on the basis of like saying that these characteristics would be bad for someone to perceive you having?
I don't see how any of this goes back. How does this tie into your argument as to why it doesn't matter for women to have body counts higher than men?
I'm saying that a high body count should matter equally for men and women.
But that's assuming men and women are the same when it comes to
No,
sex.
no, my position is that men and women are more similar than different, right? So I'm going to treat them the same unless I have
Except
good
for the
reason.
parts that matter.
Listen, can you listen to me for a second, please? Okay, men and women are more similar than different, so we're gonna have to treat, I'm gonna say that we're gonna treat them the same unless we have good reason to treat them differently. So what is your good reason to treat them differently?
So the good reason to treat them differently is knowing people's past. Again, promiscuity is not good on either party, but the more promiscuous a woman is, psychological effects. Again, the NIH is showing that there's going to be problems with that.
Yeah, so give me evidence that indicates that again, it's going to be the case that there are broader psychological impacts when it relates to women, insofar as
Look
that it
up
would.
pair bonding for me, because every time I go on Google, this thing acts up the mic.
I've already looked that up. It's not a distinction between men and women.
No, pair bonding.
Yeah, that notion of pair bonding doesn't like exist in the same way that you're referencing with other types of animals and humans.
Well,
the notion that you're generally people are referencing with pair bonding is like, oh, just there's an emotional connection.
Right. Well, the oxytocin and the certain drug chemicals, I forget the name eludes me right now, get more release for women than it does for men. We bond differently.
But that doesn't change the idea that again that doesn't mean that there's a good reason to treat us differently just because there's a different type of chemical that would release at different degrees.
No, I would say, I would put it out there for men to not be so promiscuous to create that in women.
Oh, you just got a guideline restriction. So he just got a guideline restriction, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. Copy link, do send it to a few friends, but let's get on to the next person, everyone. Parker, I told you? Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All right. So I have the study.
How old are you?
I'm 21.
For sure. So do you think that a high body count should matter for women, but not for men?
I was already up here, remember?
Oh, I don't even remember. Sorry, I apologize. What's the study?
This study is, was it good for you, gender differences in motives and emotional outcomes following casual sex?
Gender differences.
Gender differences in motives and emotional outcomes following casual sex.
Casual sex. All right. This is from linkspringer.com.
No, it's a .gov website.
The NCBI?
Give me a second, let me check. Yes, NCBI.
Okay, so where does it say that there's a statistically significant distinction between men and women?
Okay, so let me get the section and I'll tell you where to scroll down to.
Yeah, I'd love to see this.
To gender differences in motivations and outcomes. That's where you'll see what I'm talking about. And please read it out loud for other people in the audience.
Full text links. I gotta click on the full text. Okay. Was it good for you? Okay, so wait, where's it at?
Differences in motivations and outcomes. You have to scroll down. It's a pretty far scroll down.
Okay.
The study.
Sexual motivations and outcomes?
No, it says gender differences in motivation
Sorry.
outcomes.
Gender differences and motivations and outcomes. Okay, I'm looking. Yo, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, gender differences and motivations.
And basically what that's saying over there is that, yes, the motivations most of the time are not very different between the two. But what happens is with the outcomes, it shows that men feel more happiness and basically like satisfaction, where women feel more lonely. Hold up, let me read it out.
Wait, where does it say that? Yeah.
It says women reported significantly more negative emotional outcomes.
Where does it say that?
In the section that I gave you.
I'm looking at it right now and it doesn't say that.
Which website are you on?
I'm on NIH.
Are you able?
Significantly more. This is okay here.
There we go.
Okay, although there was an overall gender difference in the motivations for casual sex, it is noteworthy that men and women similarly endorse statements such as "I had a hookup for personal enjoyment, fun." Such findings support the idea that social stigma around women's sexual agency is diminishing. There was also a significant overall gender difference in emotional outcomes following casual sex, and differences for 11 out of the 13 individual outcomes. Women reported significantly more negative emotional outcomes than men, including loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, regret, general negative feelings, and a perception of negative judgment from others. This is in relation to the social stigmas.
No, it wasn't.
That's what it just referenced.
It literally just said reported.
Yeah, this is in relation to the stigmas. Yeah.
No.
So that it literally referenced support the idea that stigma surrounding women's sexual agency is diminishing. There's also significant general. Yeah, there's also significant.
Then it said women reported more negative emotional outcomes. It's not referring to the stigma. They mention the stigma because basically the stigma is the concept that, oh yeah, women are having sex for an emotional connection. That's why it referenced the stigma. But then it's saying the outcome of that is they reported more negative emotional
But
negative
that's
emotional outcomes.
because of the stigma.
It's not.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Why do
So
women report loneliness because of the stigma? That doesn't make any sense. We got them, boys.
what do you mean we've got them? Right.
We
Again,
got them, boys.
you have. Can you demonstrate to me that this was not in relation to stigmas?
He
When
said
it literally classifies stigma right before.
it literally said reported. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not referring to the stigma. They're referring to the study.
Wait, no. Why do you say it's not referring to the stigma? Because the idea here is that the way that people feel when it relates to the how they feel after engaging intercourse is going to be in relation to the social stigmas placed upon it. Right. That's actually what it references. Right. Oh, it just randomly just moved away from that. That's what it references before that.
Literally, what it's trying to say is it's referencing the stigma to say, hey, these the motivation, this study is about motivation and outcomes. It's saying, hey, these motivations both seem to be the same from our study, which goes against the stigma that's put on women. But as in the stigma that's put on women that they're doing it for emotional.
So this is literally.
Let me finish. It's talking about the stigma that they put on women, where it's like, oh, women are having sex for an emotional connection, and they're saying, okay, with that motivation, that stigma is incorrect because they're doing it for personal gratification. But what is reported is the women are reporting a negative emotional outcome due to these casual sexual relations. And please finish the rest, because you didn't let the audience hear the rest. Finish.
Oh, you actually didn't. However,
the
the item that loaded on the same factor as all of these items was the concern about being negatively judged by others, which supports the sexual double standard from a social, psychological perspective. Within Western culture, women are supposedly empowered, and gender equality regulations are in place to enhance equality perspectives and harmony opportunities. However, what's up?
You didn't finish the rest. So the rest that the audience.
Women reported more concern about being negatively judged by others after engaging in casual sex than men. There is risk of social stigma, namely SLUT shaming, in leading to social isolation for women, marking them lower in status and less deserving of respect, with the risk of social isolation, poor reputation, and negative emotions. Okay, read this, please.
I'm not referring to that.
What are you talking about? It's literally referring to the fucking stigmas.
No, it's not.
It literally is.
That's
not
what
it's referencing.
I'm referring to, though. That's not what I'm referring to.
That is exactly what it is referring to.
Right now, you are not reading what I told you to read.
Yeah, I read right under what you just said.
You did not.
Yes, it is. This is literally right under what you just said.
You skipped out on a certain portion.
This is literally the next paragraph. Next two paragraphs.
The thing, you didn't finish reading read the whole paragraph, starting from the section of gender differences and motivations and outcomes. Start from there and read.
You want me to read all three paragraphs?
No. Just read that first paragraph.
Oh, so you want me to cherry pick paragraphs
No,
rather
I'm
than
not
looking at all the
cherry-picking.
context?
No. What I want you to do
So
is
then
not
I'm going to
omit
read all three
information,
paragraphs. Would you
because
prefer
right
me
now
doing
you're
that?
omitting information.
Hey, would you prefer me to put
So then
all
why
three?
are you scared to read it?
Why are you scared for me to read all three? I'm going to read all three.
I don't have a problem with you reading all three.
Okay, I'm going to read all three.
Because you asked me to cite a source.
Okay, well, I'm reading all
citing my
three.
source and providing my evidence.
Yeah, I'm reading all three. Right
Okay,
now.
go ahead.
Although there was an overall gender difference in the motivations for casual sex, it was noteworthy that men and women similarly endorsed statements such as, "I had a hookup for personal enjoyment, fun." Such findings support the idea that social stigma surrounding women's sexual agency is diminishing. There was also significant overall gender difference in the emotional outcomes following casual sex, and differences for 11 out of the 13, which is not a statistically significant sample, individual items. Women reported significantly more negative emotional outcomes than men, including loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, regret, general negative feelings, and a perception of negative judgment from others. Conversely, men reported greater sexual satisfaction, happiness, and sexual confidence, contentment, and mood improvement. Each of these findings is consistent with the general idea that men experience some kind of emotional enhancement from engaging in casual sex, but for women, the emotional effect is reductive, right? While the statistical effect size of the gender difference here was reasonably small, it is worth noting that of the 11 items indicating a gender difference, women reported a greater agreement to 6, while the reverse was true for 5. Thus, the average difference misrepresents the more nuanced story. Okay. Women
you.
reported significantly more regret, loneliness, unhappiness, rejection, and negative feelings about oneself in comparison to men following their most recent hookup experience. It is important to note that this is finding is consistent with research from an evolutionary perspective which suggests that women experience more regret than men because of short-term sexual relationships that are considered less advantageous for women's reproductive success, and conversely, advantageous for men's reproductive success. However, the item that loaded on the same factor of all these items was concern about being negatively judged by others, which supports the sexual double standard from a social psychological perspective. Within that, which is again the basis of that basis of the way that was treated in evolutionary perspective. By the way, within Western culture, women are supposedly empowered, and gender equality regulations are in place to enhance equality and opportunities. However, the findings of this investigation suggest that women do not experience casual sex in the same way as men. Women are reportedly more concerned being negatively judged by others after engaging in casual sex than men. There is a risk of social stigma, namely SLUT shaming, leading to social isolation for women, marking them as lower in status and less deserving of respect, with the risk of social isolation, poor reputation, and negative emotions.
So, with that in mind, everything you just read, did it not keep on reporting that women report negative effects after their casual sexual interactions? It keeps on saying that. It keeps on saying.
Due to what reason? What reason? The stigma, right?
And they have many reasons as to that.
So wait, hold up. Due to what reason the stigma? So if the reason
some of them, and mind you, people think that it was 13 people. It wasn't 13 people. They're referring to 13 items. Thank you. Some of them is due to the stigma. No,
it literally talks about it's due to the stigma, but
no, not all of them.
But like mainly, right? That's what it references. That's literally what the study is going over. That is literally what it references. That's literally what we just read. Did you just listen to anything I just read?
This is the thing. Right now.
By the way, I just want to reference one thing here. Do you understand what even having a sample size that's statistically significant is actually like important?
It said 13 items.
Yeah, 13. Yeah, that's not a statistically significant sample size.
Not people.
Yeah, so what's the sample size?
I'm not sure.
Give me the sample size. Go find it.
Even before that, I want to continue on this point where you asked me to provide you a source that shows that women and men do not have the same responses to casual sexual interactions, whether it's stigma or not. It doesn't matter. You asked me to give you a source that shows that women and men do not have the same.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, so this is no. I asked you. That's not caused by them having a.
You see?
No, I'm not going to let you finish.
There we go.
Right, because it is the case that you're misrepresenting the data. Okay, it is not caused by the fact that they have a high body count or the fact that they are engaging in the intercourse. It's caused by the social stigma.
Notice,
and that's what you're not recognizing.
Notice how now you're moving the goalpost.
That's actually what it is.
You asked me to provide you a source to show that women and men do not have the same effect, the same outcomes out of sexual, out of casual sex,
as having a high body count.
And no. Let me start.
As having a high body count. What did I say? Restate what I specifically said.
You were your whole basis was off of the fact that men and women have the same experiences, the same effect on them when they have casual sex. That's basically
not a statistically significant distinction in terms of the outcomes from having a high body count.
I literally provided you a study that shows, yes, it is not. They do not have the same outcome. And now you're saying that I don't listen because I actually found a article to refute your whole statement. Your whole basis was to say that they're on the same level. Even if it is societal standards, that is still showing that it has a different effect on men than women. So thank you for proving my point. Whether it's a stigma or not, even if it's a stigma, that still shows that they are not on the same playing field.
No, because then the idea is that it's different. No, I want you to listen, because then the idea is that it's not based on the idea that it's them having a high body count. It's how society is treating them for having that high body count. Okay. So what it actually indicates actually below this is as Western culture changes and it supports like gender equality and the levels of sexual promiscuous are becoming more liberal, right? Engaging in casual sex is becoming interestingly like acceptable, right? Amongst like men and women, which is decreasing the risk of experiencing negative emotional outcomes. So read this. I'll read it for you actually specifically. Western culture supports gender equality and levels of sexual permissiveness that are arguably becoming more liberal. Engagement in casual sex is becoming increasingly acceptable, and it is noteworthy that the modest effect sizes in gender differences reported here may suggest that the disparity is decreasing, but the risk of experiencing negative emotional outcomes is considerably greater for women than for men. Right? That's telling you that the distinction is likely, again, explained by the stigma, and that it's decreasing throughout time based upon how we're treating this, how we're stigmatizing it differently now comparative to in the past.
Now the conversation isn't about whether or not there's a disparity. You're trying to make the conversation about whether or not the stigma needs to be changed. That's a different topic.
No. That is a
totally different topic.
No, because again,
nonetheless,
listen,
there is
you didn't listen. Hold up.
Men and women.
Holy fuck, I just explained this and you didn't listen. Okay? So I'm going to explain it one more time. Again, because of having sex, right, is different than because of these social stigmas associated with having sex. I appreciate that. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Zahara.
All I'm going to say
Do you understand the distinction there?
All I'm going to say is, everybody, he was trying to say that there's no disparity. I brought an article.
Restate what I just said. Restate what I just said.
To literally show a disparity.
Restate what I just said. Restate what I just said. Come on, don't be disingenuous. Restate what I just said.
Everyone.
Restate what I just said. Are you gonna leave? Are you gonna run? He ran. He fucking ran. I literally gave him the distinction like 4 fucking times of what it specifically was. It was not caused by them engaging in sex. It was caused by the social stigmas associated with engaging in sex. And that's a variable you would take into account when comparing the psychological impacts between men and women as it relates to engaging in sex. Because we're talking about, does engaging in sex or having a higher body count imply that you're going to have these set of outcomes, right? And no, it's not that. It is these social stigmas around that. That's what we're identifying there. And that's what he can't understand. I really don't understand why he ran away after that. That's so unfortunate. But tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends, everyone. Yeah, these guests today are absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. We're going to go to the next person. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. I apologize to all the people I don't get to. I've got 39 requests, everyone, so there's no way I'll be able to get to everyone. I'm just randomly clicking people, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey. 41.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men? Emily, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it.
I don't, but I have a thought, right, that I want to, like, I won't be on here very long, just like for an opposition.
For people who disagree, man. I'm just looking for people who disagree. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Okay, for some reason it's not accepting people, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, though. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Why is it not accepting people? Yeah, chat. There aren't many women in the guest box. I am accepting women. They haven't accepted though, or they don't disagree. Okay. For some reason, it's not accepting anyone, chat. I'm really trying. I apologize. Exactly. Yeah, that's just how TikTok is. Oh my gosh, I just hit my mic. Yo, Tabby, thank you so much for the money gun. I appreciate it. Okay, it's really not accepting people. Okay, it's really not accepting people. I'm trying, everyone. We'll try to get up someone who does disagree. We've been on for a little over 4 hours, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you disagree. Parker, do you have a HyperX mic? I have a HyperX Quadcast S. Yes, I do. All right, everyone. We're going to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen, y'all. Yeah, people are literally not joining in. I'm really trying to get someone up here, but it's really no one's accepting or getting accepted in. Where's Athena? Athena was here earlier. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person. Or, I mean, this person's just muted, so we're gonna go to the next everyone. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Profile says she's 17. Thank y'all anyway. I appreciate it. Everyone, I'm not doing 2v1s right now. We're just doing 1v1s right now, y'all. Okay, it's really not getting people on. I'm trying to get some people up here. Everyone, again, everyone here in like an hour, I think. In an hour, 50 minutes or so, we're going to be moving to the sub-only chat. So if you want to have access to the subscriber-only chat, subscribe if you haven't already. It helps me come on here every single day, y'all. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
34.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yes.
Why so?
I think it's a complicated issue because there's different layers like social and evolutionary. So like socially speaking and idealistically speaking, I can't say I think it should matter technically, but I think that it does matter. And I think that it's...
So you don't think it should? All right, we're just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on, man. Only send a guest request if you disagree with the topic, everyone. We are just looking for some debaters. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. So again, please only send a guest request if you disagree. Yeah, y'all, like every single person in the guest box is a man. Almost every single one. I literally don't see a single person who is not a man. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. I literally... Does Dean agree? Yeah, Dean agrees with me, I'm pretty sure, at least. Yeah, chat, I'm not doing 2v1s right now, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Are you assuming gender, Parker? Yes. Okay, it's really not accepting people. I'm trying to get someone up here. I apologize, everyone. It's been really slow getting people up right now. But I will get someone here in a second, everyone. I disagree, I swear. Jace, I know you don't disagree. Okay, for some reason it's not getting this person. Okay, let's go to the next, everyone. Has the Whatever podcast responded to you? No, the Whatever podcast never did. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Yo, what up?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
All right, define what you mean by your questions for a second, because honestly, I've been reading it for a minute now, and I've been trying to figure out like what you mean by the question.
Like, do you think that women should be looked at in a more negative connotation for having the same body count as a man?
No, of course not. But at the same time, I have a reason for that.
All right.
Because
appreciate you coming on. He figured it out. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. People saying Jace disagrees with me. I know Jace does not disagree, chat. I know who Jace is. All right. It's really not getting people up, everyone. I'm trying. Give it a second, everyone. New topic, Parker. We'll have a new topic tomorrow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, I'm 33. You don't remember me?
Yeah. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Of course it should matter.
Why?
No guy's going to want an overly promiscuous woman.
But it's okay for a man to be promiscuous?
There's a big difference between the two. Parker, why do you prefer a woman with less body count? Why?
Because it's more similar to mine.
Okay, so you're pretty much a hypocrite then.
No, I'm saying more similar to mine, which indicates compatibility.
What's the compatibility?
Them having similar sexual values to me when it relates to engaging intercourse with someone that you have an emotional connection with.
Okay, so you think women can do what they want because you're a feminist, correct? You were saying that before, right?
Yeah.
But you prefer a woman with a lower body count, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why is that?
Again, they're more similar in terms of my values.
So now it's about your values, so that you don't like women to have a higher body count, correct?
No, I still like women that have higher body counts. I'm just
So
saying that
why
someone who has a
wouldn't
lower body count is more likely to
so
be
why wouldn't you date
compatible to
women?
my sexual values.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so why wouldn't you date them?
Wouldn't I
Be
date who?
honest. A woman with a higher body count. Why wouldn't you date them?
I would date a woman with a higher body count
So then why would you prefer one with less?
because they're closer to my sexual values, likely speaking.
No, that's not the real reason.
Appreciate that, Mustache. Thank you so much. Why is that not the real reason?
I mean, the other guy exposed you pretty much, which was the most hilarious thing I ever heard in my life.
Yeah, exposed
think you're
me.
insecure.
Exposed me.
Yeah, he exposed your ass. You're insecure.
So everyone has some level of insecurities. That is not a
don't got
reason
no
that is
insecurities.
relevant when it relates to body count for me, though.
I'm good where it matters. That's never been a problem for me. But when
Cool,
the guy's
no,
talking
appreciate
about
it. Thank you for the hand
dildo,
art.
and you're worried about the size of the dildo, it's because you're insecure.
I don't think that now. I don't think that. Like that's
No,
not
you
my
don't
values.
think that?
No, I
Because
don't.
we
I
heard
don't.
you
I don't.
argue with yourself.
I do admit. I do admit that was me saying that. I don't believe that though when it relates to my values.
No,
though.
you didn't admit
Again,
it.
right? I do want to relate to the idea though that like yes, there is an idea that you can compare yourself to characteristics in which you do not possess. Right, and someone comparing themselves to, because it was brought up in a context in which comparing yourself to something in which you do not possess, to be able to say that like there would be some sort of notion of, oh, if I can't fulfill these characteristics that this individual would want from me, right, then it would be the case that then there would be some notion of like a feeling of an insecurity.
Conjunction,
right? But that's not. Hold on, let me finish. But that's not the reason why I would care about like body counts or say I have a preference for someone that has a similar body count to mine. Right, that would be in relation to the idea that someone views sex as like something that's in terms of developing an emotional connection, like centered around it, like in the context of an emotional connection.
Parker, did you admit it or did you get caught in the lie? Which one was it?
Dude, I literally don't remember saying that particularly. Right, I didn't remember. I don't remember. Right, but that is what I said.
Okay,
so, like that's all I said.
And why did you say that, Parker?
I just explained that like literally 4 or 5 times at this point. Are you coming on just to like be no, do this, or do you want to?
This is a real question to you because you have a double standard.
This is not a double standard.
You're lying to every single person. The guy even
I'm not.
said that the women are delusional in your chat.
I didn't. I said the people who said again. I said the people who said that body count does not matter. Let me finish. I said the people. Let me finish. So the people who said right that body count does not matter right now in a descriptive sense, they're delusional. They're delulu because that is descriptively speaking false. That's objectively wrong.
So
right? That's the what's actually. Let me finish. That's why I have this topic here in the first place as to why I hold men to accountability when it relates to body count, because in society it does not matter to the same degree with men as it does with women in the context of how men view body count.
Hold on. And the last guy that just brought up a study proving exactly what you just said 2 seconds ago, you were trying to deny and justify with your own claims, correct?
What claim?
Oh, come on, man. You heard every word I said. The last guy brought up a study talking about the differences in how it affects women versus men, and you tried to deny it. Correct?
No, I said that was based upon the stigma, which is not based upon the idea that someone is having a higher body count. It's based upon the stigma associated with it.
Parker, do you think everybody's delusional but you? You can't even admit when you're wrong.
No, I do admit when I'm wrong all the time.
No, you don't. The guy
Yes,
actually had to take out a voice recording to prove that you were lying.
I didn't remember that.
You even bet it on your life 5 times.
Dude, I didn't remember that. That's how you know I'm fucking telling the truth. I didn't know that.
No, you're not telling the truth. You got caught.
What are you talking about, dude?
Difference between
there's no way he hyperfixates on one fucking thing, right? On literally one thing. I literally will acknowledge this and I will hold accountability for it, right? But it is the case that every single thing I say is not going to be false just because of that, right?
No, you lied.
Because I literally misremembered.
Come on, be honest with yourself. If that guy didn't pull out that clip, you would have been full of shit, and you would have never said.
I would have continued to misremember. Right, the context of the conversation. Yes, appreciate that.
But you're there telling women that they can go and express themselves how they want to. But
yes,
at the same time, when you're on a live privately with somebody else, you're disgusted by them using a dildo because your dick. I'm
not disgusted, bro. That is again. We were talking about the idea of there being like some sort of insecurity associated with things in which you do not possess.
What's wrong with a woman using a dildo that she prefers?
I don't think there's something wrong with that. I never said there was something wrong with that.
Why did you say that?
What? I just explained it like 7 times.
No, you're not explaining.
I just explained it.
You're trying to justify it. You're lying about it.
I'm not lying about anything. I literally, dude, I've been unbelievably open with all of this.
No, you haven't.
I'm talking about this right now when I don't have to. I can kick you off the live and go talk about like general topics.
You pander to people, and then you try and play around.
I'm not pandering to anyone.
Being honest,
dude. Are you just making the same arguments Marcel was making?
No, I'm not making the same arguments.
You're literally saying the same thing. What's the point of saying this?
The other guy before this proved that there was a difference between how it affects men and women. And you tried to deny it.
Social stigma.
It's social stigma that shows the correlation between the two.
That's not the psychological impact. Oh my God, dude.
The guy previously, Alex, had to dumb down the same thing for you 16 times, and you still couldn't understand it because you were being ignorant. That's why. And when I talked to you on your live last, I told you your biggest issue is that you can't admit when you're wrong.
I do admit when I'm wrong,
so that you can get a paycheck from your crowd.
That's not the reason. What are you fucking talking about? You literally say the same shit. You literally say the same shit as what Marcel said. I already addressed all of this. I already addressed all of this. Do you actually want? Do you want me to engage?
I looked at his stuff and I was talking to him, and he said the same shit I was saying.
Yeah, I know, because you said the exact same thing as him, right? You have the same position because you get fucking no, you're not. Let me finish. I'm not full of shit. I'm literally addressing all of this. I'm addressing it head on. Why? Because I think that I can address it. I think it should be addressed.
Because we had to get a fucking recording.
Can I finish? Can I finish a statement?
Go for it.
Can I finish a statement?
Go for it.
Yeah, so it is the case that you are literally just getting super defensive and angry about things that literally don't even relate to conclusions that we've already formed in the context of this conversation.
Your fucking words.
Let me finish. When it relates to the study that we were talking about, that does not determine that engaging in intercourse, right? There is a causal relationship in engaging in intercourse and it leading towards these types of psychological outcomes when it relates to women, right? Comparative to men, right? It is simply the social stigmas associated with how society treats women on the basis of having a particular body count, right? Comparative to a man, that is what we consider to be bad, not the idea of them engaging in intercourse in the first place. Okay, so that's not when I ask for like give me the statistically significant distinction and the psychological impacts of a high body count. I'm relating to the idea of having a high body count, not the social stigmas associated with it.
Yo, I feel the embarrassed. It's like watching a movie and being embarrassed for the person in the movie right now. Dude, the guy gave you the whole fucking study word for word and even cited the source, and you're still arguing with it, trying to take parts from it to read for your crowd so that you don't have to admit you're wrong. Yo,
no, I read parts of their own study that literally kind of like disprove their point.
I'm going to read everything except for the part that matters the most.
I read all paragraphs. I read all 3 paragraphs. What do you mean I'm going to only read part of it? I read all 3 paragraphs.
To the guy's point that he was making, Parker.
Dude, you literally came on to Metaconvo. I read all 3 paragraphs.
This is not no Metaconvo. There
is a Metaconvo.
People that owned you consistently today and all made the right points, and you still can't admit you're wrong.
I admit when I'm wrong in all scenarios in which I was wrong. This is not a scenario in which I'm wrong because it doesn't apply to the original point that I was referencing.
Dude, the guy has a study that's cited.
Oh my God, and I read based upon the study, and the study actually justified my position about social stigma, and I read it.
Oof, man, you're out to lunch, dude, and it's dinner.
I read it. I literally read it, unironically read it.
No, this is not
you're just like I literally showed you. I read it on the live.
This is how I know that you're full of it. The guy literally came on here and he did it with grace.
Yeah, so I read it. I literally want you to listen to me for a second. I read it on live. I did it in front of people. I literally showed, and then you came on here, and then you're making claims that like I am cherry picking, taking little aspects. When I read the entire fucking thing, when I addressed every single fucking point, when I literally demonstrated that it's not even associated with the original point. And whenever I make this point to you, instead of actually addressing the argument, you then say, "Oh, you're just moving the goal." Well, explain how I'm moving the goalposts. If I'm literally establishing right now, it's the exact same point, right? Come on, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. It's like actually ridiculous.
You can mute me as much as you want. You know I'm right.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you. Well, can you address anything I just said? Appreciate the little crown.
Yeah, you're wrong about everything you said. The guy got a cited source and proved you wrong. The other guy literally had a clip of you lying, and you bet your life on it.
So can you just tell me what I just said? He's going back to the same list of things. Can you tell me what I just said to you?
Bro, you're literally trying to refute the point the guy made with the source that he cited.
Yeah, and what did I say? Explain what I said.
I don't listen to you?
Explain what I said.
Everything you say doesn't matter. The facts
Explain what I said. Explain what I said. Explain what I said. You didn't listen,
Basically,
did you?
what you said is that I'm going to justify being wrong no matter what facts you give me.
No, you see how he doesn't listen to a single thing? This is what I mean.
You're laughing because you're nervous, buddy.
No. It's actually
You're
ridiculous.
scratching your head and
I always touch my hair. I stim regardless.
Right now, bud.
I stim
but
regardless.
You look like an idiot. I'm telling you, you look like an idiot.
I stim regardless. Now, can you let me respond to this?
Go for it.
See, like, you have absolutely no base of your points. You don't listen, right? And I appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you so much. You have your preloaded little arguments against me that regardless of what I say to you, regardless of the argument I provide, you're just going to say the same thing. Okay? So you're not engaging with anything that I'm talking about.
Are you talking about yourself right now?
I engage with everything said. Madison, I appreciate the Venmo. Dulce, I appreciate the Venmo as well.
It was literally fucking priceless for that guy to get a voice recording of you, and your fucking chat said it was AI.
You want to know what's crazy? I literally, you want to know something crazy? I took accountability. I took accountability immediately, and you're
you didn't take accountability.
I did take accountability immediately. I took accountability immediately. I took accountability immediately.
Now, can you? And say my dick slipped in there, and I don't know what happened.
I don't cheat. I don't cheat. I don't cheat. No, that's ridiculous.
You struggle to get a girlfriend. Let's not even go there.
I have a girlfriend currently.
Oh fuck.
Are you single? Are you single?
Am I single?
Yeah, appreciate the hand art.
I've been single in fucking 12 years, bro. I'm having a great life right now. You don't even need to know.
Okay, sure. No,
you're the one concerned about the size of a dildo because your dick is small.
Dude, again, you're literally not engaging with actually anything I'm saying.
I am engaging with what you're saying. I'm telling you, the other guys came with facts, and you're trying to refute the gloves.
Thank you so much. Can you? No, you never even explained. You never even explained what I said specifically.
Bro, I literally told you. You're trying to fucking lie about what you're saying to cover up.
I didn't lie about anything. I'm literally specifically addressing everything.
The guy found all the facts with a cited source for you.
And I literally I gave you my responses. I read off the source. Here's what I did. I read off the source specifically. Like, I didn't add my own information. I read off the source specifically where he told me to look.
Buddy, you're entitled to your own opinion, not your own facts.
This isn't my own facts. I didn't say anything of my own opinion. That was all stuff from the study. Yeah, you
did. You read the facts, and then you.
I read the facts.
Then you took.
I read the facts. I appreciate the sunglasses.
That's what you did.
No, I didn't. It literally states the stigma. It literally does.
Listen, dude, you can do it with a million other people, but with me, I listen to the words that people say.
I know, and I literally read all of them. I'm not being full of shit right now.
Yeah, you are full of shit.
No, I'm not.
That's why the other guy left the chat, because you couldn't even admit when he was right. Tell me one time on a live you've ever admitted when somebody made a point and you were wrong. Go.
Yeah, so when it relates to abortion particularly, I was pro-choice.
You said this the last time, and no one knows about that.
Yeah, I can give you that. I can also relate to other circumstances when it relates to.
Bro, I've been listening to your live all the time, and I've never once ever heard you admit when you're wrong.
That's just gonna be when you're watching me on live. There are many times people in the chat can literally talk about times that they've seen me admit when I'm wrong.
Your whole chat is fucking biased. They're just gonna go on my page and try and.
I admitted actually earlier in this conversation.
You got
earlier today, you literally heard me admit to being wrong.
Weren't you the guy that was saying that your whole chat is delusional? Weren't you the one saying the women are delusional in your chat?
Oh my god, I like how we just take you like little sound bites. I literally just
remember, chat.
Right, it is the case.
He's the one calling you women
delusional. He's just like literally again. Let me explain. I said people are delusional for saying that body count doesn't matter as a descriptive claim. Okay, so it is the case that the claim itself is delusional. Okay. So I like you're literally just coming on here to like do like little soundbite things rather than engaging like legitimately with anything that I'm actually saying. Okay. Again, I've literally already clarified this, and you just said the exact same thing again. Again, descriptively speaking, like it is the case that body count matters. It matters for men and it matters for women, right? It is the case that women care about it less than men within the respect that they have a later period in which they consider to be too much. But it still is the case that women have a period in which they consider it to be too much. So making the claim that it doesn't matter in a descriptive sense is delulu, as actually that's the basis of why I come on the live in the first place and actually argue that men should be held to a particular standard, as they don't hold themselves to a standard that is equivalent to what they see in the context of women.
So why is it okay for it to be your preference for women and nobody else's then? Answer me, Parker.
I never said I had an issue with other people having
because when you were talking
preference.
To the other guy,
I like how you don't let me respond, so I'm going to mute you again. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Let me respond. So I think it's okay to have a preference for anyone, right? So long as they apply the standard to themselves. I've said this on my live millions of times. You have never watched my live, and you've never engaged with it in terms of this particular topic if you continue to make this claim. That is so wild.
No, it's not wild at all. You're full of shit. I'm literally asking you why you prefer a lower body count, and you're saying it's in relation.
More similar to mine.
Yeah.
Appreciate the
It's
crown, thank
because you don't want a girl that's been ran through by every guy. Just say
I don't use that terminology because I think that terminology is very negative in
Okay,
terms
so
of
hold
applying it
on,
to people.
hold on, Parker.
I think
Okay,
that you can care about body count and not use particular words and
Okay,
verbiage like
so-
that
so when
to
that
demean
other-
people on the basis of their pasts.
Okay, so when that other girl was up and she was talking shit about Marcel, saying he was being ran through, why didn't she say anything, Parker?
That's meant to show hypocrisy. She doesn't think it's okay to use that type of terminology either.
Yeah,
The
really,
idea
right,
is to show the
Right.
idea is to show it the other way around, to show the
So
absurdity.
you have a bias, right?
No, it's
okay for
satire.
one
It
and
was
not
a
the other?
satire claim.
A satire.
She was
claim.
using
Really?
his language in satire. She literally said right before
So
that she
she's
doesn't
allowed
care
to
about
talk
body count.
shit about men having a high body count, but when people say something about a woman,
Dude,
it's
she
okay,
literally
right?
said she doesn't care about body count for men or women. She literally said
She literally
specifically
said that he discussed her. That's her.
yeah,
exact
that was
words.
satire. You don't understand satire. Oh my god, you were
Oh my
not
god,
listening.
dude! Don't tell me about fucking satire.
She was joking.
You
She
let
was
her
literally
shit
using his
all over that guy
Dude,
because you
dude.
were getting owned.
He's so sensitive, right? Like the emotional men today is absolutely unbelievable. It is the case that literally speaking, she was saying that to show the absurdity of his claim, to show what he sounds like from the other perspective, not because she believes that. Okay, if you can't identify that she doesn't actually believe that and she was saying that to show the absurdity, well then you just don't have a high enough IQ to conceptualize of that.
Buddy, I've been in a relationship for 12 years. You've been, how old are you? 10? 15? How old are you again?
You
I
must
know
not
way
have a
more-
high
I think
IQ
I
because
know
I'm
way
21
more
and I've
about
said it on the live like at least a million times. It's also in my bio. It says 21 in my bio.
Yeah, I know how old you are. I'm just talking in terms of like.
Yeah, I know. You just sound
You can retain
really
a lot of
dumb.
information, but you're not a smart guy. Trust me. Wisdom's far from you.
I am
can
not
tell.
that smart of a guy. I'm not. Right?
I
But
know
neither
that.
are you.
Trust me.
Neither are you.
I can tell. Trust me.
Yeah, you neither are you. So like that's the idea.
I'm not a smart guy, and I just brought up every fucking claim people had to fucking.
You didn't.
prove
You didn't.
wrong
You actually
with
didn't
the
respond to a single
sources,
point I just said.
and you're still-
You literally,
and
I gave you
still-
responses
and you still
to
can't
every
admit you're
single
wrong.
thing that you said.
And you
I
still
gave you
can't admit
responses
you're
to.
wrong.
I did admit when I'm wrong sometimes. Whenever I'm wrong, it is the case.
So why does it matter the size of a dildo that a girl uses? Explain
I don't
yourself.
think it does. I don't think it does.
Well,
That is not the
apparently
value.
it
I've
does,
said a
but the
million
horse wasn't
times.
there.
I don't have that value. I've literally said that a million
So
times.
why were you talking about it? then?
Why do you keep bringing up the same point when I've explained it 6 million times?
Because it's embarrassing, isn't it?
No, it's not embarrassing. I'm not embarrassed of anything because people understand what I'm saying because I've
My
explained it a
fucking
million
girlfriend's
times.
dying on the couch right now laughing because she knows I'm making a point right now. He said it perfectly about you. You're one person on live.
No, she
and then
just
you're
sees your
lying when
particular
you're at fucking
context
in person,
and she's
bro.
laughing because
That's
she wants you to make you feel better. Okay.
No, she
You're
doesn't make
obviously
me feel
emotional
better.
right now,
You're
and you need a
arguing with
little bit of
yourself.
validation and support of that, right? If she saw all the women in the chat laughing at you, I don't think she would be laughing
your
with
chat,
you.
oh,
I think
hold
she'd be
on.
laughing at
Is
you.
this the same women that
Appreciate
you
the
call
corgi, thank you.
delusional? Is this the women
Again,
that
I like how you
delusional?
use the same point I just explained. So the DOP, we're gonna explain the same point. Appreciate the corgi, thank you so much. It is the case, the people who hold the particular position that body count doesn't matter at all, right? They are having a Delulu claim because that is not in accordance with reality. We see in the context of the studies, objectively speaking, that it does matter. In the same sorts of way that when men claim that body count doesn't matter to women, right? It is the case, like women care about, and when they claim women don't care about body count, they're objectively false too, and they're Delulu. Appreciate the little crown, thank you so much.
So I don't.
They're rejecting a claim that is supported by the evidence in the overall studies. Like clearly speaking, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. You're just not engaging legitimately with anything I'm saying. You would literally, if you bring up any of those points again after I just explained it, I'm just going to go on to the next person because I know you're not legitimately engaging with anything I'm saying at all.
Bro, I'm literally asking you why you're being a hypocrite.
I'm not being a hypocrite. I explained how I'm not being a
with
hypocrite.
A whole bunch of fucking words, and it makes no sense to me because you're avoiding.
You didn't
answering
listen.
actual
Because you
questions.
didn't listen. Appreciate the cap.
Yeah, well,
explain to me what I just said.
A woman with a low body
Wait,
count.
GOP, can you explain? GOP, can you explain what I just said, please?
Dude, you literally are talking about a body count and how it doesn't matter, and then you're telling me it does matter. You have the preference.
So he didn't listen at all.
Double-sided.
So he didn't listen at all. So he didn't listen at all. I never said body count doesn't matter. Never made that claim. You didn't listen at all, right? You didn't listen at all, right? DOP, actually, I'm actually trying to legitimately engage with you right now.
Go
You're
for
not.
it, man.
You're trying to you're just trying to engage to have fun, right? To get entertained. Okay. I'm trying to actually get to the context of the debate right now. You don't actually care to debate. You're just coming on to be
I'm literally
disingenuous.
asking you a question, and you're not.
And I engaged with all of them. I've engaged with it multiple times.
No, you haven't.
I've engaged with it multiple
I'm
times
telling
insofar
you-
as that
I'm telling you-
I do not have to continue to engage with this. Again, if you continue to bring it up, I'm going to continue to go on to the next person. Because it is the case that I have addressed it now, I think at least 6 or 7 times on this live. You just want attention.
No, I don't want attention. I don't give
You
a shit for
do. You
attention.
do want attention.
The whole truth of the matter is you're a hypocrite, and you fucking know it deep down. You even said you're fucking socially awkward and you're nervous when you go outside.
I do have social anxiety.
Didn't I tell you were a beta on the last live? Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah, I don't remember that, but
You don't
I do have
remember
social
that.
anxiety. I do have social anxiety.
And I came there and I told you how much of a beta you are. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
How is
You have
that how is that being a
standard,
beta?
And you talk shit to other people, and you're exactly who they are behind closed doors. And you're calling the women in your chat fucking delulu.
Oh my god! Again, the same point. The same fucking point that I literally just addressed a million times. Not a hypocrite. DOP. I'm not gonna go over the same thing a million times. We literally just explained this. We just explained this. The people who make the claim that body count doesn't matter in a descriptive sense, they are delulu. We have studies that indicate that it does matter. Men care about it. Women care about it. Both men and women care about it. That is objectively true. We have studies to say that that is delulu. To believe that it doesn't matter. That's the whole basis of me coming on here and debating this in the first place. Because in our society today, right, it matters more in a social stigma sense for women comparative to men, right? And it shouldn't be that way. That's the idea. So like I really don't know why he wouldn't engage with anything I'm saying there. Like he's actually, bro, literally just came on to like say the same thing over and over again for sound bites. It's actually fucking hilarious. We're gonna go to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, copy link, send it to a few friends. They give the cap. I appreciate it, Caitlin. Thank you. I appreciate it. You have explained plenty, Parker. Yeah, I feel like I've been explaining too much. Like we're just going over it way too much. I apologize for people in the chat. It's just like when they keep like denying the claim, I'm just like, bro, I don't know if it feels like I'm getting gaslit or something, but I don't know what it is. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Yeah, do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
No, I don't think so. It should matter for both men and women, in my opinion.
Base, WU, I appreciate it, man. WU. W him. Let's go. W's in the chat. No apology needed, bro. I appreciate it. No, I know the chat's gonna understand if I explain. It's just the people who come up they're really just like they really don't like me because I argue against all the rest of their points. Yo, Lexi, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Oh my, I don't even know where my chapstick is. I'm like literally dying here. No chapstick. All right, everyone, we're going to the next person. Everyone, only do send a guest request if you disagree. Everyone, we're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. A person with more than a brain cell would understand you. Yeah, I get it. He actually, like, unironically, didn't listen to anything that I said and just said the same thing over and over again. How much you want to bet if I checked the watch times, he'd be in the top 20? I'm just kidding. He wouldn't be in the top 20. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because a girl is like they have kids and shit, and then dudes, they're born to they're born to have more than one girl.
So men are born to be polyamorous, you're saying?
I don't know what that means.
Like to have, okay. Okay, so say your first claim again. I want to make sure that we get to that because you're saying that like men are meant to be with multiple women and women are only meant to be with one man.
Yeah.
So why do you think that?
Okay, that's just how I was taught.
Okay. If I was taught that men are only supposed to be with one woman and women are only supposed to be with one man, does that mean that's how it should be?
Say that again?
If I think that women should only be with one person and men should only be with one person, do you think that that's justified because that's how I was raised and that's what I was taught?
No.
So you just being raised and you being taught a particular way does not mean it's justified for you to hold that position.
Well, like, shit, I don't know, shit. But like in different countries, that's how it is.
Different countries, that's how it is for what?
Like the dude, like he's supposed to have like a whole bunch of women and shit like that, and then a girl is supposed to be like a virgin whenever the man and the woman meet.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be that way, right?
No, it should be.
Why should it be that way?
'Cause that's just how it is, bro.
That's just how it is. So just because it is a particular way means it should be that way?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it is the case that slavery is legal, should it be legal?
But that's not the case, is it?
So if it is the case, Okay, but okay, so if it is the case that children are graped, does that mean they should be graped?
Bro. Bro, what?
Yeah, just because it is the case that children are graped, does that mean they should be graped? You're saying that we can derive an ought claim from from an is claim.
Bro, that's not how it is though. Like that's just sick, bro.
Yeah, that is sick. So saying that just because something is a particular way does not justify it happening.
I mean, why do you think that should not be happening? Like the girl should be, the girl should have like yeah.
Why do I think body count should matter equally for men and women? Because
Yeah.
it is the case that men and women are more similar than they are different, right? So it is the case that I'm going to treat men and women the same unless I have good reason to treat them differently. When it relates to body count, I don't have good reason to treat them differently as it relates to responsibility. So there's no reason to treat them differently.
Shit, okay, bro. That's it.
Right. Sure. So do you have any response to that, or do you have a position? Do you have any opinions on that, or is that it?
Shit, nah, that's good. I'm good. I just want to get up on here and talk.
For sure, for sure. Let me go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Again, only do send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah, I actually do. When I first started watching this today, I actually would say that I totally agreed with you. But after I listened to some of the ridiculous guys that came on, they were being ridiculous about like size and like, just kind of being gross. But when I thought about it, I was like, wait a minute, there's actually a legitimate point being made here. So, in the case where, let's say I agree, or I disagree sorry. Okay. So let me rewind. So let's say there's a girl that you're interested in, but she has dated a bunch of NBA All-Stars her whole life. I might not be as interested in that because I don't think I can compete with them. So my point is for a male looking at a female, the body count might be taken into consideration because there is an actual discrepancy between male genitalia and like pleasure for women.
So that would necessarily be an insecurity, right? In terms of saying that like you think that you can't compete with other individuals based upon this characteristic. So my point would be is that why do you? So are you saying that like, for example, when it relates to body count, right? If you would hold one when it relates to body count, would you say that it would make sense for an individual to hold that same context against you?
Yes, I would say if I was someone who like, was picking up women every night at the bar and bringing them home, and someone was like, "Oh, I don't want to date you because I've seen this behavior," I'd be like, "Okay, that's fair."
Wait, sorry, say that one time.
So, I'm just saying, yes, I would apply the same standard to myself. Yes.
Okay, so then you would say that it should matter the same for both men and women.
Okay, so no, I'm not. I'm not saying that.
Because it is the case that there can be men that have only had intercourse with celebrity women. And if a man has only been with celebrity women, right, would you say that same standard would apply to them?
Yes, but see, I'm trying not to get too gross because I do think it's gross. But if I have been performing with a bunch of high celebrity women, it may not change the way my genitalia feels for that other person.
So how does engaging in intercourse as a woman change the genitalia?
Yeah, this is what I was trying to avoid. So just like let's just say, let's go outside. Let's make a hypothetical. Like, let's say there's a girl that you knew that you had a friend who had an abnormally large penis, right? And she had sex with him and it was like huge. And now I'm like, actually, I don't think I would want to date her because I think that the physical connection that we're going to have is going to be less enjoyable now.
By the way, this doesn't relate to body count. Appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. Couldn't this be the case if someone only had one sexual partner?
Well, okay. Well, let's say they have,
and then two. By the way, that doesn't change. That doesn't change their. Hold up.
Okay.
Two, that doesn't change their genitalia. So I do want to clarify that, right? Someone is not considerably, like, quote unquote, more loose because it is the case that they engage in intercourse with more people.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that, but I guess that is true. But I'm just saying, as in terms of body count from a male perspective, if you're thinking about it in terms of, oh, that person has dated 3 of my friends that have abnormally large penises, I am now less inclined to.
I think there's more of an issue with the fact that you'd probably know those individuals.
No,
right? Rather than it being the fact that, so like, and also, so you're saying that like there's a notion of insecurity there, right? That you can't meet up to this particular standard, right?
I guess so, yeah.
So are you saying that then, given a woman having a high body count, engaging intercourse with people that are like less, like men who have less, right? Is that then better?
Well, that would still mean it has a significant impact. So yes, that still supports my claim. Because
what is a significant impact?
Well, if then the body count does matter, because it's like, oh, she's been with a lot of least performing men. So now
wait, we're saying does or should?
Or it doesn't matter. So what I'm saying,
it does. It does. Saying there's a difference between saying that body count does matter and saying that it should matter, right? Do you agree?
Okay. Well, yeah, I do agree. So in your scenario where a girl has been with a bunch of guys who do not perform well in the bedroom or are very small, then I would be more inclined to go out with that girl.
Comparative to a girl who was only with one person who was good.
Yeah, I guess you got me there.
So then it's not about body count.
Yeah.
And then it's just about the insecurity in terms of how good someone is.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just, so I guess that was one thought. So the other thought is.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
The evolutionary standpoint of the fact that we're males and we're meant to reproduce, and females are, meant to bear children, and they're also meant to reproduce, but then they're, in the human race, they're supposed to, take care of the kids. They're not like laying eggs and then leaving them behind. So usually when a woman becomes pregnant, she has to take care of their children rather than just laying eggs like some other, species, right? So
and I think men do too, right?
So what I was going to say is, it creates a stigma, which is what that has created a stigma throughout the years of people thinking and creating viewpoints that it's okay for guys to have multiple partners, but when a woman does it, it's abnormal. So, and I think that stigma still exists. So.
Wait, go over that again.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained.
No, it was the tennis ball that kind of got me a little distracted. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, all right. From an evolutionary perspective, when males have sex, they're usually just trying to impregnate and move their DNA across the timeline.
Why is an evolutionary perspective relevant to the way that currently in society right now we interact with each other?
Because it's okay. So let's go back to a point in time when our species was limited and we were fighting for survival. And how do species survive? By reproducing. And then that species have to have a good protection system for their young so their young can reproduce. So evolution is all about reproduction. It's not about survival. It's about reproduction. So in order for humans...
Well, survival leads to reproduction, right? But if it's all going to be about quote-unquote reproduction, I don't see how that relates to sex today about body count.
Yeah, so that's
it's
what I'm
not
trying to
only
tell
in
you.
relation to that.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. So what it does is, because when a woman becomes pregnant, she, is now bearing child, and then she has to take care of that kid. Basically, what happens is it's created a stigma for society to think that males, it's generally okay for males to have multiple partners because it's natural, where females...
Okay, so because something's natural, that means it's good?
Well, I would disagree with that, but let's say I don't see how that's relevant, actually. If it's good.
because something's natural, that doesn't mean it's good, right?
But what does it matter if it's good, if it's just fact?
No, you just argued. That was your argument. Because it's natural, that means it's good. So, what's your point then?
No, my point is the evolutionary standpoint that has created our society today has induced a stigma of it's okay for males to be more reproductive and engage in those activities, where females are seen more to be the caretakers after that act. So that has created a stigma between the different sexes and how we think about them engaging and how we consider them as partners, future potential partners. So body count has been kind of trained into our brains over the generations. And when you think of people having a high body count, it's just, unfortunately, it's not as, sorry, the tennis ball. Unfortunately, women don't get kind of a fair, they don't get a fair take, because that's not the generation that we're living in now, where they are the caretakers. There's stay-at-home dads now, right? So
what's the relevance of what you're saying right now?
I'm saying that that body count does matter instinctually.
Why should it matter for women comparative to men?
So did you not get that? I was probably not explaining it very well.
No. Why should it matter for women comparative to men? You were just describing things about evolutionary, descriptive claims about how it currently is.
Yeah,
those have nothing to do about telling us how it should be.
No. Instinctively, we've been designed, and our mental health is designed, and our perceptions are designed for our survival. So we've been designed to live in a culture where men are thought of as players, and it's kind of like a positive attribute, where women are thought
women don't see it as a positive attribute.
No. I guess. Okay, so take this for an example. When I went to high school, when we were playing football, all the girls that, all the guys that were around girls a lot and obviously had sex with women a lot, they were just more comfortable talking to women. So it wasn't really about body count. It was more about guys coming up to females and just having normal conversations with them.
Yeah. So yeah, just no, it's the fact that someone is is comfortable in talking to someone. So it's not about engaging in sexual intercourse.
No, but it's a direct result of that, though.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Your comfortability about approaching women and talking with them, and then engaging in intercourse.
You can be confident without engaging in intercourse.
I don't know. Not in my experience. I know the first few times I experimented, I was very nervous, but I mean, maybe that's just me.
Yeah, you're nervous within that respect, right? But not necessarily nervous talking to people. You can talk to people and then gain experience through talking to people.
I guess the overall point is that because of the way that our species was designed, it's created a narrative that body count does matter for females, because if they have a higher body count, that means they have to care for more, meaning that they can't provide the same level of care for all of those young. It's just caused a stigma. And you guys brought it up in one of your other guests brought it up. And what they were like saying that they caught you, like you were wrong. But what you were saying is actually right. It's like that article was addressing the stigma. But the point is that even though it is a stigma, it still affects the general population in terms of like the way they think.
Not on the basis of the body count, on the basis of the stigma. So the way to reduce that, which the article literally said itself, was by reducing the stigma, which it says it's been doing throughout society as we've destigmatized the like women engaging intercourse.
Yeah, so that's
at
the point
particular
that I'm
degrees. We haven't completely destigmatized it. We've destigmatized it more.
So that's where we agree. Is I think that as a society, as we progress and there's equality, and as we live more and more generations of equality, this stigma will eventually be gone. But body count does matter today still, because
I'm not saying does, I'm saying should. Why should it matter? I'm not talking about what does. I've never disputed does. I say all the time body count does matter. I literally called people Delulu for saying that it doesn't matter, because it is the case. We have studies that indicate that objectively speaking, women care about it and men care about it, right? But my point I'm saying is that why should it matter for women but not for men? That's my point. We're talking about what should be the case, not what is.
Okay, I guess that's my fault for.
You're good. Don't worry.
Distinguishing between those two, but I guess, yeah, I don't know. It shouldn't. You're right. It shouldn't, but it just does, unfortunately. But sorry for wasting your time. But
all right. I appreciate you coming on. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request. If you disagree, we're just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live copy link. Send it to a few friends, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21. How's it going? Nice to meet you.
Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Yeah. I guess, like, the main question for me in this debate is, why are we asking men that question? Shouldn't the question be asked to women?
That's who's sending requests.
Huh?
Why'd you send a request then as a man?
Well, I'm just asking the question now because it feels like it's orientated towards men answering that. Like, why should a man hold it when you said earlier a woman gets to decide who she has sex with?
Clearly, women decide who they have sex with. I'm asking men why they think that body count should matter for women but not for men. Because oftentimes men have this particular standard. So this whole live is holding men accountable
but I don't
for the same
think,
things they care about.
I don't think the men care. Like the men aren't saying it shouldn't matter for me. They're saying it matters to me what a woman's body count is, how high it is for her. That's what men are. They don't say like
and if they do care about it in other people, they should care about it within themselves.
But like they don't. But why do they have to do that? They don't have to.
Hold yourself to the same standard that you expect from other people. Appreciate the passion, Rose. Thank you so much. When it relates to responsibility,
but I mean, the thing is with that, and men tend to be more physical, and women tend to be more emotional in relationships. So
if it is the case, go ahead.
So a man's opinion on like sex is different to a woman because a woman has a bigger emotional connection to the person than a man does. So like,
I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. No, it's not necessarily bigger, but women tend to associate sex more with like emotional connection. Right.
Yeah.
That is
so
the
like,
case.
for example,
right. But those are due to societal implications, right? That's because society has necessarily socialized men to believing that sex, right, is going to be some sort of idea that they can necessarily depersonalize their emotions from, right? That's something that's been passed down to men throughout the context of our society, right? Due to the patriarchal social norms that were set in place in terms of getting men to be in powers of our positions of quote unquote control or power and dominance.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I just think that men as a different gender to women, like this is why men and women are slightly different, are these things. And obviously not every single man is less emotional than every single woman. It's just on average men tend to be less emotional, less connected. But so when a man sees a
Wait,
woman,
no, hold up. So, women are less emotionally expressive, right? That is not, more emotionally expressive. That does not mean that they're more emotional. Okay, men have been socialized not to be emotionally expressive, right? But it is the case that men are just as emotional as women are.
Yeah, but when I say like they're more emotional, I don't mean like men like can't say their feelings. I guess you could put that down to society, you know. But I'm saying what men regard in relationships and basically marriage, because this is essentially what it's about. Because when you go to a club or for a hookup, no one cares what the other person's body count is. That's never an issue. So the only time this becomes an issue is when you're looking for a long-term relationship and a long-term commitment to somebody. And
yeah, my point is that if you're okay with engaging in the one night stands, why do you care if other people do?
I mean, men don't. They don't care.
They do.
If a man is at the club and he's drunk and he's whatever and he's looking to someone to hook up with, he doesn't go up to the girl and ask, how many people have you slept with first? He'll sleep with her regardless. Obviously, I'm not saying in every single case a man is going to do that, but I'm saying on average.
I'm saying like if they're okay with themselves just engaging in one night stands, why do they expect that their partner not be okay with that?
Well, I mean, they don't know the partner until they meet them later.
I'm talking about the person that they want to be with.
I know what you're saying. You're saying, I know it's the same men that are going to be sleeping, doing one night stands, but then when it comes to picking a partner, they're not going to and that's why I'm saying it, because men are more emotional, or men are more physical. They care more about the physical, and women care more about the emotional. So like the best way I can describe it.
Can you give me any evidence of that?
All right, so a study, you can look it up if you don't believe me. I don't know the exact percentages, and it when you talk about it, it's not like a massive difference. They're not big difference, but in terms of cheating, and if a partner cheated, a woman was more likely to take a man back if it was just a physical connection in which they cheated, as opposed to emotional connection. Now the percentage wasn't different. It was maybe like 50% to 40%. It wasn't a massive difference, but it's still a significant difference. Whereas a man was more likely to take back a woman if she emotionally cheated on him as opposed to physically cheated on him.
Yeah, so it is the case that a lot of these are centered around like social stigmas, all right? Because it is the case that within the context of men, of women, right? Oftentimes in sex, right, throughout society, people will be like, men cheating doesn't matter as much as women cheating because they aren't as emotionally connected as women. So that's actually something commonly that's brought up. So that oftentimes I would say that would likely socialize people to then have these types of attitudes, right? As this has been something that has been passed down through society.
I'm not saying that men aren't cheating on women in this case. They're both cheating. I'm saying women are more likely to take back a man who just hooked up with a woman.
Yeah, did you hear what I said though? Right.
You said
the reason why they have those values, likely speaking, is because society has socialized these values into the population, right? Because of the patriarchal social norms that have been passed down.
Okay, but so you're just saying that society has created this, but don't we create society?
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
The values, it's not like some group of people from outer space came in and told everybody to work this way. People decided that themselves, and that's just what people decided through society.
Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
People's opinion. It's not like you're trying to make it out like someone in society has controlled the way we view things, but we chose that over time.
I'm just saying it's not nature. It's not like biological. I'm just saying it's a byproduct of the society that we exist in, the environment that's around us.
But those are
intertwined.
That in society.
Yeah, but
because we're like the only animal that's able to, one of the only animal that has that consciousness of having them values. Like animals don't have values like that. Like chimpanzees.
Sorry, you cut out. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm saying that
my mic cut out.
Can you hear me now?
I do hear you now. It was my mic. My audio cut off, but I got it back.
That's okay. So we're the only people that the only animal on the planet that has created a society in which feelings and emotions work the way they work for us, and the depth of emotion and consciousness there's not in other animal societies or like structures other than ours. So we created that ourselves. It's not like you're saying that it's like getting passed down, but it's determined by us through our physical and emotional experience and our ability to choose
Okay,
that.
but I don't see how that's relevant to whether or not we see it to be biological or environmental. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. That would just bake into the idea that it's environmental, right? That would reinstate what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like biological in what sense? That like men, I don't think biological and love align like that, and that's my point. Like I think like well, when it comes to love, I don't think other animals love the way we do. So you're saying it's not biological, which means other animals, it's not in other animals as well. Like as in terms of physically biological, none of that stuff is there. But we're more complex than just biological.
Yeah, there's sociobiological. I'm so confused what your point is, man. I really don't know what you're trying to get at here.
You're trying to say that people like the fact that it's not it's environmental, created by society.
What's environmental?
That men, like the stigma around men cheating doesn't matter, and that
it doesn't matter as much as women.
Society, it's society that created the statement you put up there.
Yeah, patriarchal social norms that have been passed down, right? Meant to hold women
biological thing,
like subservient to men.
Yeah, but it's not a biological thing.
Yeah,
it's
these
not like
the things passed down and yeah, brought in again. Even if it is biological, that doesn't justify it. So like this isn't even relevant.
I'm saying it's not biological.
Okay, regardless of whether or not you consider it to be biological. Okay, so you agree it's not biological. Okay, then what's your point?
Because we're more complex than it being biological. You're trying to say
what's your point? I don't understand what that means, but go ahead.
Okay, you're trying to say that it shouldn't matter because it's not biological. You're saying that it's us that have made it that way.
Wait, I'm not saying something shouldn't matter because biological.
No, you're saying yeah, but you're saying that it's not biological, so it has to be some sort of environmental structural thing because it's not biological. But I'm saying we're more complex than it being. Of course, it's not going to be biological because no other animal has the level that we have. That doesn't mean that it's wrong. Just because we are more complex in our emotions and how we choose the partners we have doesn't make it wrong. You're trying to say that it's wrong that society has made it this way.
Yeah, I think it's wrong that society has placed a double standard on men and women, or it's a body count. I honestly don't know what else you're trying to refer to there.
Yeah, but I'm saying society, like, but why is society wrong for that? It's like
because they're hypocritical. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
But it's not people choosing that. Like men choose to value women's body count high. Women don't tend to like value it as high as men do.
They do value it. They're just not as high as men.
Yeah, but yeah. So how is that oppressive to women? Men didn't say they couldn't do that. Like they can value it as high as they want.
No. The double standard between men and women is meant to keep women subservient to men because it's holding women to higher levels of accountability and purity culture than men.
But you're saying that men should care less, basically. Is your point that men should care just as much as women care about body counts? You're saying that a man shouldn't do this if a woman.
My idea. No. Here's my view. Men who care about body count, they should care about it for themselves too. Like they should hold themselves to the same standard that they hold on other people.
And
if you don't hold a standard on another person, then there's nothing to hold yourself to there.
So you're basically saying that men that sleep around with a load of women. Okay, but my point then was that the men don't. That's like when you're doing hookups and when people are young and they're not thinking about a relationship and everything. And I know what you're basically saying is that men should do it from an early age. But it's because it's going to be the man that's in the bar picking up the girl that's making her body count higher is going to be the same man that's saying no to the girl in 10 years' time when he's settling down for a relationship. It's basically what you're saying. And you're saying he shouldn't have the power to be able to do that. He should hold himself accountable. But the complicated thing about that is 10 years have gone past. People change. That probably doesn't make any sense, does it?
No, dude, I don't know if it's just me. I don't think it's just me. I think the entire chat is
No, I think,
confused with what you're saying, to be honest with you.
All right, so
I do apologize. I am really trying here.
You're saying that, like, men should hold themselves accountable the same as they hold women accountable, correct?
Yeah.
The players and the people that go in and just look up for hookups and have high body counts.
Yeah, they should say that's acceptable for another partner to have done in the past as well.
I'm saying during that period of time, they're a different person to what they are 10 years later.
Yeah, so here's my point. So, like, let's say someone has a 80 body count, right? They're 25 years old. And they've changed their values now. You know, now they just want to settle down. They want monogamous marriage. That's what they want, right? They don't want to engage with people outside of the context of an emotional connection. Okay. Well, if there's another person that is also changed and has an 80 body count in the past and only is looking for an emotional connection, wants to settle down and get married, right? If they say to that person, "Oh, I'm not going to be with you because you had an 80 body count in the past," that would be hypocritical. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think.
And do you think it's bad?
I think it's a lot more complicated than just that. I think you also have to look at it as a point of view of men see sex differently to women. That's one reason. Men see sex differently to women. So when they get to 25, even though they've had sex with people, they don't see it the same way a woman does. So a woman looks back and is like, "Oh, you can't, you're like, you done it for me." But men feel like, no, that women are more emotional. So when a man settles down, and because it's harder for men in general, not all men, to have that emotional connection that women have and have that emotional relationship that women are better at, it makes men a lot more vulnerable. So it becomes more of a risk for a man to be number 27 of the woman, because if he's trying to settle down, how does he know he's not going to be 28?
That's the same thing with a man. I mean, with a woman. Man and woman, same thing.
I don't think it is, because a woman doesn't care about the physical part as much. She cares about the emotional part. So if she has that emotional connection with the man, she's not going to care about the physical part. It's not going to play as much as a factor.
Just because an individual doesn't care about it in the context of a relationship doesn't mean it shouldn't matter.
But then I'm saying, but she gets to decide whether it matters. If she can, like, women can decide.
Well, in a descriptive sense, it could matter in the context of that relationship. But, like, I'm saying in terms of what should matter, because we're having a conversation about what we think should be the case.
Yeah, why should a high body count matter? But that's why. Because a woman doesn't want to, like, have a high body count for in 10 years' time when she's looking for a partner to settle down. The man isn't going to see this. He's going to see that, like, emotional side. He's not going to see that. Yeah, I guess someone in the comments said men are really insecure. I guess it kind of is an insecurity, but I don't think it's like men need to fix that insecurity. It's so terrible, like they need to fix it and then you fix it up. I think it's a case that it's harder for most men to be like what women are in terms of relationships and all, the emotional side of it. So when they do finally decide to be that emotional side of it more, it matters to them how many people the other person has slept with, because they don't want to be left abandoned, because men take that abandonment and ending relationship like that harder than women do. I don't think it's like an insecurity as in men are so insecure and they're being like toxic about or flipping it to the bad side. I think that's just a human nature. I think that is biological. I think that men don't want to be left on their own. I don't think that's like an environmental.
So you think there's a
thing.
biological basis of people caring about body count, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I think there's a biological basis for men and like needing to have a partner in life.
Yeah,
I think that's biological.
Not needing, but wanting.
No, well, I would say needing. Needing that partner.
By needing, do you mean like it can lead to loneliness?
In order to be fulfilled.
Okay, well, I mean the same thing. Wait, so it would just be a partner, not like a woman. It would be a partner. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
No,
like if someone has a partner or has friends, like emotional connections with people, right, they're less likely to be lonely. Like there is actually like there are studies on this that show that when you are put in isolation and that you're not socializing with people, regardless of whether or not it's relationship, intimate, or it's just friendship, right, you start to get extremely lonely, and that can impact your mental health, right? But it is the case that that again, you can have this type of fulfillment without necessarily having that intimate type of partner, right? That's why some people don't seek out for those things. But oftentimes people would want these things, but that doesn't mean it's necessary.
Yeah, but I was talking about like abandonment or like shame of in terms of like the family of like men starting a family and reproducing. It was my point on like the when they settle down finally to do that after like the hookups and all that, because men have a bit more time to get their life together than women do, and that's probably why women tend to date men that are slightly older, because they're more level in maturity. Whereas if a woman was dating a man the same age as her, they wouldn't be in line of maturity in general. Like it's not like every time, but like
don't you think oftentimes men are considerably less mature in society because they're not held to an expectation of being mature?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Boys will be boys.
That's what I'm saying.
The same kind of way that when we like question body count here, and then they say like, "Oh, it's going to be the way it is." That's kind of like the same way you saying boys will be boys.
No, I don't think it's. I mean, maybe I don't think it's as easy as it's going to be one reason why men are less mature than women. I think it's going to be a multivariate equation. I think part of it could be of the stigma of boys will be boys and people don't have as much pressure. But I also think it's because women only have a certain window in order to reproduce. I mean, a woman, you know what I mean? They have to have their lives together a lot quicker than men do. And, you know, men have that extra bit of leeway, and so they don't have to grow up as quick as women do. That doesn't make men worse or women better. It doesn't really matter. But I think that's why women tend to date slightly older men.
Why is this even a point you're bringing up? I'm so confused, dude.
Because I'm saying that men will slightly get to the older age, and then when they're settling down, it will be that fear of like, if this doesn't work out, men will take it a lot harder than women do, is my point. So when a man is at that
men will take
stage,
there being a higher body count harder.
No, men will take, when they get to that stage of their life and they want to marry, men will take that relationship failing a lot harder than a woman would.
I don't see evidence of that.
Because a man is.
Can you give me any evidence? Not. Give me a source.
Well, like the evidence is that men are more likely to. It's not.
I'd like to see a source for that time
a source
period.
of what, like
at that age, right? Relationships, breakups, hit men harder than women.
Yeah. What, like a study on what?
Yeah, just a study on that age period that says that relationships and breakups hit harder for men comparative to women.
You don't think that is the case?
Can you just give me
then it's just a difference of opinion. I don't have a study to say that.
So I just don't have any reason to believe anything, and you don't have any reason to believe anything, yet you believe something. So that would just be
you don't have to believe me. I'm trying to make my point that the reason, like, men are less emotional than women. So when they become that emotional,
wait, how do you know men are less emotional than women?
In terms of relationships, they're less emotionally connected. So I'm gonna need a source for that one. Men are less emotionally connected than women in relationships. Yeah. So my thing for that is that women are more likely to take back a man if.
No, would you just like to look it up? This wouldn't be able to tell us whether or not one's more emotionally connected than the other. I want a single source. I'll give you time to look it up that says that men are more emotionally connected than women.
Okay. Well, like
relationships.
Emotionally connected in a relationship, yeah. So, but like the source will be what I already said, that women are more likely to take back a man if his cheating that he done was physical and not like emotional. So not like taking him out for dates and like the emotional connection with the woman. If it was purely just a physical connection, whereas the man is more likely to take back a woman if it was a physical or if it was emotional connection with the other man not a physical one. So if he found out that,
but they care about the physical connection because there's an emotional connection attributed with a physical connection. That doesn't make any sense. That just shows that like it doesn't make any sense. That shows us the action that's based upon social stigma because there's a stigma associated with that action, right? Because if it was based upon that, then it would be that they care about the other way around. Like I don't see that.
Yeah, but then see, the reason we keep falling back into that is because you keep thinking that a social stigma is a bad thing, or it's like a I don't know, like not a naturally made thing. The social stigma, like that.
Yeah, it's not. That's literally like by definition. By definition, that's what it is.
But I believe that they're not social stigmas in the sense that you believe. I believe that they just came about because that's how women and men feel about relationships. Naturally.
Okay, so can you give me a biological basis for this?
Biological basis for like why a woman feels differently about a relationship than a man does. I don't think anyone could.
No. In terms of like you brought up like the emotional connection, right? Saying that like women are like less emotionally connected than men, or more emotionally connected than men.
Yeah, they're more. And
wait, here's my question: do you have any source for anything you're saying?
Yeah, I can try find. I don't know if I will find it. It was you
can go look if you want, but if you have no source for what you're saying, then I mean, my point is just it's all just conjecture. It's all just opinion, right?
But at the end of the day, everything's just opinion.
Yeah, but you should base your opinions on the facts.
But I am. But like, I mean, it's not fact.
Not really
study.
Here.
Well, but there's no
studies indicates facts.
Yeah, okay, but the study I seen was based on cheating. That was the study. I mean, you don't have to believe me or not, but there is.
I mean, do you want to find it and then you can just send it to me?
I can try to find it.
All right, sure, bro. Appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, that's it.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. By the way, everyone, we just hit 1 million likes. I appreciate everyone who's done so far. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes before we do end it today. Y'all can also like share the live copy link, send it to a few friends. We've got another like 35 minutes, 40 minutes left on the live. So again, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. Everyone, I might actually get off a little bit earlier because there's something that I need to go deal with. There's something that I need to go deal with that's related to someone I know. So I might have to get off a little bit early today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? So vague. Yeah, I know, I understand. I can't really say everything on live. Is everything okay? Kind of. It's not related to me. It's related to a friend. Are there more non-insecure men out there? Most men are insecure. They might not be insecure to the same degree, but most men are insecure. Every person has insecurities. Okay. You can have different levels of insecurities, but every person to some degree is going to have some level of an insecurity. I think that's normal to have some level of an insecurity, but some people can have like an overly crazy level of insecurity, and they can like, because of that insecurity, they can like try to like control you in a relationship or something like that. There are specific ways that, I mean, it can be harmful. Wait, why'd you turn Goob Chat off? Goob Chat is still on. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. This person's apparently not here. We're going to go to the next person real quick, everyone. Oh, I just realized Denisha Carter's in the guest box. Let's see if it adds her. I don't know if it's going to add her, because it's taking a second to connect her. Chat, I think she's not here, everyone. That's tough. Why is the thing called Goobs? So, this is Goob from Meet the Robinsons, and he has like the bags under the eyes, and I have bags under my eyes, so I look like Goob from Meet the Robinsons. Yeah, Denisha's not here, everyone. W Denisha, though, everyone. W Denisha, does she... By the way, she doesn't even follow me, yet she's in the guest box. Crazy, she must hate me. She must hate me. Oh, I get it now? Yes, that's the background. Yo, what's up? How old are you? She was in the comments when I was debating Marcel. Oh, really? Really? That's funny. That's funny. She's come on the live before one time and said hi. I don't know if it was this topic or another one, though. Not the shade. So real. So real. Today has been really weird, everyone. Today's been so weird. It's been a really weird day. This topic, like, is always just like, it's a weird thing sometimes. Savage, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 17.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules. Parker just wanted to say you might say something and change your mind in your stance. Oh, I agree. I do. I change my mind all the time, and that is okay. I agree. I agree. It is completely valid to change your mind. I've changed my mind so many times. I grew up in a Christian conservative household, and I've changed this a lot. Yeah, this topic does bring out a lot of people. Like, actually, though, like, I see it, like, all the time. Like, Kenzie's live, like, all the people that come on her live, I swear, like, 90% of them are just men that want to talk about body count. Like, 90%. She has, like, a bunch of different topics, and, like, 90% of them come on to talk about that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, this person's not here. We're going to go to the next person. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Copy link. Send it to a few friends. Well, yeah, I don't know. We might end early today, everyone. I don't know. I do need to go deal with something. And today is just like, it's really not adding people right now. I want to continue with the sub only chat, though. I feel bad. Yo, Brad, thank you so much for the 3-month subscription. I appreciate it. Miss Kenzie. Yeah, Miss Kenzie. We love Miss Kenzie. Miss Kenzie is a W. Absolute W. Do you remember Gavin? Yeah, I do. The trick. Okay, it's not adding this person either. All right, let's try to get to this person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 17.
Oh my gosh. That is a fucking fetus. It's crazy. Take care of what you need, bro. Go help your friend. Yep. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
2003, July 1st.
And you're how old?
What?
And you're how old?
Sorry, you're cutting up.
I'm not cutting out. That's a fetus shot. They said 19? Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
Can you hear? Is it me?
Yeah. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I'm not sure if I'm the one that you're talking to.
You are.
Okay. Parker.
Yeah.
I've been trying to, for the past, I don't know how long, couple weeks, I've been trying to get on your live, and I'm surprised I get on now. But I was hoping to get on another one of your debates. I mean, like, really, really would like you to put me on one of them.
What topic?
The one about Trump.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that one here pretty soon. I did that yesterday. I'll make sure I'll follow you. Just DM me, remind me that you wanted to talk to me about Trump, and then I'll try to remember your name to get you on next time, man.
Okay, I've DM'd you several times trying to ask you.
Oh, I apologize. I get lots of DMs. I don't necessarily see all of them.
Right.
Appreciate the subscription. Thank
I
you.
really like you.
Appreciate it.
I don't agree with everything you say, most definitely, but I still, now between you and Dean, Dean tells people not to interrupt him, but then he turns around and interrupts people. You ask people not to interrupt you, but then you let them speak as well. I do admire that. I like that. Like I said, I don't agree with a lot of things, but I do like how you do things, and I appreciate that. About this topic, I'm sorry that I came on. I don't really know if I agree or disagree.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. I'll make sure to get you on with that other topic. Don't worry.
On one hand, I want to say it matters. That's only because of upbringing. But then on the other hand, I fight with myself. On one hand, I want to say it does matter. But on the other hand, because of, growing up, how should I put this? Because of maturing, I want to say it shouldn't matter. But I guess if you, like, I probably grew up like you, even though I'm older. I grew up in a Christian household, and those values would say that it does matter. the count does matter. But like you, because of thought process, I can't really take a stance there anymore. So this was a difficult one. I know you want people who really disagree with you, but so I do apologize. But I really, really want to get on with you about Trump.
Yeah, for sure. Make sure to send a guest request when it relates to that. Yeah, appreciate you coming on though. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get on to the next person here real quick, everyone. I don't know if I'm going to continue for today, everyone. It has been like an hour, in like 5 hours and 30 minutes, but I want to get to 6 hours, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 40.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
I the straight answer is no for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
For sure. Do you think that a high body count should matter for women but not for men?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, because if you think about it, right? Like, if you see a girl, okay, and everything's good about her, right? Like, she's pretty, has a good personality, all that. And like you guys get serious, whatever. And, it's not so easy just to pop the question like that, like how many bodies do you have or whatever. But when you do, and say you only have like 8 or 7 or whatever, how many bodies you have. And then she tells you like a number that's like more than that or like the same. I guess, I don't know, like it just feels like, it feels weird knowing that it's like, I don't know, like what I can say on here. I don't want to be like, too vulgar or whatever, but like, it's weird knowing that so many guys have been with her in that way. You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it weird that so many girls have been with you?
No, like what I'm saying is it's okay. Sorry. Hold on. I'm tripping. But
thank you so much.
You can ask like a good amount of girls, and usually a lot of the time they won't even they don't care about how many bodies the guy has. Like, it doesn't really matter, but ask any guy and he's like, they think it's, I guess it's like growing up, I guess.
Actually, Alex, if you look at the data, women do care about body count. Just the point in which they care is at a bit farther than it is for men. Right? So women are more likely to accept a little bit higher of a body count, but there is a point where they say this is too much.
I mean, I don't know, I guess growing up where I am, even my mom, right? Like when my mom grew up, when I grew up, my mom always had a different boyfriend all the time. And every single time one of her boyfriends found out who she's been with, they always get upset or anything, I think it's just, I guess it's not super wrong, I guess, to have many bodies as a woman, but growing up, I feel like a lot of people can relate to thinking that it's kind of like gross in a way to have a girl with so many bodies.
Yeah, but that's because society looks at it and stigmatizes it in a bad way, right? The stigmas around it are what you associate with, not necessarily what your own positions are about it. Because it is the case that if it was based upon your own positions about it, well, you'd have the same notions applied to men as you do women. Because it would be based upon the notion in which you're engaging in the intercourse, say, outside the context of emotional connection or in hookups or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas if that was the case, then it would be the case you apply that with men. So again, I think it's just a social stigma that makes people feel that way in many circumstances. Oh, Natalie, how'd you do on your philosophy exam? How'd that go?
Honestly, dude, you're pretty convincing, not gonna lie. I was thinking about coming on here and just telling you you're dumb and shit, but honestly, dude, you're pretty convincing. I don't know. I feel like the way you handle yourself in the debates is pretty good. But yeah, that's pretty much all I gotta say. You guys have a good night or whatever, good day, whatever.
Have a great night. Have a great night. You know what, everyone? Should we just end it on that? Should we just end it on a good note? I think it's not necessarily a bad thing just to end it on a good note. I mean, I am going to go off a little bit early today, but there is something I got to go deal with, and I want to end it on a good note. So I do appreciate everyone coming through today. I apologize for not the whole normal hour sub only chat. I appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. But it is the case that we will get back to it tomorrow. I think yesterday we did a little bit over what we were supposed to do anyway. So I do have stuff I have to go deal with right now. So I do appreciate everyone who did come through today. Today's been a bit of a wild day. That is something crazy to happen on live today. But yeah, no, I appreciate everyone who did come through today. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Should I send everyone over to another person's live real quick? Is there another person live I can send everyone to? Let me go check. Is there someone else live? I'm guessing there's Dean or someone else. If there's someone else, I might want to get them. Or I might just do Dean. Should I do Dean or most people are saying Dean. Dean's second account? Okay. All right. Everyone look up It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. Love everyone so much. Everyone look up It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker. Love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. And peace out, y'all. Again, everyone. It's Not Dean. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, y'all. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. And peace out, y'all.
And you don't have to connect the earbud, or you don't need any application when you dial the phone call, alright? Because it have the speaker right there. They have the speaker. So you can use your smartwatch to directly to pick up the phone call, to dial the phone number. It's gonna be very convenient. You don't need any amplification or any earbud. You don't need to connect the earbud to pick up the phone call as well. But if you want, you can connect with your earbud, alright? If you want, alright? And then we're gonna call my coworker. I'm gonna call my coworker. Oh, wait, really? You wanna give me your phone number? I'll tell it. You wanna give me your phone number? Okay, I'm gonna call you later. Hi, Tina. Thank you for your tapping the screen for me. Hi, Wendy. Hi, I'm using my smartwatch to calling you right now.